Israel violate the truce, and Junction 5.
largely thanks to George Bartlett, who possibly wouldn't have been in everybody's Northamptonshire side to start the season, but faced 197 balls, batted 4.5 hours to save the match, which I would imagine has secured his place in the side for a while. Milnes round the wicket to Proctor. Proctor is beaten again outside the off stump. That was a beauty from Milnes, just shaping away. A little bit of movement off the seam and through the air for Milnes. And Proctor just goes for a little mind-clearing walk over towards square leg. Usual batch of spectators on the balconies at Freeman House over to our left. There's a huge disparity in temperature though between, as Matt was saying, between this box and the outside. That's full or fuller from Milnes, and Proctor leaves it alone. Wasn't too far away from the off stump, but that's a really good searching over from Matt Milnes, greeted with applause by the Kent faithful. There's a few people I know have come down from Northamptonshire as well for making a weekend of it. A ground that's always, as I was saying earlier, a delight to come to. That's a maiden from Matt Milnes. 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 6. And Northamptonshire with 3 overs down are 15 for no wicket.
Well, I was asking the question, wasn't I, with the new kit, what could possibly go wrong? And
that's why you had a bit too much of me in the last moment or two. But
oh no, it was wonderful to listen to while I was going in deep into the menus of. Good luck with that, they said. Press some buttons. I think you're hearing us on the video stream now as well. It's a lovely shot from Vasconcelos. It's a fullish delivery. Maybe a little bit overpitched from Dudgeon, but that'll be 4. Will it going across the practice? No, he's been held up, in fact. And a leisurely stroll has become a hurry through 4-3. Lovely languid shot by Vasconcelos. Beautiful timing just outside off stump. As Dudgeon tried to push the ball across him, but too deep. And yeah, it has been hauled in by Daniel Bell Drummond, the captain, just short of the rope. But it is 3, and well, there we are. I think they needed that over from Matt Milnes, did Kent, just to arrest the forward progress. 15 for Vasconcelos now. Be Proctor to face, left and left. This 2 punch. Well, it's a lovely delivery. That may have even gone between bat and pad, but it's got a little bit of movement off the pitch outside the off stump. Outside the off stump, the left-hander's off stump there. And yeah,
Vasconcelos and Proctor both made runs. Northamptonshire played a pre-season game at Newlands in Cape Town against Gloucestershire. And both teams bought into it. They both played it properly. And Vasconcelos and Proctor got runs. Middle order, a little bit short of runs in that particular game.
Here's Dudgeon then to Vasconcelos. Again, sorry, to Proctor. A bit bad and pad this time. You heard the woody sound of the inside edge onto the pad. It's another good delivery from Dudgeon.
Last day of that game, it absolutely blew a hoolie. The old Cape Doctor. But I must admit, last night it was certainly in part of Kent where I was staying last night. It was very, very windy. I wondered if it was another whatever is after Storm Dave was coming in, but thankfully not.
So Dudgeon once more, 18 for none. Northamptonshire in the 4th over. On his toes there goes Proctor, plays it into the onside. Just a single so far. Yes, so apologies for the slightly delayed start on the video stream as well. We're up and running now. New equipment, as you won't have heard me say on this stream. I was positing what could possibly go wrong. It's a great bit of kit. It's a little bit more complicated than we're used to, and as I said, if you've ever had one of those machines, you have to go deep into the menus to find where everything is. That's what I was doing while Andrew Radd's commentary was beautifully going along over the top of it. As outside the off stump, left by Proctor. It's not come back at him this time, and there's no run. So yeah, apologies for the slightly false start. Not the club's issue. Us here on BBC Radio Kent, coping with new technology. It's all the rage they hear.
Oh, it was much easier when we had 2 tin cans and a very long bit of string. You just had, all you had to do then was make sure the bit of string was taut.
You knew where you were with string.
Then you were in business.
18 for none. I'm Matt Cole alongside me, Andrew Radd for BBC Radio Kent and BBC Northampton. And that one's movement, but down the leg side, it's left by Procto, seen out the rest of that over after an opening check drive past the bowler for 3 on the first ball of that over from Vasconcelos. So Dudgeon none for 12, none for 6 for Milnes off his 2 so far. Northants 18 for none, having won the toss and elected to bat here at Canterbury.
Disappointed that Glenton Stearman's not playing. I was looking forward to seeing him have a bowl. Has had a beer with his Boland coach, former Proteas player Justin Ontong, coaching them now at Impal, and caught up with him on the pre-season trip. Looking forward to seeing the man from Oudtshoorn, the ostrich capital of South Africa, have a bowl. Here's Milne starting a fresh over from round the wicket and driven back down the ground by Vasconcelos. Another fluent looking stroke. It's going out towards the boundary. It's a little teaser and it's just beaten the chase. The man running back from mid-off, and it crosses the rope for 4.
They run this one hard this time, didn't they?
Yes, well, they learned the lesson from the previous one, where it looked as though it was going to go for 4 and it didn't. So, as Matt was describing, they had to sort of slightly put the hammer down to get through for 3. But that's another boundary to Vasconcelos. He goes to 19, and Northamptonshire to 22 for no wicket. Around the wicket goes Milnes, left alone by Vasconcelos, well wide of the off stump. Vasconcelos made 25 in the first innings against Lancashire, but then got undone in the second innings by a beautiful delivery from a young lad called Anderson, who I think's got a future. Just one of those classic Anderson dismissals to the left-hander around the wicket, just did enough. Nick, keeper, gone. Here's Milnes in bowls to Vasconcelos, and he's solidly in behind that. Head right over the ball, drops it down into the onside. So there is no run.
Mention another lad from Lancashire, Corey Flintoff, who was on the ground this morning, and his dad turned up.
Oh,
Apparently he used to play a little bit.
Yeah, the name rings a bell.
Yeah, so we've been off for a net this morning.
I think he gave it a bit of a bosh. Still 3 slips in. Point, extra cover. Third man fairly wide, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg as Milnes is round the wicket, bowls to Vasconcelos, and that's Vasconcelos at his very best. He's just laced that away through the covers. Lovely timing. Minimum of apparent effort, and that's raced away through extra cover for 4. Another boundary for Vasconcelos, who goes to 23, and Northamptonshire to 26 for no wicket. Vasconcelos also on pre-season tour was assumed the role of Claudia Winkleman in the squad version of Traitors.
Oh, right. You were going to say that. There we go. Strictly Come Dancing.
Complete with wig, which I didn't see, but apparently was very fetching. Here's
It's a man of many
Milnes.
talents.
Indeed, round the wicket again, beaten, and that's another beauty from Milnes. And Vasconcelos just looking up, and I suspect saying, well bowled, because that swung late. We're not completely just directly behind the arm here, but we're in a pretty good position, and you could just see that one shape away from the left-hander and fairly late in its progress. Lovely bit of bowling from Matt Milnes, who's in his 3rd over. Bright start by Northamptonshire, who won the toss, 26 for no wicket. Here's Milnes in again, bowls outside the off stump. Again movement, this time it went the other way, but went fairly late to the extent that it swung really after it had gone past the bat, and Chris Benjamin having to go down the leg side to take. But the over ends, 26 for no wicket. Vasconcelos has made 23 of those, and Luke Proctor quite happy to watch proceedings from the other end. He's made 1.
Yeah, decent start, and looking at the pitch, my very layman's eyes, certainly on pitches, a little bit of green on top. Wondered if, when we find out that Northamptonshire were batting, whether Kent had elected to bowl first. But it looks like a good decision so far. The ball's coming well onto the bat on this pitch.
The toss in the previous game against Lancashire was more or less academic, because Lancashire won the toss and batted, but Northamptonshire would have bowled.
Right.
So, as Glenn Chappell, the senior assistant coach, revealed afterwards.
Here's Dudgeon then to bowl to Proctor. Just offers the bat to that one. It's a push and run into the offside, and they'll take themselves a quick single there. To cover. Just trying to see the fielder is there, just sweeping in with the right hand.
Luke Proctor, talking to him this morning and concurring with me that the coffee from the cafe down to our left is some of the very best coffee on the circuit.
There we go.
Very, very good.
It's good to hear Kent topping the tables somewhere or other. He's Dutchin to Vasconcelos. Oh, it's gone through him. That's a great delivery from Dudgeon, and I think it might have pitched before it got to Chris Benjamin, but it's a delicious delivery. And as you said with that ball from Matt Milnes in the previous over, you might just have a nod back at the bowler and say, that'll do, from South African Keith Dudgeon, who, as Northants fans will know, can bowl up a storm. From probably one of the best days of his cricketing career to one of the worst, just after injuring his knee as the ball's pushed back at him, not with any great confidence from Vasconcelos. Good delivery again. Northamptonshire supporters might feel a little bit rueful. They found him taking 7 wickets to bowl Kent to victory in the first game of the season last year, but didn't play any further part, so wretched for him, but Kent have wrapped him up all season, all formats this year. 75 on his back. 27 for none. Vasconcelos has 23 of those, leaves that outside the off stump. Might have just left that on length as well, coming a little bit back at him, but the bounce would have taken it over the off stump. More for a 4th stump line through the wicketkeeper Chris Benjamin, and there is no run. So yeah, it's great to see him back. It's hugely frustrating for him and for the county. Not to mention painful.
Has he brought his carpet slippers with him this
He has
year?
indeed. Dan
Right.
Whiting made a point of making sure that Keith Dudgeon, I think on the very first day, Dan tigerishly, or Jack Russell-like, followed him and made sure he has a lovely glance off the pads, that is, from Vasconcelos down through fine leg, and that's 4 runs. So he is, well, Championship cricket racing along. 27 out from 22 so far, Vasconcelos. Proctor has 2. Checking my stats before the game. I mean, it's a very simple stat with Vasconcelos. He's 28.
Yes.
How come he's only 28? I feel like he's been piling up runs for at least 2 decades.
He's been with Northamptonshire since 2018.
There we go. I don't know if you see what I mean, but it feels like he's
been around a while.
Yeah, but fantastic player. That's down the leg side. It's left by Vasconcelos through to wicketkeeper Benjamin, and there is no run. End of the over, 31 for none. So, as I was saying just on the toss, I think Luke Proctor probably pretty pleased with his decision so far.
Yeah, Northamptonshire bat deep. Not quite as deep as they did in the previous game, when you had Louis Kimber, who's got famously the Championship double 100, the most 6s in an innings and most runs off over in Championship cricket and so on and so forth. Batting at 9, and in fact in the second innings, because Northamptonshire used Harry Conway as a night watchman, he finished at batting at 10. But it did leave Northamptonshire undoubtedly a seamer short. They used James Sales as 4th seamer, which perhaps wasn't quite the success that they were hoping. 8 overs for 52 and didn't bowl in the second innings. Here's Milnes to continue from the Nackington Road end bowls, and that's a sumptuous straight drive from Luke Proctor, and it's one of those where nobody moved. Apart from the fielder that's having to jog to the far end of the ground to retrieve it. Batters just meet in the middle of the pitch and have a conversation, but that's a nice way for Luke Proctor, who's been pretty much a spectator this morning, watching Ricardo Vasconcelos get after a bit of a flyer. He's joined in the fun. Lovely straight drive for 4, and it takes Northamptonshire to 35 for no wicket, and Luke Proctor to 6. Still 3 slips in as Milnes is round the wicket, bowls, and Proctor drops it down into the onside. There's no run there. But this side, with the extra bowler coming in, it looks a little better balanced, with 7 specialist batters plus McManus. Seam department, Proctor, Sanderson, Conway, Weatherall coming back, so I imagine they'll want to use him sparingly. But of course also Calvin Harrison, the leg spinner, who bowled beautifully against Lancashire on a pitch really offering him nothing. Here's Milnes again bowls and Proctor defends back down the pitch. So he picked up 5 wickets in that game, giving him 21 in 3 games against Lancashire since he's come to Northamptonshire. 2 games on loan last year and this one, so I think they're getting thoroughly sick of the sight of him. Plus Safe Zabe to bowl some left arm spin, and Nathan McSweeney, who could bowl a bit of off spin and in fact took a wicket with his first over in Championship cricket. Milnes in again, and that's another drive by Proctor, a little bit more towards mid-off rather than straight back past the bowler, but gave mid-off absolutely no chance. Sweetly timed by the captain. He goes into double figures and Northamptonshire to 39 for no wicket. So it does look a slightly better balanced on paper, Northamptonshire side. I think also, I'm sure, although you obviously wish Grant Stewart well, that he's another player that's had a good record against Northamptonshire recently. As Milnes is in, bowls to Proctor, just rocks slightly, puts his weight onto the front foot and pushes it up towards mid-on, but there is no run to be had. Yes, that game here last year was an extraordinary finish on the last day when Tuanda Mayeye had to come back from hospital, where sadly a member of his family had been involved in an accident and had to come back and basically save the game after Northamptonshire batted a very long time for a very big score and then just put a bit of pressure on Kent on the last afternoon. Here's Milnes in again and bowls to Proctor, and Proctor squared up by that one. Moral victory for the bowler, but he's going to get a couple of runs, Luke Proctor, as it goes down to wideish third man. Throw goes over the top of Chris Benjamin's head, and fortunately for Kent there was somebody backing up, but it's 2 more to Proctor. He goes to 12. Vasconcelos is 27 and 7 overs gone. Northamptonshire going very nearly at a run a ball, 41 for no wicket.
Yeah, flying along here. We're going to have our first bowling change actually, and that was the throw came in from Joey Everson, and he's immediately whipped off the jumper and getting into just going through his run up now. So Everson will replace Keith Dudgeon at the pavilion end. Number 24 for Milnes so far. Everson was actually expensive against Durham. Didn't have a great game actually, out for single figures in both innings as well. But this is just one game. Joey Everson in a really difficult season for Kent. I think it's fair to say last season in the County Championship was a real shining light, both with his bowling long spells, and saved Kent on more than one occasion with a bat as well. But find out what he's about with the ball now. They've dispensed with a slip, so Tuanda Mayeye's gone out into covers now, so it's Zach Crawley and Sam Northeast 1 and 2. Next to Benjamin. Short run up for Everson outside the off stump. Some movement in the air, bit of float as well to the off stump of Ricardo Vasconcelos, and he pushes it into the offside to Mayeye, and there's no run. So can have a point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Static catcher at mid-wicket, that's Jaden Denley. Jazz Singh is at square leg, more or less alongside the umpire, and then a deep backward square as well. Keith Dudgeon has again get some shape in the air, but pitches on a good length and defended by Vasconcelos, giving it a little bit of respect certainly there. But, so Joey Everson, not sure. Might be just off a slightly shorter run this season as well. He's probably medium fast rather than fast medium, but bowls now to the left-hander, and that's a full toss, and that's been dealt with and just steered through the offside by Vasconcelos, and getting the treatment it deserved there. Shin-high full toss, and expertly steered away. 31 from 26 now, Vasconcelos. 12 from 20 for Proctor. They are 45 for none off 7.5 overs here. Updating BBC Radio Kent listeners very shortly. Well, it's Northamptonshire at the moment, taking the advantage as Everson bowls, defended, Vasconcelos. Hello, yes, and Lucy, Kent looking for a wicket here, and early on in this first day of their opening home game of the season against Northamptonshire, the visitors who won the toss and elected to bat, looks like a very good decision. They are 45 for none, racing along in the first half hour. Ricardo Vasconcelos has 31. His captain Luke Proctor feeling probably pretty smug about his decision to bat first on a greenish looking pitch is 12 not out. We've had a decent deliveries and a couple of delicious ones from Matt Milnes and from Keith Dudgeon, the opening bowlers alike, but no wickets so far. Joey Everson comes on as first change for Kent. They have 2 changes to their lineup, which drew against Durham the opening game of the season, with Jazz Singh and Jaden Denley coming into the side for Glenton Sturman and Grant Stewart respectively. So Kent looking for a wicket. Early stages here on the first day of their opening home game. 45 for no wicket, the visitors, Northamptonshire. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. Over the wicket comes Everson. Studious defensive shot from Vasconcelos finds Mayeye at cover. End of the over, 45 for none.
There's a real phalanx of spectators at the far end of the ground, just next to the Les Ames pavilion, down by pylon number 3. Not to be confused with the pylon number 4 that during COVID was where we had to do our media interviews. It sounded a bit like something out of Captain Scarlet, you know. Meet at pylon number 4. But crowd building nicely. Yeah, so there's certainly had a few messages this morning to say that people have come down from Northamptonshire. Thanks to all those that have just let us know about the technical problems, but that's all sorted out.
Yeah, Tony, thank you for that on the emails. I'll give the email address in a minute because it changed last season, but it's.
Here's Milnes in again, bowls, and that's a beauty. It's short, it's back of a length, and the first one really that we've seen get up. And Proctor played it well and needed to, and he's just giving the pitch a slightly suspicious prod where that one bounced, but a little bit of life there and just unsettling the Northamptonshire captain for a moment.
So Tony and others, it's now kentcricket@bbc.co.uk. We've graduated to a BBC email address.
Gosh.
I feel very grown up now.
And that's also, of course, for use for Northamptonshire as well for this match, so please feel free to use that one. Here's Milnes in again, bowls full, clipped away by Proctor, and that'll be 4. That was just a little bit of a gimme, having discomforted Proctor to the previous delivery. That was just a little bit of a floaty one on leg stump, and Proctor is not going to pass up that opportunity. Clips it away for 4. 49 for no wicket, Proctor to 16. Talking about the Ricardo Vasconcelos and his role as Claudia Winkleman and the traitors. The first traitor that was discovered and voted off was actually the head coach Darren Lehman, I'm told.
Really?
So he didn't last very long.
Is that so he was a traitor, was he?
Yes, he was a traitor.
So that's perhaps a good thing that your head coach is not particularly good at. You know where I'm going with this?
You want somebody? Yes, you want somebody who's not going to.
He's not going to lie that well.
Not going to know. Yeah, well, he's fairly upfront in his comments, and didn't last very long in that particular role. Here's Milnes in again, bowls and beats Proctor, and there's an appeal for a catch behind. Slightly hesitant. It was one of those altogether or not at all jobs. It was a beautiful ball from Milnes, and it beat Proctor, bringing him forward and playing defensive, and it went past the outside edge. The appeal from Chris Benjamin and the slip cord, and say just a little bit tardy, but it was a moral success. Just losing the sunshine at the moment, getting progressively hazier, but it's still very, very pleasant. At least it is in here. Here's Milnes in again. That's again on leg stump, and again it's clipped away by Proctor, but this time there is a man back, giving him a little bit of protection on that slightly shorter leg side boundary, and it's one more to Luke Proctor, and it brings up the 50. greeted with rapturous applause by at least the handful of Northamptonshire spectators in.
I mean,
50 for no wicket.
A great start, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Certainly for them.
It's been exactly what Luke Proctor would have been hoping for. Here's Milnes in again, bowls, and this time Vasconcelos is forward, pushing it out into the covers, and there's no run. Just in case anyone is racking their brains, just looked at that little quiz question that I set yesterday for Northamptonshire supporters, for those 8 Kent grounds on which Northamptonshire have won a championship match.
Oh, crikey.
I said the surprise when I was putting the list together was that Tunbridge Wells, your stamping ground, Matt, is not on that list.
It's not.
No, we've played there that often, but here's Milnes in again. Bowls to Vasconcelos, who's forward, pushing it out into the covers, and that's the end of Matt Milnes' 5th over. No wicket for 29. Northamptonshire 50 for no wicket. 31 of those to Vasconcelos, 17 to Proctor. So the 8, the Angel Ground at Tunbridge, Gravesend, Folkestone, Gillingham, Dover 4 times, Maidstone, the Moat, 3 times, once at Beckenham, and 5 times here at Canterbury. So Northamptonshire have won 19 championship games in Kent since 1907.
So Dartford, Catford, absolute fortresses.
Absolutely, and indeed Catford Bridge, which was the venue for the first Kent home match against Northamptonshire way back in 1907, and yes, Catford Bridge similarly. Is that a bank ground, I think, or was a bank ground? I'm not sure. Somebody will know.
There are a few in that area of metropolitan Kent, we'll call it.
Yes. You still claim it, though, don't you?
Absolutely right. And you know, if they're thinking of moving the HQ at any point, maybe with that the precursor of not being beaten by Northamptonshire, perhaps that'd be a good place to go. Is Everson outside the off stump? Again, floating delivery, bit of movement in the air, but Proctor is not interested in trying to propel that one away and defends it. Back up the pitch to Joey Everson, and there is no run. So 50 exactly for no wicket. 31, Ricardo Vasconcelos. 17 for his captain, Luke Proctor. And there's always an amount of trepidation, I'm sure, when you're a captain, or uncertainty when you're calling up the toss. 50 for no wicket, and you're part of that opening partnership. Can't be bad, I wouldn't have thought.
I think it feeds in very much to the sort of Darren Lehman, you know, take the positive option rather than the negative insertion, which is always a temptation, I think, at this time of year especially. But
might have just thought, sun shining.
Yeah, look up rather than look down. It is tinged with grass, certainly, but it hasn't done anything untoward yet.
Ball's coming onto the bat pretty well. This one's again steered to, or pushed out towards Tawandami fields to cover. The 2 slips in there still, same field as the last over. Closest fielder apart from the slips is Jayden Denley. He's a static fielder at mid-wicket, just looking for the pop-up perhaps, as Everson bowling across the left-handers, just in case they try and nurdle it into the onside. Oh, that's a great movement outside the off-stump. Proctor's absolutely right to shoulder arms, it turns out, but got some good movement off the pitch to Joey Everson.
Northamptonshire have played 3 championship matches at Tunbridge Wells since the war. 1948, which was a draw. 1955, which Kent won. And 1969, which was also a draw.
Everson to Proctor up on his toes, playing that one off the back foot, and they won't get a single there. Good fielding actually by combination of Compton at point and Tawandami, and there's no run.
Bit early for the rhododendrons, isn't it, at Tunbridge Wells?
We were talking about that the other day actually, Mother Half and I, walking around the Royal Borough.
Yes.
Indeed, it sounds very grand, doesn't it? Everson outside the off stump, it's full and it's treated by Proctor, just on the walk almost. Just that off drive from a full delivery, and that is 4 runs. It's a lovely shot. I won't say contemptuous, but comfortable by Proctor, waiting for that bad delivery through the over, and has treated it as such. None for 8 off 2 for Everson, and there were some rhododendrons out around
Yeah,
the town at that point, and yeah, it's everything feels very early, doesn't it?
Well, we were saying the trees at
Yeah.
the far end, at Nackington Road end of the ground. Scott Reed and I were discussing this during the Lancashire match last week, and whether they would be in Leaf when we got down here. And because I remember, I think Northamptonshire played first game of the season here, I think 3 years ago, which would have been corresponding time of year, and the trees were absolutely bare. But looks most attractive now. Change of bowling, and Keith Dudgeon, who had a brief spell from this end, is now going to bowl from the Nackington Road end with those leafy trees behind him. Still 3 slips in place. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. And he's running in towards us to bowl to Vasconcelos. Vasconcelos turns it away off his hip, down to deep square, deep backward square, and they're through for a comfortable single. Vasconcelos goes to 32, and Northamptonshire to 55 for no wicket. Promised you at the start, keep an eye on what's happening elsewhere. And there's a few wickets going down.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
At Chelmsford, Essex 17 for 2 against Somerset. Never a lot of love lost between those two. It's Jake Ball that's picked up both wickets. Paul Walter for 2 and Vian Mulder for 0. Here's Dudgeon outside the off stump. Again, it swung, but it swung very late, almost after it had passed the bat again, I think, and Proctor just letting it go through.
Here on loan last
season.
Yes, that doesn't mark him out particularly, I have to say, the cast of thousands.
Nottinghamshire in early strife as well, the champions against Glamorgan. They are 38 for 3. Tim van der Hoogten has picked up 2. Ryan Hadley, the Aussie, another, and Hasib Hamid, talisman really for Notts, out first ball for naught. Here's Dudgeon bowling and takes Proctor on the thigh pad. I don't think there was any bat involved. There's Jazz Singh coming off the boundary to field, and a leg bye is signalled by the umpire. Didn't think there was any bat. 56 for no wicket. Surrey 35 for 1 against Leicestershire at the Oval. Dom Sibley, the man out. LBW to Josh Hull for 4. Rory Burns and Jamie Smith in there now. Warwickshire 17 for 2. Made a poor start against Sussex at Hove. Here's Dudgeon round the wicket, bowls to Vasconcelos outside the off stump, left alone. With Alex Davies and Dan Mosley, who've got 100 in his previous game. First one for Warwickshire, which I must admit surprised me, as I suspect it would have probably surprised a few sort of onlookers from other counties who view him as a player who's made useful runs in all formats, but he's gone for 1 this time. Another wicket, early wicket for Ollie Robinson, making a case. Here's Dudgeon in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, and just lets it run off the face of the bat down to backward point, and there's no run. Yorkshire against Hampshire. Hampshire 15 for 1. Looks like quite hard going at Headingley this morning, with Joe Weatherly out for naught off 16 balls. Nick Gubbins 9 not out off 25 balls. So quite a difficult start for Hampshire up at Headingley. Go into Division 2 in a second. Here's Dudgeon in again. Bowl short. Vasconcelos pulls. There is a man down at long leg. Goes to him on the bounce, and they're through for a single. 33 to Vasconcelos, who keeps the bowling because that was the last ball of the over. 21 to Proctor, and Northamptonshire are 57 for no wicket. We've had 11 overs here at the St Lawrence ground in Canterbury. At Bristol, Durham made a solid start against Gloucestershire, 50 for no wicket, with Alex Lees and Ben McKinney giving Durham a solid start. But Lancashire have made a sticky start against Derbyshire up at Old Trafford. They're 28 for 2. Luke Wells and Harry Singh both out early. But Marcus Harris, who missed the game against Northamptonshire, is now in the Lancashire side and 8 not out.
So through to the wicket-keeper, the first ball of Joey Everson's 3rd over.
And the other game at Lords, Middlesex against Worcestershire. Worcestershire 28 for 1 after 11 overs, with Dan Latigan 23 not out. Jake Libby out for naught. Seb Morgan cleaned him up.
Yeah, Morgan has Everson outside the off stump through the wicket-keeper, playing a big part in that under-19s World Cup in the end.
Yeah, Northamptonshire
started really well.
Hopefully get a chance to have a look at him next week. Middlesex come to Wantage Road next week, next round of matches.
I was always intrigued by how players are, or how their bowling speeds are named on certain sites and in certain books, and I think maybe Mr. Morgan is going to get an upgrade at some point from as the ball's flicked down to a fine leg. Obviously as players develop they get quicker, but I notice most of them have him as a right medium. I think he's a little bit livelier than that, but you'll get the eye test next week. If that's medium pace, goodness knows what fast is like. So 58 for none.
A lot of players don't like that if they're down as
I bet,
RM or LM. Oh
yeah.
Dear. No. Has he watched me?
It's like it, yeah. Feels like a diss. Here's Everson over the wicket then to that's a lovely delivery, and that squared him up through to Proctor, and yeah, just you saw the pads come straight forward there, and the bat's nowhere near it through the wicket-keeper. It's a lovely delivery from Everson, but no edge, and Northamptonshire have made absolute hay from the bad deliveries that they've bowled Kent.
A diss?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Is that anything to do with the market town in Suffolk?
Indeed, yeah.
Yes.
As the kids used to say, as I like to quote 25 years ago, 21 for Proctor, playing a full part. It's a good delivery, encouragement from wicket-keeper and slips, and some movement in the air. It's 21 for Proctor, 34 for Vasconcelos. Yeah, border town diss. There we are. In the ongoing civil war in East Anglia, that one's it's a prize capture.
Well, I thought of it yesterday as I came over the bridge from Essex into Kent.
From the dark side.
The sun came out.
Of course it did. Here's Everson to Proctor. Again, gets some movement. Proctor turning this one to the onside. Along the ground, a square leg to Jazz Singh. No great alarms for him. 58 for none off 12 overs so far. Wouldn't be a terrible platform in a one-day game, this, would it? I wouldn't have thought, from these two. 34 Vasconcelos, 21 Proctor. End of the over. And some thinking for Daniel Bell-Drummond to do at the moment. He's rotated his bowlers. No Jazz Singh as yet. But Dudgeon has changed ends now, coming from the Nuckington Road end. And as Radis was saying, good number of spectators at that far end today, on the opening day here at Canterbury.
Yeah, a few have brought their own deck chairs as well. Yeah. That little gap there over by the between the scoreboard and the sight screen. Still 3 slips, and still Dudgeon starting his 5th over round the wicket. Bowls short of a length, and Vasconcelos solidly in behind it. Plays it back down the pitch, and there is no run. Is it still the battle of the bridge between
It is,
Kent
yes.
and Essex?
Yeah, so certain departments at the club will tell you, but we're happy to encourage them.
Well, Northamptonshire play Essex in a T20 this year, although Northamptonshire have now moved groups. We're in the Midlands and West group, but they do play Essex this year. First time in a T20 for 13 years. Dudgeon in again, bowls and turned away by Vasconcelos. Again, just in front of square. Umpire takes a couple of steps out of the way. And they get a single down to deep square. One more to Vasconcelos. He goes to 35, and Northamptonshire to 59.
Yeah, I saw the marketing from the, dare I say marketing, as we were on that subject, from the governing body about, I can't remember what they're calling the games that you play against teams outside your group, but like cross-border battles or something like that. But
well, the last time Northamptonshire played Essex in a T20 was in the semi-final at Edgbaston in 2013, when Northamptonshire went on to win the trophy. That's a good leave from Proctor, and a good ball from Keith Dudgeon, who stands hands on head. Again, I think, and you made this point earlier, Matt, I think both these batters are trusting the bounce on the pitch and are quite happy to leave on length. But that was tightish. But Luke Proctor, fairly phlegmatic character. In his 18th season now of professional cricket. Dudgeon over the wicket. Bowls to Proctor, and Proctor pushing forward into the cover region, and there's no run. Proctor not sometimes regarded as maybe the most aesthetically pleasing player around, but mightily effective. Closing in on 6,000 runs for Northamptonshire across all formats of the game. His 4th season as Northamptonshire's Championship captain. And faces South African Keith Dudgeon on his hip, tries to get a little bit of something on it down the leg side, pick up a boundary, doesn't manage to get a touch. Taken by Chris Benjamin down the leg side. Northamptonshire's last win on this ground, we talked about it earlier, Matt, back in 2022 when Simon Kerrigan and Rob Keogh bowled them to victory on the last afternoon, and Ricardo Vasconcelos captain on that occasion, one of his last games as captain. Here's Dudgeon in again, bowls to Proctor, who comes right across his stumps, plays it up to mid-on, and Dudgeon again, hands on head, and I suppose it's fair to say that if Proctor had missed it, and I think the question would have been asked, and I think we can probably imagine what the reply would have been, but anyway, Proctor got bat on it, so no harm done from his point of view. He stays on 21, Vasconcelos is 35, and Northamptonshire, winning the toss and batting, are 59 for no wicket. We've had around about 55 minutes play.
Kent exerting a little bit more control than they had early on, it feels like. Perhaps these bowlers just hitting their straps a bit more. So a little bit of shine coming off the ball, but not a huge amount in 13 overs. As Everson will bowl, 2 slips once more. Behind Vasconcelos, who defends that into the offside. Mie picks that one up again. Herring goal. Keening cry sweeps across the ground. A feature of Sir Lawrence ground for many years. Very polite goals, I like to think here. I'll probably mention that the rest of the season. They're not ones that, as soon as the players leave the field, are swooping down and nicking everything. Very much cultured watchers of the game. Back foot for Vasconcelos. They'll take a single up to Daniel Bell Drummond. And 60 for none. But yeah, I'd have to say, for anyone that does want to email in, I was only joking about moving the ground to Catford Bridge. Obviously, the ideal site is nearer to my house in Tunbridge Wells. If that's yeah,
the Neville ground.
Look, there's new investment coming into the ground, into the game. I think it's an ideal situation. As the ball's pushed into the offside, all sorts of reasons. There's rhododendrons there. Again, I don't know if I mentioned, but it's closer to my house. 60 for none. 21 for Proctor, who's facing at the moment.
Well, we were having this discussion during the Lancashire match because Northamptonshire have now gone 12 years without playing any first-team cricket away from Wantage Road. It's just everything is played there and has been for a while.
Everson to Proctor outside the off stump. And that's started well wide. Again, he's got some movement, but I'm not sure that's that much danger to Proctor. Seems to be moving well after it's left the batter. But hit the right spot, Joey Everson. We'll just get to ask some serious questions of the Northamptonshire captain. But yeah, I know, obviously, cricket fans just generally would love to see more outground cricket, but Everson to Proctor, and I know we'll get questions again about, as I'm sure all counties do, he plays into the onside to Jaden Denley, there's no run. But Kent at the moment just playing at Beckenham, and as well as the HQ here at Canterbury. 60 for none.
I suspect, knowing along many years of conversations with Northamptonshire officials, it's an economic thing.
Absolutely,
it's just the cost of moving the whole thing somewhere else.
Everson to Proctor outside the off stump. This one goes straight on to Chris Benjamin, into the over, just one off it. But Northamptonshire have not lost a wicket this morning in nearly an hour. 60 for none. Vasconcelos 36. Proctor for 21. Yeah, the same conversations, and
Yeah.
and people I know in Tunbridge Wells keep asking me when it's coming back.
Yes.
And,
Well,
and why aren't they coming
yeah,
back? And just can't afford to make a loss. And
No, it's different. I mean, I think it's fine if you have Northamptonshire. We're lucky. I mean, Luton, for example, when Northamptonshire played Championship cricket there, and indeed List A cricket there, they had a very good local sponsor, and indeed a couple of people involved with the Luton club who would sell it to the local business community. So it was worth going.
Yeah.
Members moan because it's 40 miles each way from Northampton,
Sure.
but it made sense to go there. We had some cracking games. Here's Dudgeon starting a fresh over from the far end, the Nackington Road end. It's wide outside the off stump, and Vasconcelos really just steering it away through point for 4. It was very full, and Vasconcelos really just laying a bat on it, and it races away for 4.
yeah, outfield is very
I was
quick.
just going to
isn't
say,
it?
considering where we are in the year,
It's April the 10th,
it's
everybody. Yeah.
absolutely raced over this outfield for 4. Vasconcelos into the 40s. He's 40, 64 for no wicket, Northamptonshire. But you need that backing from the business community, wherever you happen to be, or of course from one, major sponsor. And it's a big operation to move county cricket to outgrounds. Here's Dudgeon in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Vasconcelos. And I think the thing that sometimes is forgotten, a lot of friends of mine, and indeed myself, you look back at, very fondly at games at Wellingborough School, for example, but a beautiful ground. But the sort of health and safety regulations now are rather stricter than they were then, and the sort of toilet facilities, for example, that they used to have at Wellingborough School, which makes me shudder just to think about it. It just wouldn't be acceptable now. Here's Dudgeon in, bowls, and just back of a length, and Vasconcelos, little jerk, pushes it out into the offside. Slightly jerky looking defensive stroke, but solid enough. 64 for no wicket. And at Brackley, when we used to play Sunday League games there, lovely little ground. But the seating was straw bales, and at Kettering it used to be planks on top of wine crates, and you simply wouldn't get away with that now.
No. That's true.
Expectations have changed, I think. Here's Dudgeon in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, lovely looking force, little punch off the back foot, but straight to extra cover, and there is no run. But it would be nice to go somewhere else. Campbell Park, of course, Milton Keynes was the last ground that Northamptonshire used other than Wantage Road. I think Peterborough would be a possibility. The latest ground at Peterborough, Northamptonshire played on 2 previous grounds, but the present Peterborough Town ground at Bretton Gate they've used for second team. Here's Dudgeon in again, driven by Vasconcelos up to mid-off. And there is no run. Again, a little bit of shape into the left-hander from Dudgeon, but Vasconcelos adjusting nicely and driving it up to mid-off. And now I thought we were going to have the first inspection of the ball after an hour, because he's not doing anything, but no. Keith Dudgeon's going to carry on. And they've played second team at Peterborough. The women's team have used Peterborough, and Northamptonshire played there against Cambridgeshire in one of the warm-up games a couple of years ago. Here's Dudgeon in again, outside the off-stump, left alone by Vasconcelos, through to Benjamin, end of the over. 64 for no wicket, Vasconcelos is 40, Proctor is 21.
Yeah, it's been an interesting first down. I mean, if you looked at it just on the nature of the score, you'd think it would have been all plain sailing. They've had some good deliveries to deal with as well, but let's go back to it. Anything a touch too full or a touch too wide has been absolutely dealt with by these opening pairs so far. Hence the fairly rapid scoring rate, 64 off 15 overs. Ricardo Vasconcelos just 10 short of a half century at this point. Joey Everson will continue, number 10 off his 4 so far. Dudgeon has number 24 off his 6.
Got 100 here last year, didn't he? It was his only championship 100 of the season, I think. Memory serves.
Go into the stats in a sec. Just Proctor taking a moment to settle. In comes Everson to him. Good length delivery. Does that come off the inside edge? Has squirted past the stumps. And there was a sounded like a shouted ooh or an O there from Sam Northeast at second slip. That doesn't get you wickets, unfortunately, from a Kent point of view, but enjoyed the delivery. Luke Proctor just for a moment didn't know where it was, but it came off the inside part of the bat, and they've run through for a single.
Yes, it was his only championship 100, and he got 2 other 50s.
As Everson bowls. Oh, that's a great delivery. And has left Vasconcelos just feeling for it as he's come forward, almost resting on his bat as he did. And that's Joey Everson's best ball of the morning through to the wicketkeeper. But you know what I'm going to say, listeners. Northamptonshire still none down, 65 for none. That's what the scorebook will tell you.
Vasconcelos averaged 24.6 in the championship last year, which for a player of his undoubted ability was a disappointing return.
Everson bowls once more. And so into the offside. Vasconcelos just shows a little frustration there, not getting it past the fielder perhaps at point. Came with the outside part of the bat, no run.
And there, Matt, is, I think, part of the issue.
Right.
He can be very hard on himself, and if things are not going his way, then he can be very down on himself and hard on himself, and very self-critical. And a bit of that's good, but you need a little bit of positivity in there as well.
Everson bowls to him now, outside the off stump, but the movement off the pitch bringing it back towards the left-hander. There is no run, just a single off the overs so far. Couple of balls to go. Of course, in this game, we have the 2 top scorers in the championship last year, don't we? In terms of runs, Sabe, pipped Ben Compton to the to that accolade. Everson to Vasconcelos, defends that again into the offside. It's good length, this one from Everson. Asking some questions of the Northamptonshire opener. Going to update our BBC Radio Kent listeners very shortly here. Those on the stream online with the pictures, not hearing that anymore, which I think is, I'm told is a blessing. They'd rather hear us, which is great news for me. It's the first time I think I've ever been told that. So Everson to Vasconcelos as we wait for Lucy to pose the question. Defends that. End of the over, just one off it. 65 for none. Well, good news for Kent. They slowed down the scoring rate at which Northamptonshire are going along. The visitors having won the toss and elected to bat first here. The bad news is, in an hour, they've not taken a wicket. Northamptonshire 65 for none have made reasonable progress. More than that, 40 for Ricardo Vasconcelos off 50 feet, 3 deliveries, and Luke Proctor 22 from 44. It's Keith Dudgeon, the South African, and Joey Everson have slowed down the Northamptonshire scoring rate, but at the moment, the visitors will be very much happier with the first hour in the sunshine here at the St Lawrence ground than Kent, who are looking for these wickets before lunch. So 65 for none then, Northamptonshire continuing. So too the commentary via the BBC Sport website and app.
And Keith Dudgeon it is, bowls to Luke Proctor, who covers up. Ball homing in on middle stump, plays it defensively back down the pitch. Dudgeon completes the fielding. Peterborough and Northamptonshire played on 2 grounds in Peterborough, one of which is still an open space but no longer used for cricket, and the other one sadly is now flats. But the present Peterborough Town ground, I say, at Bretton Gate, certainly I think you could use it for a 50 over game, I would have thought. Here's Dudgeon in again, bowls to Proctor again, covers up, applause for Dudgeon from the slip cord, and as Matt said, Dudgeon and Everson have just tidied up this attack a little bit and have made Northamptonshire really work for the runs. We've had very few copper bottom scoring opportunities in the last 3 or 4 overs. There was that very full wide one from Dudgeon to Vasconcelos that he put away through point, but otherwise they've had to work for their runs in the last few overs. And again, dropped into the onside by Proctor. It's well bowled by Dudgeon, but mid-wicket is fairly deep, and so they're able to come through for a scampered single. Proctor goes to 23 and Northamptonshire to 66 for no wicket. Dudgeon walking back towards this phalanx of spectators, well wrapped up, it's fair to say, next to the Les Ames Pavilion, but there's quite a few of them there, which is very good to see. Here's Dudgeon in again, bowls, and that swings late. That's a beauty, and Vasconcelos just manages to get a bat on it, and it goes away down behind square for a single on the leg side, but that's well bowled again by Keith Dudgeon. On another day, it might just have crept through, but today it didn't. Vasconcelos picks up another run. He's 41, Northamptonshire 67 for no wicket. And I can reveal exclusively, and if David Ripley's listening, he'll be very pleased about this, that I followed into the ground this morning the ice cream van. And there is an ice cream van here, which is very, very good to see.
Well batted.
Here's Dudgeon bowls short, and Proctor just ducks underneath it, goes into the gloves of Chris Benjamin. If Rips was here, he'd be off round there like a shot for his raspberry mivvy or whatever. They still probably don't do those anymore.
At the risk of stretching the point, from here in the warmth of the commentary box in our little greenhouse, that seems like an eminently fantastic idea.
Yes,
I can understand those sitting nearer it out there on the bleachers, where it is
a little cooler.
7 degrees.
Now, change in the field. Daniel Bell-Drummond is coming from extra cover, and he's going in, I think, to leg gully or leg slip. You often see this position for Proctor. They're hard pressed to think of sides that actually haven't tried this to Proctor in the last couple of seasons. He's gone in more at leg gully than leg slip, and as a result, the umpires has gone across to make sure there's only 2 behind square. But here's Dudgeon. In and bowls to Proctor, and wide outside the off stump, so the double bluff. And Proctor leaves it alone, through to Chris Benjamin, and the over ends. 67 for no wicket, Vasconcelos is 41. And Luke Proctor is 23. Dudgeon now 7 overs, no wicket for 26, having picked up 7 wickets in the opening game of the season up at Durham.
Yeah, and imagine this is time for Daniel Bell-Drummond to think about changing the field, trying to put something different in the batters' minds. It's not entirely plain sailing for them, but they've made such a good start to this game.
You're going to see a bit of Jazz Singh, I think.
So, back for the first time in the county championship since a dreadful ankle injury. I do feel like a stuck record. I was talking to a couple of stewards when I arrived this morning about all the previews that I did for various, as we do, for various different publications and sources, and I really do feel like it just sounds like you're making excuses. Well, but if you went down a list of the injuries for Kent bowlers last year, it was catastrophic. And Jazz Singh, unfortunately for him, among them as well, started the season really brightly. So hopefully, sources tell me he's coming back looking really fluid. Also, a couple of people telling me he looks taller than he did last season, but he's a tall man, put it that way.
Yeah, he is, isn't he?
I'm not sure if he's still growing. He might well be. 19 on his back.
Late growth spurt.
Quite. His first delivery for Kent since early last season in the championship, outside the off stump, and that is a no ball to start. So perhaps his legs have just got that a bit longer.
Well, he's interesting. There's one on each side, really, because, of course, Rafi Weatherall playing in this game. His first championship game in almost exactly 12 months, because he played the first 2 games last season against Kent at Northampton, when he picked up 6 wickets, including 3 in 10 balls in the second innings, and then we played up at Old Trafford. And that, sadly, was it last year.
Yeah, just short of a year for Jazz Singh, 18th of April, last time he played. Short there, and that is, I thought, was going to beat the fielder at mid-wicket, but actually Vasconcelos has picked him out beautifully along the ground. I think he just checked the swing there, perhaps worrying that he might top edge it.
Yeah, he just toe-ended it a bit as well. I was just looking at his... When he was batting in one of the inter-squad games out in South Africa, his bat just completely shattered in his hand, and it was, I think, well beyond repair.
Just ever Anderson fielding it on that occasion. Outside the off stump. Gets himself a bit of bounce, but that one is, again, movement off the pitch outside the left-hander's off stump, but not threatening Vasconcelos. Could leave it on length and line. There's no run. So, yeah, he played in the game against Gloucestershire, 18th of April. It started last year, and that was that pretty much. But he took 4 wickets against Northamptonshire in the first innings of that game. So,
bowled well.
I was hoping the young bowler, obviously, to make that the first of many decent spells. Outside the off stump, that's a good delivery. If you can settle there, he'll be bowling well. Just has been a little bit wayward to start, but another dot ball, no run, 69 for none. He's just 23 years old. And, born in Denmark Hill, which on the website I'm looking at says Denmark Hill, Kent. Well, we'll take it, absolutely. It's metropolitan Kent, reaching into southeast London. As Singh bowls, Jazz Singh outside the off stump, and there's no run through the wicket keeper. Vasconcelos not taking any chances with him.
Yes, it must be places that always sort of appear in the old record books as being in Kent. That you know, places like Bromley, we were discussing earlier with the football. That of course was it Harold Macmillan's constituency, wasn't it? Bromley.
Was it indeed?
He was the MP for Bromley for years.
Singh last ball, sorry, penultimate ball left by Vasconcelos. It's a decent one as well. Vasconcelos a confident leave, but good length and line again from Singh.
We don't have too many problems with that. The Northampton conurbation. Nobody's ever quite sure. It's like when you go up to Durham and it's always for the north. Nobody quite knows where to put Northamptonshire. Are we Midlands? Are we East Midlands? Are we South East Midlands? It's a bit hard to come up with a sort of a slogan that quite suits.
Simply unique. It's Singh once again outside the off stump, left by Vasconcelos through to the wicketkeeper, end of the over. So no ball at the start. Spawning a maiden, otherwise it was 6 dot balls. 69 for none though, Northamptonshire. Great start.
Well, famously, the County Council, which no longer exists, had as its slogan for a while, "Taste the Strawberry."
Oh, okay.
Which was a bit of a different one, but "Let Yourself Grow" was another one.
Let yourself grow.
Rose of the Shires. County, I mean, traditionally known as the county of squires and spires. But yeah, geographically, we're just a little bit ambiguous, aren't we? It's a bit hard to know where to put us.
Can't be pigeonholed.
Well, that's I like that. Very good. Go and millions doing that sort of thing. Here's Dudgeon in again, starting his 8th over from the Nackington Road end. That's outside the off stump. Good carry still from Dudgeon, taken by Benjamin, but left alone by Northamptonshire's captain Luke Proctor. Out for naught in the first innings against Lancashire. Second innings battled really hard for 13. Finally got a ball that he thought he could put away. Laced it to backward point where Luke Wells took off and held an absolute screamer of a catch. So not a great game with the bat for Proctor against Lancashire, his native county. That's Fuller from Dudgeon, pushed out into the covers. And there is no run. Daniel Bell Drummond fields. Always likes making runs against his former teammates. Of course, he was a member of the side that won the championship for Lancashire back in 2011 and joined now at Mortage Road by Glenn Chappell, who's now senior assistant coach is his official title. Basically Darren Lehman's number 2. Here's Dudgeon in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Proctor. Through to Benjamin. Sunshine back with us. Really is a beautiful scene. Forecast for the next couple of days, as I certainly watched on the BBC this morning, was a little bit iffy. Possibility of a blustery shower, but then looked quite nice for Monday. So hopefully we'll get enough cricket to get a proper game in. Never rains down here anyway. Not allowed. Here's Dudgeon in again, bowls wide outside the off stump. Proctor not to be tempted, taken by Chris Benjamin almost in front of Crawley at first slip. 69 for no wicket. 4 dots in the over so far for Dudgeon. A few more people have ventured out onto the balconies at Freeman House over to our left. One of the best views of county cricket in the country, you would think. Here's Dudgeon in again, bowls to Proctor, and Proctor pulls it away. I think he had to wait on that one a little bit. It perhaps didn't come on quite as he was anticipating, but he pulled it away safely enough out to deep square for a single. Got on top of the bounce. Proctor to 24, Northamptonshire to 70 for no wicket. Always thought I'd rather fancy living there, and then you think it's a very long commute to Northampton from Freeman House. But they are. Well, it's just such a fantastic view of this
really
ground.
Isn't it? I look enviously
yes,
as I go past.
Absolutely,
And,
yes.
yeah.
Like have as your sort of holiday cottage, couldn't you? Here's
Crikey.
here's Dudgeon in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Vasconcelos. There's an exclamation. I think again it's Sam Northeast at second slip. Not quite sure why, but anyway, the ball goes through to the keeper, and that's the end of Keith Dudgeon's 8th over. No wicket for 27, and Northamptonshire 70 for no wicket. Vasconcelos is 41. Proctor is 24. Only 2 sides so far this morning have not lost a wicket. Batting first, Northamptonshire here, and Durham, who are 95 for no wicket against Gloucestershire from 19 overs. Ben McKinney 59 not out of 57, and that after they were put in. And I think fair to say, I just looked on socials, and some of the Gloucestershire supporters are not happy. Let's leave it.
Paraphrasing, excellent. Yeah, very diplomatic from Andrew Radd there. We've been asked for our lunch order, so I'm going to proffer this list to you with the fine array of whatever it might be. Yeah, there we go. For those I'm sure have no interest at all in my personal life, but negotiations still going on about our move to one of the balcony flats here at Canterbury. Outside the off stump, the sticking point still seems to be, and negotiations can be very delicate, can't they? Sticking points appear to be, well, price seems to be one of the big ones, and we're trying to get over it. I have to say, my side of the argument.
Mere details.
Well, yeah, there's so many pros that I've managed to put, but the big con. If I can call it that, it sounds dreadful. But
man of your means, it's a mere bagatelle. A mere bagatelle.
Absolutely. Here's Chas Singh there bowling to Proctor. Still envious. Back at the bowler, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's here, isn't there? And there's the flats at Bristol.
Yeah, of course,
as well, that are very good. I think the
Ashley Down Road, is that?
Yes, that's right.
End, yeah.
They're far and all named after greats of Gloucestershire cricket, as indeed they are named after the immortal Titch.
Indeed so. Chas Singh would like to channel him at the moment for a wicket. Certainly prolific. He was outside the off stump. Leg spinner, is that right? I think Titch Freeman, but that meant a different kind of leg spin. I think back in the day.
I think
no run by the way.
I remember reading that he used to, so it was said, routinely get through the sort of numbers 5 to 11 in the order against everybody. Might not necessarily get the all-time greats out, but he would. I think George Tribe, possibly not dissimilar of Northamptonshire of a slightly later vintage, but they used to just run through the rest. 300 wickets in a season.
Yeah. Here's Singh, inside part of the bat, and a bit of fortune for Proctor there, as that one's come off the bat straight to ground, gone past the stumps. And there's cries of frustration and encouragement for Chas Singh's bowling, who settled actually after, I think his first 2-3 deliveries, just looked a little bit, might say, needing a loosener. I think he's settled pretty well now.
He has. Also, good captaincy from Daniel Bell Drummond, who's there with him in there at mid-off, and just between deliveries coming and having a chat with him. Sure, just building him up, which is good. We're down to 2 slips now.
left by Vasconcelos outside the off stump, and there's no run.
It's interesting watching Vasconcelos in the nets before the start this morning, Matt, when they have the immediately down below us. So you do down below our commentary position, so it's a good position to just be able to watch the players practicing. And Darren Lehman was with one of the dog ball throwing things, and Greg Smith, the batting coach. And Vasconcelos was consciously, you could see, leaving quite a lot. They were bowling him deliveries for him to leave and just get into that sort of mindset.
Sing over the wicket. Wide, that one.
Hasn't left that one.
No, that's too wide. And eyes lit up, metaphorically. Vasconcelos has gone almost down on one knee to cut that away with force behind square. And that is 4 and 75 for none. That's blotted the copybook. And, well, we talk about consistency, how important that is for bowlers, just keeping pressure on. And that just one outlet delivery for Vasconcelos. He leapt on that one. And 4 runs, 75 for none. He moves on to 45. Proctor has 25.
And you made the point earlier, Matt, that it's really what these two have done very well this morning, is that they've when there's been pressure to soak up, and there has been. You mentioned Dudgeon and Everson, when they were bowling in tandem, were pretty tight and didn't offer an awful lot by way of scoring opportunities. But when there has been a scoring opportunity, when there's been one that's a bit short or a bit full, they put it away. And they haven't really missed out at all. There was the full toss from Everson that got drilled away for 4. So they've done that well so far, these two. But Kent, no. A couple of quick wickets, and it looks a very, very different game. Now the umpire's coming together. Are we going to have the first look at the ball of the match? I think we are, actually. I think I can't see the handcuffs coming out, so I think we may be discussing something else with Daniel Bell Drummond. I'm not absolutely
the
sure.
umpires have come together here.
Well, as I say, I was just wondering what they're talking about.
As you said, the ball is up at the far end with the
bowler.
bowler.
So it's not that.
I think Daniel Bell Drummond, I don't think he was called over. May have just gone over to ask if there was anything they needed to know. But
the only thing I think I was whether looking at maybe the car windscreens or
possibly
whatever, but with the sun on it, but it doesn't look to be anything particularly bright and shiny. Anyway, it's going to be Milnes, Matt Milnes, back into the attack from the far end. Nackington Road end, and his first ball from round the wicket to Proctor is left alone. Proctor just goes and has a little study of the St Lawrence pitch, which so far has played pretty well. And, well, Proctor, you would feel, is going to be well satisfied with his decision to bat first, but a long way to go. Here's Milnes in and on-driven crisply by Proctor, but can't get it past mid-on. And there's no run. Proctor 25 off 60. Vasconcelos 45 off 64. Sun out. Plenty of cloud around, but it's high, and I think the forecast for today is pretty good. Albeit not exactly sweating outside, at least. Here's Milnes, and again bowls to Proctor. Just goes off the inner portion of the bat. Just rolls down, trickles down into the onside just behind square, and they're able to jog through for a single. Proctor to 26, Northamptonshire to 76 for no wicket. Vasconcelos also just doing a little bit of gardening. And here's Milnes in and bowls again to Vasconcelos, who's in behind it, plays it up towards mid-on. And there is no run. A commentary position in the pavilion, with the Frank Woolley stand just to our right. Really nice of them to name a stand after the brother of a Northamptonshire player, isn't it, really? Here's I'll get into trouble. Is Milnes, and well, again, a little bit of a moral victory for Matt Milnes, because it wasn't off the middle of the bat. I think Vasconcelos was looking to steer it wide of the slip cordon, but I don't think quite as close to the slip cordon as that. Nevertheless, it was perfectly safe. It went into the ground. And it rolls away because there's no third man for 4 more to Vasconcelos, who moves to within 1.5 century. 49 to him, 80 for no wicket.
Imposing start from Northamptonshire.
Well, so far so good. As I say, a couple of wickets could just change the complexion altogether. Back to 3 slips as Milnes is in and bowls to Vasconcelos, who again is just squared up a little bit by that one. Plays the shot he was thinking about, which is just a little top of the bounce work into the onside, but that straightened him up, and in the end it goes off into the offside. So Milnes, 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 34. Just leaked a few early on, didn't he? 80 for no wicket, Northamptonshire. Vasconcelos is 49. And Luke Proctor is 26, and it's going to be Jazz Singh to continue. Bowled a couple of overs for 7 runs. Nottinghamshire now 74 for 4 against Glamorgan at Trent Bridge. So sticky start for them. And Andy Gorvin has nipped out Joe Clark for 33.
Jazz Singh to Proctor. That's a lovely shot. He's just leant back on that one and driven it through the offside. And that will be 4 runs. Flash of the bat. A bit short from Singh perhaps, but latching onto it immediately. So they move on to 84 for none. Tresbon's been in touch on, well, it is the old email address, but you know, I'm still monitoring it. I'm pretending we're not, but we are. Kent Cricket at bbc.co.uk is where we're trying to migrate to, under the corporate umbrella. But I understand you want to be a rebel, Tresbon. It's outside the off stump. That's cut away. That's a lovely looking shot too. I've just got a single backward a square. To point. He's not giving him that much width either. Was Jazz Singh there, but Proctor on to 31. Asking what on earth is a raspberry mivvy. Well, he may ask, but encouraging both of us to get over to the ice cream van sooner rather than later. There we go.
Raspberry mivvy, wonderful thing.
Indeed.
It's like fruit ice on the outside and ice cream in the middle.
It's a thing of great beauty.
Oh.
Thank you for your question. But yes, Kent Cricket at bbc.co.uk. As it's our first home game of the season, Kent supporters. As Jazz Singh bowls outside the off stump through the wicket keeper. If you have a mind, you don't mind if you lurk. Obviously, if you're quiet and dignified and keep to yourself, but be lovely to hear from you as a bit of a head count where you're listening to our commentary today, to me, Matt Cole, and to Andrew Radd as well. I'm going to say it again, the email address though, kentcricket at bbc.co.uk.
Michael Harris has been on and is with you on this one, Matt. He says, Andrew, we don't need a geographic reference for Northamptonshire, so he concurs with you entirely.
Me and the Northamptonshire Tourist Board in conjunction. Bottom hand comes off as Vasconcelos tries to drive that into the offside. There's no run.
No, I wasn't suggesting that one was needed. I just thought it's difficult if you go down this. It's as I say, Durham make a big thing of it, don't they, for the north?
Yeah.
But it doesn't quite work for.
It's all about castles for them up Durham, isn't it?
Well, got a few, haven't they? Bamber and Alnwick and ones around there. And
is that the Durham? Is it on the county border signs? Is that right? Can't remember what the exact phrase is, but back at the bowler, good stop by Singh, gets down sharply to his right. But Vasconcelos looking for a little check drive past him.
Talking of Durham, I must say good afternoon to my son, who is apparently listening whilst doing, he informs me and assures me, his university work, university revision. So
he's up at Durham.
He's up at Durham, yes, but he's a
bright lad.
He's at.
I mean, I said that of no surprise, Andrew. Sorry, that sounded really bad.
He's up. He's at home at the moment, but he'll be going back there fairly soon. But glad to hear you getting on with something useful. That's good.
Singh to Vasconcelos to the onside. That's the inside part of the bat. Slips excited, but trying to generate some excitement for Kent here at the moment because they're under the cosh a bit. 85 for none, Northamptonshire winning the toss. Elected to bat first if you're just joining us here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Northampton, and via the live stream, Kent County Cricket Club as well, wherever you may find us. We came in under the cloak of darkness and silence this morning. But thank you. This is one of the great things about our listeners is they're monitoring us, and if it doesn't come on right at the right time, they tell us, and we know things are going wrong. So, but yes, as I said when we started, new kit here with all sorts of bells and whistles on it. What could possibly go wrong?
Dangerous.
Silence.
Here's Milnes starting a fresh over from round the wicket from the Nackington Road end bowls, and Proctor, not for the first time this morning, just drops a bat on it, rolls out into the covers, and there is no run. Stays at 85 for no wicket with just less than half an hour to go until lunch. Still 3 slips in, as there has been for most of the morning. Just dropped down to 2 for Jazz Singh a little while ago. Is it Milnes in again? That's outside the off stump and left alone by Luke Proctor. Proctor's career with Northamptonshire is interesting. When he came to the club initially on loan from Lancashire, the club found themselves without an opener, and he went up and opened, got runs, and that was certainly influential in Northamptonshire deciding to take him on. Good day's work, I think. Here's Milnes in again, moulds to Proctor, just drops a bat on it, rolls up towards mid-on, and there is no run. And then, having batted in the middle order, he was pushed up the order sort of 3 and 4 by previous head coach John Sadler, and that seemed to again give him a sort of, not exactly a new lease of life, but his career certainly just kick-started it again. And now finds himself opening as he did for most of last season. Here's Milnes in, bowls, and Proctor again right across his stumps. Must be frustrating to bowl to Proctor, because he does come a long way across, and you just think you might be through, but not to be. 85 for no wicket. A couple of balls left in the over. Matt will need to update Radio Kent in a moment or two.
Sounds like a long traffic bulletin, which if you're out there,
that's all right.
Good luck with that.
It wasn't very one of the easiest runs down yesterday that I've ever had. It was very hassle-free. Here's Milnes in again. Bowls, hit peel for LBW. As he went up, well, Proctor didn't play a shot. Milnes has gone up. Height might have been an issue there, possibly just going down. But it's always a fraught with danger. Yeah. 85 for no wicket.
Biggest and longest shout of the morning, certainly, from the Kent fielders. But no dice, says the umpire. Well, Kent have just had their biggest LBW shout of the morning. Not out, says the umpire, and still no wickets for Kent in an hour and a half on this first morning of their opening county championship fixture here at the St Lawrence ground at Canterbury. As Milnes just comes into bowler, it's flicked away by Luke Proctor, who survived that shout. He's on 32, is the Northamptonshire captain. Pretty smug after winning the toss and electing to bat, I'd imagine. And Ricardo Vasconcelos, his opening batting partner, just one short of 50. So Kent have bowled well in part, certainly, but every bad ball has been severely punished by this opening pair. Still striving for wickets on the first morning, Kent, with Northamptonshire 86 for none at the end of the over there. And commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app.
We talked earlier, didn't we, about leaving on length, which we've seen a bit this morning, and I think that probably saved Proctor there. I think it was looked to me, as having watched the replay, as that it was probably going over the top. Might have just been angling down the leg side, but decent shout. Jazz Singh starting a fresh over from this pavilion end. Bowls on the hip of Proctor, who works it away down behind square on the leg side. Was there bat involved? No, there wasn't. I thought it might have been bat on to pad, but only pad, says the umpire, whose signal hasn't been promptly acknowledged, and he's standing there a bit like a sort of a tiller girl, trying to kick his leg up and demonstrate that it is a leg by. They've noticed him eventually. I'm sure scorers must do that on purpose sometimes when they see umpires balancing precariously on one leg. Anyway, leg by is signalled. One more to the total, 87 for no wicket. Singh with 2 slips in, bowling to Vasconcelos over the wicket. Vasconcelos seemed to have lots of time to play that up to Bell Drummond at mid-off. And there is no run. Proctor having a chat with the umpire, Hassan Adnan. There are a couple of people there on ice cream fetching duty over to our right. Just a little starter for their lunch. Here's Singing again, bowls and worked away by Vasconcelos down to wide long leg. They come through for 2, and that is a half century. They had to hurry a little bit there for the second. Good bit of fielding down to the boundary by Matt Milnes, but it's 2 runs that take Ricardo Vasconcelos to a half century, reaching his 50 off 73 balls. I say he only reached 50 on 3 occasions in the championship last year. Converted one of them into 100. That was here in a high-scoring game. So Vasconcelos logging an early half-century. 51 to him, 89 for no wicket as he faces Jazz Singh again. That again is on his hip, and that's glanced away for 4. And Jazz Singh is, I'm sure, learning rapidly that that isn't the place to bowl to Ricardo Vasconcelos. His 2 great strengths, you would say, are the sort of the cover drive, so anything full outside off stump, and then just on his pads works it away down there all day, as does Luke Proctor. And on that occasion, Milnes, being fairly wide at long leg, stood absolutely no chance of cutting that off. It's 4 more to Vasconcelos. He's 55, and Northamptonshire 93 for no wicket as the sun makes a welcome reappearance. Singing again, bowls and beautifully driven by Vasconcelos, just by way of proving what I was saying in the previous ball. His two strengths, that's his other one, but on this occasion he just picks out the fielder who's tight in there at extra cover, and there is no run. Jazz Singh from this pavilion end, slightly angled approach, in and bowls to Vasconcelos, short and pulled away down on the bounce to the man on the boundary, down in front of the main scoreboard at long leg. 1 more to Vasconcelos, and that is the end of the over. So he keeps the bowling, and Matt Milnes, who was fielding down at the boundary, no, it wasn't Milnes, was it? He suddenly realised that that was the last ball of the over, so he's had to come up and toss the ball on to Matt Milnes, who will continue the attack from the Mackington Road end. Kent would dearly love just to break this partnership before lunch, give themselves something on the board. 94 for no wicket, it's a pretty good platform. They've been going at 4 and over, even with the, as I say, the scoring rate having slowed down a little bit, because they were going at 4.5, but it's still decent rate of scoring.
It's Milnes then round the wicket to Vasconcelos, defends it into the offside, and there's no run. I beg your pardon, you've done the best part of 2 overs there.
No,
haven't you?
that's
I beg your pardon. I've lost the rhythm.
No, you were had a long wait before they finished on about the A2 and Tunbridge Wells bypass or whatever. Have you got one?
Not that I'm aware of. Well, I suppose the A21 in. Sorry, this will be fascinating for people in Northamptonshire, I'm sure. Outside the off stump, jacks in towards the off stump. Does Milnes coming round the wicket to Vasconcelos, but there's no run, sprawling to the right hand side. We do, obviously, in this job, don't we, become a little bit too intimately aware of roads around the country. So. Oh
yes. Well, as I say, I think most of the traffic seemed to be going the other way yesterday in the Dartford crossing. It looked long queues heading northbound, but it was pretty painless coming down here.
Well, the schools are out and jabbed into the offside by Vasconcelos. This one off a good length delivery from Milnes, and there's no run, fielded by Everson. I've definitely noticed this week that a couple of days, I think probably the warm ones, I don't know if everyone's disappeared to the coast or what they've been doing, but doesn't seem to be anybody around at all. But
very quiet, certainly coming into Canterbury this morning.
Yeah.
It's much more so than you would normally expect.
Yeah, coming here from the west of the county, it becomes a little bit on school mornings as Milnes bowls. It's played round his front pad by Vasconcelos, hence the ooze, but confidently enough. Single taken. Jaden Denley fields. Reminds me of the Truman Show, if you've ever seen that movie where he tries to leave town and then traffic or queues, just everything he tries to do, just appear in front of him. That's a bit what it's like getting out of any town in Kent, I think, of a morning, from what I can see. So. But today, breezing through, just most welcome. 95 for none. Northamptonshire, most welcome for them. Milnes to Proctor, just got tangled up a little bit as he tried to play that into the onside as the ball came into him. A bit of bad baton, perhaps just top of pad. Again, the slips got excited, but one would hope than expectation perhaps at the moment.
Did notice yesterday, incidentally, the birthday of the great Alan Knott.
Oh yeah, indeed.
It was 80 yesterday, I think.
There's a big, what would you call it, a placard, a poster of him on the back of the Underwood Knott stand, of course. Right. It's shot by Proctor. Not sure he quite got all of that. Perhaps gone finer than he expected that drive, but it's handsomely to the boundary. A quick outfield. Matt Milnes responds double teapot, just staring with his head to one side in frustration, perhaps, as Proctor hasn't completely middled that. It's enough though. 99 for none, 57 for Vasconcelos, 36 for Proctor.
Yeah, one of my late mum's favourite cricketers, Alan Knott. And of course, his son James is very much involved with cricket at Stowe School, just on the Northamptonshire border, near the Silverstone circuit, doing great work there. Now we're going to see first spin of the morning, and Tawanda Mayeye is going to have a little bowl from this pavilion end.
That's interesting. I guess with two left-handers in, Jaden Denley would probably be the spinner of first resort, but wants just a little bit of spin away from those lefties then.
Ball 1 over up at Durham, and of course had a terrific game with the bat, particularly in the second innings of that unbeaten century. And here he is, bowling round the wicket short and muscled away by Vasconcelos for 4. First, second bounce over mid-wicket. That was a wee bit of a loosener, and Vasconcelos latching onto it. It brings up the 100 for Northamptonshire. So opening stand goes into 3 figures, 103 for no wicket. We've got about a quarter of an hour to go until lunch, so maybe 3-4 more overs. There's Mayeye round the wicket. It's outside the off stump, and Vasconcelos just gives himself a little bit of room, punches it out more or less square of the wicket in the offside, out to deep point, and they're through for another single. Vasconcelos to 62, Northamptonshire to 104 for no wicket. Just a slip in by way of close catches, flighted up by Mayeye, nicely bowled, and Proctor just opening the face, steers it down to backward point, and there is no run. There is a backward point. Man sweeping on the cover boundary, extra cover in fairly tight, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man on the 45. That's wide outside off stump. And Proctor not interested, lets it go.
That's just the 3 victims in his first-class career so far.
The AAN again, flights it up. He's certainly not afraid to get it up there, which is good to see, above the eye line. Proctor plays that back down the pitch. There is no run, 1 ball to go in the over. In again, bowls, and once again tempting Proctor, but he's not to be tempted. Pushes it out to extra cover, and well, the over certainly got better after the long hop to start with that Vasconcelos put away, but a very respectable over after that. At the end of it, Northamptonshire 104 for no wicket. Vasconcelos 62, Proctor 36, and is Milnes going to continue from the far end? I think he is, yes.
Looks like it. Yeah, just looking at, said 3 wickets in his first-class career for Tawanda Mayeye, very much occasionally. Matt Critchley, Liam Dawson and Ben Brown all in 2022, but all already had centuries on the board, which gives you an idea of when they reach for Tawanda's bowling. Milnes then, round the wicket to Vasconcelos, just deftly works it away behind square. Everson's after it, he'll take a single. Just a rising delivery outside the off stump, and just angles the bat cutting it away. Or guiding it and cutting it perhaps, but he's come through for, was that 3 in total?
3, yeah.
That was a quick 3 as well.
And it's noticeable, Matt, that especially with maybe the ball just getting a little bit softer, Vasconcelos seemed to have a lot of time there, and he was just able to wait on it and steer it down behind square.
Yeah, doing rather as he pleases at the moment, it feels like. That's close to Luke Proctor's off stump, I think it's fair to say. It's not going to improve Matt Milnes' mood very much. Charming fellow off the pitch, but would very much like to be taking wickets this morning. Pete, great to hear from you on Kent Cricket at bbc.co.uk. I feel like I'm emphasising that, perhaps because I am. Pete, great to hear from you. Good afternoon, he says, listening in on the Isle of Sheppey. Fantastic. Must be beautiful there in the sunshine. Excellent commentary, he says. Oh, I shouldn't have read that bit out, should I? There we are. He's talking about you, Andrew. Here's Milnes, cut away, that is, by Proctor. It's a lovely shot. Again, just leaning back, waiting for it. Proctor, and that is 4 runs. I should really read these before I read them out, shouldn't I? He was asking if Glenton Stearman is injured. Indeed, he has a tight quad, we are told. It's precautionary, Pete, rather than anything else. I went for a niggle. Tight is the official, but I think it's fair to say, Pete, that after last year, Kent are making absolutely sure that they don't exacerbate even the tightness. So the physios trying to nurse Kent through. Round look at Milnes to Proctor, just on the front foot, defends that. With soft hands, it's no run. Paul has also been in touch. Great to hear from you. Kent Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Says, I hope Zach Crawley has his notebook out, watching this opening from Northamptonshire. Calm, collected, putting away the bad balls. There we are. I think England's serious about looking at talent around the leagues, not just the same faces. He may be in jeopardy. Well, I think Zach will be all too aware of that, Paul. It's into the offside, and there's no run. Reading between the lines, certainly. And I suppose you'd have to say, from no ball, no run there, that it's very hard to get into the England top order, that probably numbers 3 to 6 are more or less nailed on at this point. But yeah, I suppose there will be a question about, not only about Zach Crawley, but Ben Duckett as well. Yep. Yep. Also, Paul saying Compton needs to rediscover his excellent form from last season. That'd be nice, Paul, indeed. Just the 1,200 runs required from here, Ben. He'd love nothing more, I'm sure. This one's worked into the onside by Proctor. Single taken at 112 for none, but the focus here is not only on these two openers, but for Kent, Paul, is very much on how the bowlers get the breakthrough before lunch. And if they do, 10 minutes to go now, Radders, and it's a fantastic start from Northamptonshire.
Yeah, it's really has exceeded expectations, I think it's fair to say. The top order looked a bit fragile against Lancashire, albeit, of course, with one Sir James Anderson on duty, but Northamptonshire were 41 for 5 in the first innings and 50 for 6 in the second. So this is a bit of a different sort of feel to this innings. Here's Mayeye starting his second over, again flighting it nicely up there for Proctor, but Proctor's not going to be tempted. 10 minutes to go till lunch, just strokes it out into the covers, and there's no run. Mayeye round the wicket again to Proctor. That's wide outside the off stump. Left alone, taken by Chris Benjamin. Mayeye good for the over 8, certainly. Purposeful. Walked back to his mark, pushed it out into the onside, and minor collision between Mayeye and non-striker Vasconcelos, all very amicable. Still just a slip in. Mayeye round the wicket, bowls to Proctor, who drives at that one and edges it, thick outside edge, and it beats the dive of backward point, and it's running down towards the boundary. It hasn't quite got there. It was a full shot from Proctor, but he picks up 3 runs for it and goes into the 40s. 44 to Proctor. 115 for no wicket. He was already in the 40s. Always helps if you can count in this game, doesn't it? It's Vasconcelos facing Mieye goes onto the back foot, punches it up to mid-off, where the captain Bell Drummond fields.
To be fair, there's an awful lot of numbers in cricket.
Well, there are, yes, but it's the thoughts of lunch. Here's Mieye, flights that one up, and Vasconcelos, that's coming in our general direction. He's whacked that straight back over the bowler's head, and that's half a dozen. Vasconcelos has been watchful, but on that occasion it was flighted up. We've been saying that Mieye is giving it a chance and trying to get the batter to do something. It was a full shot previous ball, Proctor just getting a thick edge, but on that occasion Vasconcelos came down the pitch and thumped it clean as a whistle back over the bowler's head, heading in our general direction. Landed well over the rope in front of us for 6, so Vasconcelos, second 6 of the morning, first one coming in the first over. 121 for no wicket, Vasconcelos 71, Proctor 44, and I should think 3 overs to go until lunch. May get 4 in if Mieye is still going to be bowling.
Yeah, didn't help the condition of the ball, I doubt.
No, it whacked into, I presume, the boundary, the advertising board down below us.
It's a hearty thump. Matt Milnes was watching that. And now bowls from the far end, Lucky's road end. With 8 minutes to go until 1 o'clock, as you say. See how many overs they get in. This one is just guided back with a square, and they'll take a single. So 122 for none. It's a really imposing start, this, and not what Kent would have wanted to try and impress their home fans. Only being outgunned, as you say, in the county championship so far by Durham, who are 135 for none at Gloucestershire, though also, as you said, Andrew, they were put in by the home side, which looks, well, that's going to make up supporters even more.
Even crabbier.
Yes, crabbier. Good descriptive. This one's just checked up to mid-off, and there's no run.
I do get a bit crabby down at Bristol sometimes.
Yeah, perhaps good reason today. Elsewhere on the county scoreboard, Essex 76 for 2 against Somerset at Chelmsford. Nottinghamshire 100 for 5 coming towards lunch against Glamorgan at Trent Bridge. Great inroads made by Glamorgan today. Surrey 102 for 2 against Leicestershire at the Oval. Sussex have 3 Warwickshire wickets for 55 at Hove, their first home game of the season, outside the off stump through the wicket keeper, left by Vasconcelos this one. Hampshire 72 for 1. You were saying, well, it was really slow going for Hampshire early on, but they're going around about 3 and over now. 72 for 1 there. As we said, Durham 138 for none against Gloucestershire just before lunch there. McKinney has 82, Alex Lee's 47. McKinney looks like a heck of a player, doesn't he?
Yes, he certainly does.
As Milnes to Vasconcelos, going into the offside with no great aggression. But right behind it, no run. Lancashire 83 for 2 against Derbyshire. And Worcestershire now 78 for 5 against Middlesex. And 2 for Higgins, 2 for Sharma, 1 for Morgan so far.
Terrific start to the season for Middlesex.
Yeah, absolutely.
Polished off Gloucestershire.
Milnes. Vasconcelos just tucks that into the onside. I'll take a run to the arm of Ben Compton coming from mid-on there.
Oh, well backed
Shines
up.
the stumps, yeah. Sam North East need to do some backing up there as well, because it was fizzing in past the stumps, and that second slip. He's done a very good job. 123 for none. It was very important up at Durham in Kent's first innings, actually preventing Durham from chance of enforcing the follow-on, with which it turned into a 3-day game. Would have been even more difficult for Kent, but 94 in the first innings on his first one back, re-signing as a Kent player over the winter on an off stump. And Proctor gets forward, back to the bowler, no run, 123 for none.
I was surprised when I doing the prep for this, and you look at when he made his debut for Kent, sort of first time round, nearly 20 years ago, wasn't it? 2007. But yeah, 94 out of 197, wasn't it, in that first game up at Riverside, before Storm Dave intervened. Now we're going to have spin, but not to under Mayeye, who's been given a blow after bowling 2 overs for 14, and Jaden Denley is going to come into the attack, have a little roll before lunch. 123 for no wicket. Denley bowling leg spin. Left arm spin, beg his pardon.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of Joe. Jaden Denley then, left arm spin. He's going to bowl over the wicket with a slip. Rest of the field, he's got a cover, who is now moving a little deeper. People running all over the place. Mid-off, mid-wicket in there fairly tight. Man on the 45, mid-wicket, deep square, long on the boundary. And
is that against Singh coming on there, I think?
Yes, there's people running in all directions at the moment. They've now got a deep point.
Has a player gone off on the boundary, or is that?
Well, they've got a deep cover, and now the subbers, Ekhan Singh, is going in that mid-off, sort of, I don't know, halfway back, maybe not quite that. But there's an extra cover, 2 in front of square on the offside, and here's Denley, left arm spin, bowling to Proctor. To Vasconcelos, beg his pardon, who drops it out into the offside, and there is no run. And now mid-wicket coming in, catching on the drive. Denley in, bowls, and Vasconcelos watchful, plays it back down the pitch, and there is no run. Denley with 42 on his back, fair haired. Still a little bit of sunshine in evidence, and pleasant blue sky. Denley in, bowls, on leg stump, worked into the onside by Vasconcelos, but straight to under Mayeye, who's in there at short mid-wicket. Drummond comes across, just have a little word with Jaden Denley, who started tidily enough with 3 dots. In and bowls to Vasconcelos, who again is very careful in defence, plays it up towards extra cover. Drummond comes across to field. Jaden Denley's booters now, the laces have come undone. I think they're trying very hard to make this the last over.
Yeah.
I'm not sure they're quite going to succeed. There are 2 balls to go. The clock says, oh, it's just ticked over to 59. So
it's going to be a
yeah.
It's going to be a trial.
Depends how hungry they are. The umpires are, I suspect. That's on leg stump. Well, that'll probably help. It's turned away by Vasconcelos out to deep square. They almost walk through for the single. Vasconcelos goes to 73. Northamptonshire to 124. For no wicket. Now the batters are having a consultation. It may be one of those occasions when actually both teams would be quite happy to go in for lunch at the end of this one.
There's a truce out
yes,
there,
it's sort of, yes. Well, the umpire's now having a word with Denley. Daniel Drummond is tweaking his field. He's moving extra cover about 1 step to his left. And now Jaden Denley's moving deep square in front, down by Freeman House. The clock is now ticked over to 1 o'clock, according to the clock on the scoreboard, if that's the one they're going on. So this may well be the last over, the last ball of the session. It is. It's bowled to Proctor, who plays defensively down the pitch, and that I think will be lunch. The batters think, well, Vasconcelos. Yes, the batters think it's lunch, and indeed it is. So, good first session for Northamptonshire, who won the toss and chose to bat first. And, well, these two have done absolutely what coach Darren Lehman would have wanted. They've been watchful, but they've also been positive in putting away anything loose, which there were a few loose balls early on. Kent's bowling certainly in the second hour tightened up, with Dudgeon and Everson in particular putting in good stints, but nevertheless it's been a very good morning for the visitors. 124 for no wicket. They've had 30 overs. Vasconcelos is 73. Luke Proctor is 45. And fielding side just politely waiting for the batters to leave the field before they do likewise. But a good morning for Northamptonshire, Matt.
Indeed so, yeah, absolutely. Racing away at the start. Kent had a modicum of control perhaps in the latter part of the first hour, but apart from one or two promising deliveries, a big LBW shout for Matt Milnes on Luke Proctor. That's been about it for Kent, and fantastic start for Northamptonshire there. 124 for none. Here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Northampton, and via the stream, Kent County Cricket Club will be back with you just around 1:40 for the afternoon session, but Northamptonshire, having won the toss, very much bossing the morning. I'll be doing an update for BBC Radio Kent listeners. Other than that, you'll hear from myself, Matt Cole, and Andrew Radd in around about 35 minutes' time. Yeah, not exactly what they would have envisaged in their dreams, I think, more in their nightmares, because Northamptonshire won the toss this morning under sunny skies, and it's just got better for them since then. 124 for none they are at lunch, with Ricardo Vasconcelos on 73, and Luke Proctor, the Northamptonshire captain, having made that decision to bat first. feeling pretty smug, I think, at lunch on 45. Kent have flattered to deceive, perhaps. A couple of deliveries have got past the batters and given them some discomfort, but largely Northamptonshire have done really well, punishing the bad balls and stopping the good ones. So Kent have a lot to do in the second session to impress their supporters and to get back on track on this first day here of their opening county championship game at Canterbury this season. At lunch then, 1:24 for Northamptonshire, and commentary continuing around about 1:40 via the BBC Sport website and app. Well, a tentative welcome back to the second session of the day. All the lights are on. There are people home, we hope. New season, new equipment. And a great start for Northamptonshire here at the St Lawrence ground. More importantly for the visitors. Kent looking for their first wicket of the day still. Northamptonshire 1-2-4 for none at lunch. Keith Dudgeon will start from the Nackington Road end for the home side. Vasconcelos cuts that first ball away imperiously, 4 runs. It's a lovely shot.
It was, wasn't it? It was a little bit of a Larry Loosener, a bit short and wide, but that's been the hallmark of this partnership, hasn't it? It's been the fact that they have been watchful in defence where they've needed to be, but if there's anything offline, a little bit short, a little bit full, and they've put it away. And it really has been it's an excellent start. And there's a few Northamptonshire supporters who've been messaging at lunchtime. I'll share one or two of them with you, watching this with a degree of incredulity. I think it's probably fair to say. But, not least the editor of Wisdom, who we were just talking to up in the press box.
Oh. Exactly who that man was. It's defended into the to mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, Lawrence Booth.
I was going to say you mentioned his first name just before we came on.
Yeah, well, he's
there you go,
he was watching intently, doing some reporting for the Mail, I think, and yeah, it's I think it was Ben who was messaging me at lunchtime, Ben Rigdon, saying not very Northamptonshire not to lose a wicket before lunch and do so, scoring at 4 and over. Well, I know what you mean, Ben.
So over the wicket comes Dudgeon now. That's a great delivery. It's a lead by Vasconcelos. Well, if the first one was a loosener, that was absolutely on the money, but for clipping the off stump. Again, maybe he's left that Vasconcelos, or can leave it on length. There's some good bounce in this pitch. It's not always been so at Canterbury, that's for sure, but 128 for none.
Nigel, who's out the ground today, he said about a pleasing start. He said great confidence booster for the openers, and the cafe is lovely. Because I had said before that you must try the cafe, and he has, and he's suitably impressed.
I think they, I mean, we're on the BBC, so I have to be a bit careful, don't I, about this.
I was going to say other cafes are available,
well,
just not on this ground.
I was going to talk about where they get their where they get their sausage rolls and cakes from, but this is left outside the off stump. Don't worry, there's cricket going on as well. We'll mention that occasionally during this chat. So a dot ball this next one. So Dudgeon strives outside the off stump. But yeah, there's a bakery in Bridge, which is just up the road from Canterbury here, which I've visited on more than one occasion. Which I believe is where the sausage rolls and other baked goods come from, and yeah.
I'll treat you to one tomorrow.
Other bakers are, as you say, in Kent are available. It's flat batted, that one, Vasconcelos, almost. A little bit short from Dudgeon. He was just looking to round arm now.
He was through the shot a bit early, wasn't he? I think it didn't quite come onto it.
He did check it, didn't he?
Yeah.
I think as he went through the swing, but yeah. So, but yes, can definitely recommend it. At the moment, the home supporters probably thinking maybe they'll take some solace in that, but Northamptonshire supporters can not only watch some enthralling cricket from their side, but enjoy the victuals too. It's a swing and a miss outside off stump, and it's a real rarity. It's a rising delivery from Dudgeon. It's a great one. Just back of a length, maybe. A little bit of movement off the pitch. He's got Vasconcelos swinging at that one or cutting at it through the wicketkeeper. Doesn't take the edge. 128 for none.
Yeah, really good comeback from Dudgeon after that loosener. To wonder me, I think might be feeling the cold because he's already got a long sleeve sweater on, and the 12th man has brought out another sweater for him. Now, is that for him or that for somebody else? No, it's for him.
I did mention if it gets cool enough, he'll look like the Invisible Man with a snood drawn up just below his eyes.
Well,
and
he had a little bowl before lunch, but he's now got well at least 2 sweaters on, but maybe even a third. Joey Everson is going to be to continue from this pavilion end. 5 overs for 11, and as we mentioned earlier, it was really him and Dudgeon in his second spell from the Nackington Road end, and Everson from this pavilion end, who just clawed it back a bit for Kent towards the end of the first hour when Northamptonshire had got off to a flyer and just gave them a little bit of control. As Everson's figures would suggest, 5 overs for 11. 2 slips in, bowls, and turned away into the onside by Luke Proctor, who is underway after lunch, just nudging it up to mid-wicket for a single. Proctor to 46 and Northamptonshire to 129 for no wicket. Good afternoon to Lee. Wadey Cobbler, watching the live stream with your commentary over in Port de Solaire in Mallorca. Pleasantly warm and sunny here. Cracking start for the county. Well, it's pleasantly sunny here. I suspect it's not that warm, but actually just a little walk around the back to go to the press box at lunchtime, and it wasn't too bad. Here's Everson in again and bowls to Vasconcelos, who's defending. Out into the offside and there's no run, but it's a lovely sunny afternoon.
Yeah,
I say.
I was going to say spring-like, but you probably wouldn't want to be out of the sun for very much.
No, it's
very long.
One of those afternoons, and we did see it a couple of times at Northampton during the first game of the season against Lancashire, where people were sort of moving around the ground to make sure they weren't in the shade or in the wind. Everson in again, bowls full and driven by Vasconcelos, but without any great timing up to mid-off, where Beau Drummond comes across to field. And there is no run, stays at 129 for no wicket. Perfect start for Northamptonshire after Luke Proctor won the toss. Ben also making the point that aggressive running is particularly pleasing in this partnership as well. They have been pretty good in that respect. Turned away by Vasconcelos into the onside. And there is no run. Jazz Singh, tall figure of Jazz Singh in there at mid-wicket fields.
So they're starting with a pair that's given them the best control, I suppose, the best economy, these two.
Yeah,
makes sense. You could understand if they're just going to try and worry out a wicket almost.
That makes very good sense. Now they have a man on the drive for Vasconcelos in there at short extra cover. Catching position as Everson is in bowls. Vasconcelos is watchful, plays it up to mid-off, and there is no run. That sort of lovely post-prandial hum around the ground where people have had their lunch and just settling back into the afternoon, which is what Northamptonshire will hope these two batters do. Here's Everson. In and bowls on the hip of Vasconcelos, who clips it firmly but straight to Singh at mid-wicket. So just a single off the over, 129 for no wicket. Vasconcelos is 77, Proctor is 46, and Everson continuing to be very frugal. 6 overs for 12. The umpires are having another chat. They were let's say they were slightly worried about their reservation for the table tonight, but they were doing quite a lot of chatting, coming together, and nothing to do with the ball, because that's usually what it is.
And both captains are on the field at the moment.
Yeah.
But neither of them have been consulted or. Interesting.
Do they charge corkage at that place? Do we need to take a bottle?
A lot of fine places to eat in Canterbury.
So, yes,
it's so Dudgeon continues to Proctor over the wicket. Oh, it squares him up. It's a thickish edge, but through 4 slip, perhaps it's gone for 4. They need to have not exactly an umbrella field, but a more aggressive field than that to catch that. But it's a good ball from Dudgeon. He looks over his shoulder, perhaps ruefully, maybe even aggressively at Proctor, who's just gone to 50. By far and away, not his best shot of the day so far, but he'll take it. Northamptonshire will take it. They go on to 133 for none. Both batters now, Vasconcelos and Proctor, have half centuries.
Yeah, 50 off 90 balls for Luke Proctor, and that takes him past 6,000 runs for Northamptonshire in all formats of the game.
Yeah. So as the third slip goes in now, it's left just outside the off stump. And I think as befits his economy figures, Dudgeon's just a little bit loose to start, I thought, but I think similarly at Durham, it just took a while to settle, but looks good. The consistency's good from him here, but Kent fans may be shouting at their radios and their mobile devices saying, why haven't we got a wicket yet? And Northamptonshire will be equally on the other side very pleased. So Proctor works that off his chest almost. It's high on the bat. Again, it's a decent delivery from Dudgeon, but down to fine leg. Singh fields, Jazz Singh. There's a single. Kent bringing in Jazz Singh for Clinton Stearman, who's got a quad issue at the moment, just a tight quad, we're told, not a tear or anything as serious as that, but a precautionary measure keeping him out of the side today. And
tight quad, it sounds like one of those sort of gym exercises that oh, what you want? Oh, I was having a few tight quads.
Yeah, absolutely. Building that core strength.
I hasten to add, it's not something of which I have first-hand experience, but you won't be surprised to hear.
Jaden Denley, the other change to the side, with Grant Stewart away for personal reasons, and Vasconcelos just moves that up to mid-on, and that's fielded by Daniel Beltran. So 3 slips in now to Wanamiaya. After that edge squared, the ball that's squared up Proctor has been added, but I don't think that the 3rd slip would have caught that. I think that's more 4th slip there. It's well wide, so, but understand why Daniel Beltran was thinking perhaps there'll be another edge to come. Crawley at 1, Northeast at 2, Mieye at 3. This was driven, bottom hand comes off. It's not middled by Vasconcelos, but it's flying across the square. It will be stopped, though, on the boundary, I think by Everson, and that's the throw comes in. And that is umpire just checking that it's not gone over the... oh no, beg your pardon, the umpire is checking with the scorers because that was a no ball from Dudgeon, just overstretching, so... no ball +3. So I thought his signal was just checking with the fielder that they'd gone to the boundary, but no ball then. 2 more legitimate deliveries to come. 139 for none. Les Ames is living slightly in the past here. 12 runs behind us.
Oh yes.
It's been an expensive over though, 10 by fair means and foul. This one, as Proctor wristily works that into the onside, but by way of defending it off his off stump, off the offside, sorry. Working off his off stump, and there's no run.
Batter's totals are right, but the actual total isn't. So maybe they've, I don't know, perhaps the person responsible for the totals nipped the ice cream van.
Yeah, it could be.
Actually, no, ice cream van is without patrons at the moment, by the look of it.
Yeah. As you say, maybe one is working their way towards it. Dudgeon over the wicket once again. To Proctor, leans back, cuts it away, and they'll take a single. Thrown back in by Ben Compton there. End of the over, 140 for none. And so from a Kent point of view, the spectre of last season might be hanging over them a little bit here. Big first innings total, perhaps in the offing for Northamptonshire. Certainly, they've made a great start. 140 for none. Vasconcelos on 80, Proctor 52.
Durham still have gone without losing a wicket as well against Gloucestershire down at Bristol after Gloucestershire won the toss and chose to bowl first. 158 for no wicket now. Durham. Ben McKinney, 94 not out off 98 balls. Alex Lees playing the sort of Luke Proctor role here, 53 not out off 92, but those two both going well. In contrast, champions Nottinghamshire now 112 for 6 against Glamorgan in Division 1 at Trent Bridge. 4 wickets for Tim van der Hoogten. Keeper standing up to Everson, and Everson bowls to Proctor, who plays defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. So 2 slips, keeper standing up, a point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket in there, fairly tight, almost in a catching position, then a deeper, more orthodox mid-wicket, and a long leg down on the boundary in front of the main scoreboard. Here's Everson, bowls to Proctor, who again plays slightly across his front pad, but gets bat on it. It goes down behind square on the leg side. They complete one, think about a second, but it's not there. So Proctor settles for the single. He goes to 53 and Northamptonshire to 141 for no wicket. Tim van der Hoogten, 10 overs, 4 for 29 now. So he's thoroughly enjoying himself. Struggle for Essex as well against Somerset at Chelmsford, 85 for 4. Tom Lammonby's picked up a couple of wickets there, including Dean Elgar. Here's Everson in outside the off stump. left alone by Vasconcelos, not taken cleanly by Chris Benjamin. It just bounces off his gloves. No damage done. Tidies up. Yeah, dismissing Dean Elgar, and then Matt Critchley was made 100, a terrific game in the first round of matches. Out for naught, third ball. So couple of handy wickets for Tom Lammerby's medium pace. Here's Everson in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, who clips that firmly out to mid-wicket. And there is no run. Surrey 117 for 2 against Leicestershire. Jamie Smith 49 not out. Ollie Pope 33 not out. Warwickshire 83 for 4 against Sussex down at Hove. Couple of wickets for Finn Hudson-Prentice there, one for Ollie Robinson. Here's Everson in again, bowls and clipped away, attempted clip away through the leg side by Vasconcelos. And it goes off a leading edge, fortunately for him, not in the air, or not in the air for long, and it's fielded at point. So about 180-degree difference from where he was aiming to where it ended up. Rare full shot for Vasconcelos, who's on 80. Everson bowls to him, and back in the groove, Vasconcelos pushes firmly back down the pitch, fielded by the bowler. And applause, a ripple for Everson, who's in each of his first 2 overs this afternoon has just conceded a single in each of them. 7 overs for 13. When you consider that Northamptonshire 141 for no wicket off 34 overs, that's really good stuff from Joey Everson. 141 for no wicket it is.
Yeah, and well, I'll go back to what Adam Hollyoake said before the season started. Greener pitches here, hoping to protect the bowling resources, make slightly quicker matches. Well, Northamptonshire are not playing the game. 141 for none at the moment.
They haven't read the email.
No, quite. As Proctor faces Dudgeon, shorter from Dudgeon. I think it might have come off the glove eventually of Proctor, who's had a pull at that. But he has hit it. He's just clothed it down to fine legs. A single taken anyway.
Lancashire 119 for 2 against Derbyshire at Old Trafford, and Josh Bohannon 63 not out. Nice to see him scoring some runs against somebody other than Northamptonshire.
He's a classy player.
He's a good player. He's made 4 of his 14 championship hundreds have been against Northamptonshire, and he got
really?
And he got 90 last week.
Oh, just that seems like you're being targeted
Yeah.
there. There's Dudgeon, a bit slingier that one, driven by Vasconcelos. It's a half stop, a running stop by the fielder up there at mid-on, and there's no run.
Marcus Harris 47 not out off 84, and there's absolutely no doubt that he will make a big difference. If Lancashire top order looked brittle on a par with Northamptonshire's during that game at Montage Road last week, but with Harris in there, it's going to make and when Keaton Jennings is fit as well, it's going to be a very strong top order.
So Dudgeon to Proctor. He's got inside the line of that one, which is just short of a length, and Singfield's, that's a wild throw. That's a great take by Chris Benjamin. I thought that was beetling its way to the opposite boundary from Singh as a sidearm throw high, and Benjamin has just picked it out of the air like it's nothing, and he saved himself a few overthrows there. So a big call at the start of the season for Adam Hollyoake to put Chris Benjamin in behind the stumps, giving the wicketkeeper's gloves above Harry Finch. A pure selection decision. So Dudgeon, that one's got some lift as well. You heard the woo from, I'm not sure it was a slips or from Benjamin as he took it beside his left ear. But yeah, did get some lift. Not played out by Vasconcelos, but yeah, Benjamin hasn't kept an awful lot. He's kept in more in T20s for when he was with Warwickshire or the Bears or some version of concoction of
whatever they are this week
with the City and at Edgbaston, perhaps I should say. Harry Finch, having spent the last 2 seasons converting himself into wicketkeeper, so some work there. Driven into the offside, more or less straight at Ben Compton. He fields that. That's no run.
And you see immediately Vasconcelos is annoyed with himself because he hit the fielder. It's like I say, this has been, I think anyway, part of his struggles over the last couple of years. He does get so down on himself. I mean, it's very, it's great, set high standards, but
Yeah. Just kind of
it's not a perfect world, is it?
I want to say to him, you're really doing quite
Mm.
well. Yes.
Keep going.
Old chap. 81 not out so far. Behind that, you say, very high standards. And that's the end of the over. Defended in the offside. Compton Fields once again. 1-4-4 for none here. Some drinks coming on.
Yeah, maybe
For
a change of,
Vasconcelos,
maybe change of gloves, towel. But Louis Kimber is the man in the vermilion bib. It's a sweater for Ricardo Vasconcelos. He's obviously feeling the chill out there. He didn't want the drink, but he did want the short sleeve sweater. So Louis Kimber left out of the side for this game.
Breeze going across, I suppose, at this point. So
Yes, it's. Can you suspect we're slightly fortunate position up here in that it's pleasantly warm in here now without being too hot. Everson will continue. Keeper standing up from the pavilion end outside the off stump, left alone with an uncharacteristic flourish by Luke Proctor. Goes past outside the off stump. Still 2 slips in conversation. Everson into his 8th over, conceded just 13 runs. Everson in bowls and glanced away by Proctor. Is that an inside edge onto pad or just pad? Just pad, says the umpire. So a leg by onto the total takes Northamptonshire to 145 for no wicket. Brings Ricardo Vasconcelos back on strike, 81 not out. Everson running in away from us. Bowl to Vasconcelos outside the off stump, tight leave. But left-handers are supposed to be good at knowing where their off stump is, the likes of John Edrich in years gone by. He was a great judge of what to play and what to leave.
indeed so. I think we're coming up to an update. I think the producer has just been prompting us for after travel at 2 o'clock on BBC Radio Kent.
Everson in, bowls and beats Vasconcelos on the inside edge, and good take by Benjamin standing up, and that was not, I suspect, too far away from either inside edge or maybe the top of off stump. So Everson continuing to ask questions, and you consider, as Matt was saying earlier, he was a bit expensive, certainly in the first innings up at Durham, 0 for 74 from, what, 14 overs, but he's been absolutely on the money today. Everson in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, who looks to turn it away on the leg side again. Any bat involved, we shall await a signal or absence thereof. And there is a signal, so it's another leg by. As it rolls away into the onside, 146 for no wicket. Shut me up when you need to do your update, Matt.
Thank you very much. I'll just fly bodily across the box and stop you from saying anything. Not at all.
You've got the knobs on your side, to paraphrase
Well,
Harold Steptoe.
Let's not go that far.
Here's Everson in bowls and whipped away by Proctor. Very good bit of fielding at mid-wicket to cut off any chance of a single. And that's the end of another neat and tidy over from Joey Everson. 8 overs for 15. It's 146 for no wicket. Vasconcelos is 81. Proctor is 55.
Indeed so. Well, it's got some echo of us coming back at ourselves there from my laptop. I do apologise. And sure where that's coming from. 146 for none. I'm hearing voices.
We're hearing voices.
Not for the first time.
Voices out of the ether.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to hear a bit of Fred Atkins in the not too distant
Indeed
future.
so. He's warming his shoulders up.
Doing his vocal exercises.
Going to be into the attack. Dudgeon then bowls to Vasconcelos, ducks underneath a a short ball. It was harmless for Vasconcelos. Sees it coming and lets it go through to Chris Benjamin. Look at me, new equipment. I'm adjusting my headphone mix, if you need to know, listeners. That's very exciting. Looks like the serious end of a jet liner, this one.
Anything like a cake mix?
Yeah, pretty much. Not quite as tasty. That's back of a length, whipped away by Vasconcelos. How many has that gone for? Definitely 4. Wonder if it's going to carry the rope on the square leg boundary. Put that one in the arc for Vasconcelos. He goes on to 85 from 150 for none. Updating Kent listeners not only with this score, but with Sussex and Surrey, our shared show. So if you're a Kent supporter or Northampton supporter, please don't worry, it'll all be fine. 150 for none. A smattering applause from those Northampton supporters, enjoying watching their side in the sunshine. Beautiful sunshine, a good crowd here as well, and that's about as good as it's got for Kent, as this next ball is a dot ball into the offside. Northamptonshire won the toss, started at 11 o'clock this morning, haven't lost a wicket since. They've just brought 150 for no wicket then. Captain Luke Proctor, who made the decision to bat first, must be feeling pretty good about his afternoon too. He's 55 not out. His opening partner, Ricardo Vasconcelos, 85 not out. Kent have had a few half chances, but Northamptonshire have punished every bad ball they've been set and more. Stretching away from Kent now, who really could do with a flurry of quick wickets here to bowl themselves back into this first day. The opening day at Canterbury, that's a full toss, dispatched for 4 across square by Vasconcelos, who's looking imperious right now on 89 not out. So not a good start for Kent here. Otherwise, for our side, Surrey 125 for 2 at the Oval against Leicestershire, going okay. And Sussex have 4 Warwickshire wickets at home at Hove. Warwickshire 93 for 4 on the first day of those games. Commentary on all 3 via the BBC Sport website and app. So, yeah, 2 balls to come of this over from Keith Dudgeon. And then we're going to flip a coin as to who takes a breather here. As it's going to be clipped into the onside. And Andrew Radd says he's going to declare he thinks it's going so well for Northamptonshire. He's just going to sit back in the sun and watch them for half an hour. Couldn't blame you at all.
Quite nice to be on if Vasco gets
good
gets
point.
To 3 figures though. So,
do you want to? I tell you what, you'll take the next half an hour. Absolutely, sorry, yeah.
Okay,
so was that what you were indicating? I beg your pardon.
No, that's fine.
I thought you were just.
You thought I was being rude.
I thought you were mocking me. Just pointing at the scoreboard. I was like, yes, we're all aware. Fred and I are very aware. It's 155 for none. We need to rub it in.
Sorry.
His touch into Proctor cuts that away. Everson goes on the chase and will get there. Just fumbles the ball for a second, but they'll come through for a comfortable 2. And that is indeed the end of the over. 11 off it. The most expensive one, I think, of Dudgeon's for quite a while, if not in this whole innings. And none for 56 for him. Vasconcelos, 90 from 123 balls. Proctor has 57 for 102. I'll leave you in the very capable hands of Andrew Radd and Fred Atkins.
And Matt will be back with us in half an hour, or thereabouts, a bit less than that, to do his next update for BBC Radio Kent. And it'd be nice to be joined by the legend that is Fred Atkins, coming in on my left-hand side, as Everson prepares to bowl his 9th over. Conceded just 13 runs, 1 maiden, and Everson in with keeper standing up. Bowls to Vasconcelos, drives out to extra cover. And there is no run, fielded by Jazz Singh. Afternoon, Fred.
Afternoon, Andrew.
Good to see you.
And you.
Well, good start by the visitors here, and well, Kent, they kept plugging away, and Everson's been, I think he's been the pick, hasn't he, really? He's been excellent.
Yeah, good economy, right? Only 1.6.
Everson in again and bowls, and worked into the onside by Ricardo Vasconcelos. They sort of trots the first part of the single and walks the rest of it. So 1 more run to him. He goes to 91. And Northamptonshire to 158 for no wicket. Of course, having said that I'll stay on if Vasconcelos gets close to 3 figures, that absolutely guarantees that he won't get there, of course. But
I wouldn't say it absolutely guarantees it on the basis of what I've seen this morning.
Well, these two have played very well. Here's Everson in again, bowls and worked into the onside again by Proctor, 57. He stays on in a very large Chinook helicopter, whirring away.
That's deafening, isn't it? It's
very, very low.
I wonder where it's going. If the scorer Lorne Hart were here, he'd probably be able to tell us. Ex-RAF man.
Just flying over the Nackington Road, over to our right as Everson is in again. Bowls and turned away down to long leg by Luke Proctor. Picks up a single. He goes to 58 and Northamptonshire to 159 for no wicket. We were saying earlier, Fred, Luke Proctor, I imagine, is very annoying to bowl to because he does come across his stumps. His method is very much his own. But in the last few years, he's been very, very consistent for Northamptonshire. He's come close to 1,000 runs on a couple of occasions. Last year, just shy of 800, but he was also opening the bowling for a good chunk of the season. Is Everson in, bowls to Vasconcelos, drives up to mid-off. Bell Drummond fields, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's clearly a method that works for him. That whatever you feel comfortable with doing, then you should stick with it. Certainly remember, it worked for Jonathan Trott.
Yes.
Very effectively. Had a bit of a spell here as a coach a few seasons back.
Here's Everson in again and bowls, and Vasconcelos pushes it up to mid-on. That's the end of Joey Everson's over. Ooh, profligate by his standards. 2 runs coming off it.
Well, yes, I mean we were told pre-season that Kent were going to be preparing more bowler-friendly wickets this year. That's after, I mean, just the most extreme example of a visiting side putting Kent to the sword was obviously last year when Northampton came here and believe 722 for 6. And all that game was drawn. It actually got pretty close towards the end, didn't it? I think Northampton weren't far off
2 wickets,
forcing a result.
2 wickets shy, and to under Mieye, we were talking about this earlier, had to go to hospital because I think a family member had been in a car accident, had to come back from hospital to go in and bat at the end and
it was
knock it out.
Quite a surprise intervention actually, because I think most of us were under the impression that he wasn't going to be able to bat, and then Kent were effectively, we thought, 9 down, and that was when he came out, and he really did save the day.
Yeah.
It turned out, I think his brother had been involved in a fairly minor car accident from what we heard, and once he was told that it was okay, he came back. But of course, under the new rules this year, they would actually be allowed a substitute.
Yes, of course. Jazz Singh starting a fresh spell from the Nackington Road end. That's outside the off stump, left alone by Luke Proctor. Yeah, that's right, it was Yuzi Chahal, wasn't it, with his leg spin, and Calvin Harrison as well, who of course got his maiden first-class 100 in that game. Justin Broad got a 171, I think it was, which is the highest score by a Northamptonshire number 8 in championship history. Safe Zabe fell just well. He was not out, was he? He declared just shy of his double 100. Here's Singh in, bowls no ball called, and worked into the onside. That's such a Proctor shot down to deep square for a single. Proctor to 59, Northamptonshire to 162 for no wicket.
Yeah, I think the frustration is going to be growing here already. I think for Kent members came here was expecting a fresh start the season. There were reasons for optimism, and it just hasn't happened this morning. It might be it's a much more benign surface than we expected.
Certainly hasn't done a great deal so far. Here's Singh in, bowls to Vasconcelos, little bit short, pulled away and very well fielded out on the boundary. That looked as though it was destined for the rope, and a terrific stop on the boundary. Keeps it to 1, Vasconcelos to 92, Northamptonshire to 163 for no wicket.
Yeah, I think it's Dudgeon that's out there on the boundary. A tumbling stop for him. This is his home debut for Kent. He was played at Northants last year, but that was the only game that he played. He suffered a lower leg injury in the warm-up before the second game.
Here's Singh in and bowls to Proctor outside the off stump, left alone. Yes, 7 for 36 in the second innings. Had 3 out, if memory serves, without offering a shot, which did prompt one of Darren Lehman's best lines of the year, which was that costs £500. Why would you not use it? Which I think was a reasonable observation.
So they've gone up in price, haven't they?
Yes,
since I've played.
Certainly have.
500 quid.
Use the one from the kit bag with bits of twine coming off the handle. Here's Singing again. Bowl short, pulled away by Proctor, and this time neither Keith Dudgeon nor Daniel Bell Drummond trotting after it is going to get anywhere near that, and it runs away for 4. Proctor into the 60s, 63 to him, and Northamptonshire to 167 for no wicket.
It's just too easy at the moment for Northants. They're scoring freely, 4.3 and over. It's not as rapid as it was earlier on in the day when they were going at 6.
Here's Singing again, bowls and just straightens Proctor up a little bit, turns him round, pushes it up to mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah, Singh is making his first appearance as well since early in last season. He suffered a season-ending injury in the nets when he was bowling. You know that Adam Hollyoak rates him, thinks he's a good prospect. He's got all the attributes that are needed, and he might not have expected to play today. Sturman being out injured.
Here's Singing again, bowls wide outside the off stump, left alone by Proctor, taken by Benjamin, and that's the end of the first over of Jazz Singh's latest spell. 5 overs for 27, Northamptonshire 167 for no wicket.
Yes, I don't know whether he would have expected to play. We know that Sturman suffered a quad injury, and he's being rested today, so that the idea is so it doesn't aggravate it. So I think they were worried that if they played him today, then he would miss a batch of fixtures, and so they're not taking any precautions. So you do wonder if Singh maybe turned up this morning thinking he might just be 12th man, as it looks like Matt Milnes is coming back on from the pavilion end.
Yeah, bowled a good second spell this morning after a first one that was a little bit costly. 10 overs for 50 is figures, which even I can work out is 5 and over. 167 for no wicket. Milnes is going to bowl from this pavilion end, and it's still a lovely looking afternoon. I better qualify that, because as I say, we're behind glass and it's nice and warm in here. I think it's probably a bit fresh out, but
yeah, I can vouch for that. Yeah, it is actually pretty cold if you are out in any of the outdoor seats.
But the sun is out, and it's a lovely scene here at St Lawrence Ground. And here's Milnes, bowls very full down the leg side. Vasconcelos trying to clip it away down to fine leg, doesn't get anything on it.
And we are getting used to calling it the St Lawrence Ground again, as of this year. It's been known as the Spitfire Ground for a few years, which I thought was one of the less obtrusive sponsor names. That Shepherd Neame have not renewed the name, although they are still sponsoring the county.
Here's Milnes running away from us to bowl to Vasconcelos, pushes forward, and Vasconcelos just coming across that one a little bit. There's just still a little bit of shape for Milnes, plays it out on the onside safely enough, but just rehearses the stroke. Another helicopter, a smaller one, flying rather higher, going in the opposite direction. Probably here on our effects mic. Lots of contrails with airliners going overhead in the sky. Here's Milnes in again, bowls very full and wide outside the off stump. Vasconcelos tries to drive and doesn't time it at all, scuffs it to backward point, and there is no run.
Interesting delivery. Sort of maybe seems slightly slow. It seems to kind of arrow back in a bit in the air.
Yeah, well, there's one earlier in the over. I wonder if I suppose the ball being what is it now, 39, this is his 40th over, so it might just be a little bit of reverse, don't know, possibly. As it's dry enough, here's Milnes in again. That's a lovely looking shot from Vasconcelos. It races away through the covers for 4. That was a handsome shot, and it takes Vasconcelos to within a boundary of 100. 96 not out to Ricardo Vasconcelos. 171 for no wicket, Northamptonshire.
I just read his entry in the this year's Cricketers Who's Who. Vasconcelos, he's Portuguese, but he doesn't speak it. That's the fact that you don't know about him.
Yes, his family from Madeira, where I think Ronaldo comes from. Here's Milnes in, bowls to Vasconcelos, turns it into the onside, and he will get a single out to the mid-wicket region. One more to Vasconcelos. He goes to 97, 172 for no wicket. Yeah, born in South Africa, but of Portuguese.
So would he be eligible to play for Portugal if he?
I believe so. I believe so. But he's, I did ask him a year or two back whether they had a statue of him or Ronaldo on Madeira. Here's Milnes in and bowls outside the off stump to Proctor, who leaves it alone. That's the end of the over. 172 for no wicket. Vasconcelos 97. Proctor is on 63. Whether they regard him as cricket's answer to Ronaldo or whether Ronaldo is football's Vasconcelos. But
well, he might be worth a statue in about not very short amount of time at the moment. He's on 97.
Yeah, he's played nicely, hasn't he?
He has. He looked very comfortable. There's a bit of a pattern, actually. Talking of internationals who don't speak the language, Grant Stewart played for Italy. He admits he doesn't really speak Italian. And Fred Klassen, again, who's more of a one-day specialist. He's a Dutch international, but he doesn't speak any Dutch.
I'll offer you another one in a minute. Here's Jazz Singh in and bowls to Vasconcelos, who pulls it away, and that's his 100. He gets it with a 4 over mid-wicket, and that is a century for Ricardo Vasconcelos, his first of the season. And he acknowledges the applause from the dressing room, acknowledges the congratulations of his captain, and, well, how well he has played today. Really has been an excellent knock. 134 balls. His 10th first-class 100 for Northamptonshire, his 12th first-class 100 all told, and his second one in consecutive matches here at Canterbury. Made one here last year. Here's Singh in, bowls to him, and then just a big drive outside the off stump, and how annoyed he would have been because he got out for exactly 100 last year here, and how cross he would have been to get out immediately afterwards. And yeah, Luke Proctor, that's good. He's come down and had a word with him and say the job's not done yet, because it isn't. 176 for no wicket, but
it is amazing how often that happens, isn't it?
Yep.
Once you get there, you just psychologically unwind, perhaps, and that was probably the rashest shot that he's played all day, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's Singh with the trees at the Mackington Road end behind him. Comes in and bowls to Vasconcelos, who drives handsomely through the covers, running out towards the boundary. It's not going to go. There is a man back there sweeping, but they come back for a couple. Vasconcelos to 103, Northamptonshire to 178 for no wicket. We were saying earlier, Fred, Vasconcelos was appointed captain in 2022, Northamptonshire's youngest appointed captain since before the First World War, and the job just didn't suit him. He didn't enjoy it, and actually after leading the side to victory here, he resigned very soon afterwards. Singing bowls to him again outside the off stump, left alone. But I don't know, it just seemed as though that experience, he then had a little annoying run of injuries, and he hasn't really recaptured the form that earned him a 5-year contract at one stage for Northamptonshire, and he's with lots of speculation as to whether he might be looking to move, and saying he had a disappointing year last year, but he's got a new 2-year contract which was announced at the end of last year, and he looked much more like his old self, I have to say, on and off the field during pre-season out in South Africa. Here's Singh in, bowls, and that's a gorgeous extra cover drive by Vasconcelos, and that's 4 runs. They are running, but they didn't need to. And that's crossed the rope. It's another boundary for Ricardo Vasconcelos. He goes to 107 and Northamptonshire to 182 for no wicket. That's his 16th four. He's hit a couple of sixes as well, one to get off the mark. And then just before lunch came down the pitch at Tawanda Mayeye and smashed him straight back over the bowler's head, almost destined for our commentary position.
Really set the tone, didn't it, from that first over with 5-dot ball. So we thought, oh, it might be quite tight here, and he just almost a flick, wasn't it, for the 6?
A remarkable shot. 182 for no wicket. Singh in, bowls to Vasconcelos, who cuts that away down to deep point and picks up another single. 108 for no wicket. Nicks the bowling as well. Don't think Luke Proctor will mind too much about that. 108 for no wicket and 108 for Vasconcelos, rather. Northamptonshire 183 for no wicket. But no, I saw him bat in they had an inter-squad game at Groot Drakenstein Cricket Club, and he made 90 odd, and just the way he was striking the ball. I know you can say, well, they're lacking intensity or whatever, but they were, everyone was trying, and he looked very good, and he also got runs, I was mentioning earlier, as did Luke Proctor in the game at Newlands against Gloucestershire on pre-season tour. So came in with a little bit of form, played nicely for 25 in the first innings against Lancashire, and then got out, and then I say got cleaned up by Jimmy Anderson in the second innings. Here's Milne starting a fresh over and worked down behind square by Vasconcelos for another single. He goes to 109, Northamptonshire to 184 for no wicket. Northamptonshire's highest opening partnership against Kent was set a long time ago, Fred.
Well, they're not far off it.
No, getting there. 92 years ago. 199 by Alex Snowden and Fred Bakewell at Dover in 1934. Little way to go. Here's Milne's in and bowls, and a lovely looking drive by Proctor. Half stopped at short extra by Bell Drummond, but they're able to come through for a single. Proctor to 64, 185 for no wicket.
It's a while since Kent have played at Dover as well. That must be at least 35 to 40 years, I would think, if not longer. And as far as I know, I don't think the ground is actually being used for cricket at the moment, although you can if you go there, you can still see that it's a very decent looking ground.
Milne's in and bowls to Vasconcelos, who plays defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. Last first class match played at Dover was in 1976.
Right, they're even further ago than I thought.
50 years ago.
Not far away, exactly 50 years in fact.
Yep, played Derbyshire there. Northamptonshire have had 4 of their 19 championship wins in Kent at the Crabble over the years. Most on any ground apart from here, where they've won 5 times. Here's Milne's in again, bowls and pushed out into the covers by Vasconcelos, and there is no run.
I suppose it's worth mentioning, when they were here last year, obviously they posted that record score. They couldn't quite force the win, and from memory, the previous time they were down here, was that the first win in Division 1 for several years?
Yep.
And that came in not dissimilar circumstances, where they basically used the extra hour, didn't they, or the extra few overs to force the win. Yeah,
that's absolutely right. His Milne's in again, bowls and driven by Vasconcelos to Bell Drummond at extra cover. Yes, and that was Kerrigan and Keogh, and the line there was that the final catch was taken by James Sales, who was on a substitute. And the last time Northamptonshire won a Division 1 match was 2004 under the captaincy of David Sales, his dad.
That's right. I can remember because there was a bit of confusion in the crowd about how many overs were left, and because the minimum is 16. Is that
They
right?
got more in, hadn't they?
Yeah.
Because they bowled them so quickly. Here's Milne's in again, bowls and blocked by Vasconcelos out to mid wicket. That's the end of the over. 185 for no wicket. Vasconcelos is 109. Proctor is 64. And I shall make way, after some sage words from Fred Atkins, I shall make way for Matt Cole.
Yeah, just looking at the match situation here, it's pretty much the dream situation for Northamptonshire, the way that they've started this game, and it's caused exactly the reverse for Kent. I'm sure everybody came here today, home members were expecting, hoping that there'd be an improvement on the fortunes from last season, when it felt like we saw this situation too often. But the bowlers just haven't been able to make a breakthrough at all here. The run rate is currently 4.4 and over. And Kent have not got any bonus points so far. As Singh comes in, and well, Proctor sort of steers that one through backward point. Not the most classical shot that he'll ever play, but he'll get 4 from it. Didn't look entirely comfortable playing that, but with no fielders down there. It's managed to use the speed going down the hill to reach the boundary. And I don't know if Matt's mentioned this before. So this is the time of year when, of course, the Kent players are wearing these rope knit sweaters. So you can't actually see their numbers. With the exception of Benjamin, who is keeping wicket. You can see he's wearing the number 12. Singh comes in. And that one's just left alone by Vasconcelos. Takes a bounce and Benjamin takes it.
I'm very easily confused as well, as listeners have any vintage to this commentary will know, and so adding 1 or 2 new players completely throws me. So I'll have a it's like
probably
a
not
question mark over my head for about 3 weeks yet.
Probably not helped by the fact that we seem to be watching a game from last season at the moment.
Well, sorry, yeah. It certainly feels like it, doesn't it, from a Kent point of view? You might say from a Northants point of view, as this one's defended the offside, as they scored 700 odd here at Canterbury, didn't they, last year? So
yes, I mean, I'm trying not to be too pessimistic too early. So
you want to have some pessimism.
Should we try and be, have a positive mental attitude
very
for
good
the
point.
next?
You need to have somewhere to go, don't you?
Yeah.
In many businesses, and I think this is the case where perhaps you leave the pessimism towards the end of the season. Just try and keep it as long as possible. But there we go. You don't know what this pitch is going to do when both sides are batted on, obviously. Oh, that one's cut away by Proctor at head high. It just flashed past Sam Northeast's ear, I think. He had enough time to get his left hand up towards the ball. I'm not sure how close that went to him.
He didn't really.
Almost taking evasive action, isn't it?
No one yelled catch it, which is normally the sign that there's, even a 1% chance that there might be a catch.
Yeah, so I presume it was a bit away from him.
And I'm looking at the track from here. You can't tell if this is a trick of the light or anything. It does look like there's a sort of green strip almost from stump to stump, where it's just slightly darker than elsewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. And this one's a little bit of movement off the pitch for Jazz Singh, but nothing that's going to upset Ricardo Vasconcelos as he just deflects it away into the offside for a single.
But it doesn't seem to be offering a great deal at the moment.
No.
I did take a look out there at lunchtime, but I'd be lying if I could tell you exactly what I thought it was going to do from the distance I was at.
I don't expect any great fissures are appearing at this point either in the season, are they?
Well, you'd hope not.
From a ground staff point of view, you would. But Singh over the wicket there for the Nakkington road end to Proctor, straight back at the bowler. And end of the over. 191 for none then, so just 8 behind the Northants' first wicket record against Kent. And as you say, it all feels a little bit, from a Kent point of view.
The other thing to mention when we're talking about pitches, we were talking about the strategy of making it slightly more bowler friendly. Of course, there was a diktat came out around about this time last week where we were told that if a pitch was deemed below average, a team could be docked all of the points that they accumulate during that game.
Crikey.
So you do wonder if that might have played a part. It's certainly a number of groundsmen, they were probably thinking, you can't really take any risks here.
As Milnes bowls to Vasconcelos, just a defensive shot into the offside, and there's no run.
Kent suffered their fair share of points deductions last year for various offences, some of them possibly harsher than others. I think there was a cumulative disciplinary
There was indeed,
penalty.
yeah, and over 8 penalties as well, which they are pretty much doing on the spot this season. Is that right? I think, is it Gloucestershire have already been deducted points for?
I believe so. Yes.
Then they're not waiting until some weeks hence now. It's just going straight on the tally outside the off stump left by Vasconcelos. No run.
I mean, the worst game for that last year here was actually when the England Lions team were playing India, and the over 8. I mean, it was the sort of thing that would have finished Jonathan Agnew off. You know, he's been complaining about over 8s for about 30 odd years. I think this would have actually finished him, because it was something like 10 and over or something absurd like that. And of course there were no penalties possible.
So Milnes runs away from us at the pavilion end. Bouncer, it's a useful one. Vasconcelos goes down on one knee though and sees it past his batting helmet through to the wicketkeeper Chris Benjamin. But well, that may well be the reason why it's not quite as lively as we might have expected here at the Canterbury. It does rather beg the question, having seen scores upward of 500 many times last season, what is deemed to be, if that's a quick game can be below the standard accepted, when it's the other way higher than expected.
There's another perspective to this.
700 for one. Is that the best pitch you could possibly have?
Dot balls. Let me be honest. I mean, I find watching two teams make 600 tedious. It's not interesting at all. There's no contest. If it's 600 plays 600 and then the next team just sort of bats out the final day for a draw, what's the point?
So Milnes bowls to Vasconcelos up to mid on. I take your point to that. I mean, there were times, certainly within living memory, within the last decade or so, and beyond further back, where there were pitches prepared which were pretty much obviously going to be 2-day games though, and that's, you know, I can understand a reaction against that, and that just becomes a lottery. But
I get the commercial side of it, that they need games to go for 4 days, certainly in a test arena, but then of course we saw out in Australia during the winter just how wrong it can go.
As Milnes bowls, foolish delivery, whipped off his pads by Vasconcelos, single taken down to fine leg, and the score's on to 192 for none now.
Yeah, so we're 7 runs away from that record stand for Northamptonshire for a first wicket partnership against Kent. And at this rate, I don't think many people would bet against these two from getting there.
No.
Let's say I'm struggling to think of any real chances during this session. There were a few appeals during that first hour, as you would expect. Opening day of the season, everybody's quite excited. And at the moment, you're just in that sort of situation, aren't you? You just don't see either of these players getting out.
You know, I did a circuit, did a lap to see if I could make something happen, and considered actually just standing in front of one of the sight screens waving at the same end as a Kent bowler. But
I just mentioned reading the Cricketers Who's Who, actually, and I think it was Ricardo Vasconcelos who said that he thinks the worst expression in cricket is commentator's curse. So
that's fair enough.
I don't know if that's based on any kind of experience that he's had when he's been on 99 or something and he's got out.
I think the best comment I've heard about it, if only we had that power.
Yeah,
I mean,
no, exactly. Yeah. We wouldn't be here, would we?
No, we'd. Or would we?
We might be here, but we might have driven in significantly more expensive cars.
The ball is flicked into the onside. It's a murky side of cricket that we don't get involved in, obviously. 193 for none.
Imagine if you had that power.
Quick disclaimer.
It's quite flattering, isn't it?
Well, yeah, yeah.
Was it David Fulton was talking about Joe Denley's innings? Rather, not his innings. Joe Denley was obviously in the England side when Ben Stokes played that epic innings at Headingley. And apparently he wasn't allowed out of the toilet because they were superstitious, because Stokes was going well. So Denley was basically told to stay in the toilet.
This Everson to Proctor, turned down towards fine leg. Is that Leicester spotted
It's Darren
Darren
Stevens
Stevens, I was
wearing
going to say,
a
on
bucket hat.
the bucket
Yeah,
hat.
it's got a sort of upturned bucket hat. So yeah, I seem to remember David Fulton was talking about this probably on a Radio Kent broadcast. He's absolutely incredulous that, you know, he's saying that what we do is absolutely no benefit or no influence on what happens out there. And Joe Denley has missed one of the great innings of all time because he was in a toilet.
It's Everson to Vasconcelos, trying to lever that away behind square, fielded by Tawana Miye. 2 slips in. Miye is at just a backward point.
You do wonder, it's one of those stories, it could be an urban myth, but it sounds believable somehow.
There we go. We'll have to ask Joe in a quiet moment around the ground. But
yes, he's going to be playing more, probably exclusively white ball this year, we understand.
Yeah. His nephew Jaden is in the team today. Bit of bat and pad, just pad, I think, from the umpire's stance after it's bounced into the onside. And there is a leg by Joe Everson's been economical. He's over going at under 2 at the moment. But
yes, I mean he's limiting the damage, isn't he, Joey Everson here? He's very economical, but we need a bit more than economy at the moment. We need someone to take a wicket.
There's Everson bowls to Proctor, who's on his way down the pitch towards Everson as he delivered that and then thought better of playing it through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. So, I mean, I suppose if the commentator's curse did work, then for our respective sides, although, you know, we are very much BBC neutral, that Raditz and I at the start would just be talking up each other's teams like nobody's business. So at this point, I'd be saying Ricardo Vasconcelos is nailed on for the highest score of his career here, as Proctor faces, and Luke Proctor can do no wrong and will definitely be not out at stumps. Is that sort of thing?
I'm going to apologise to our Northamptonshire-based listeners for saying the first person plural there. Of course, we do have listeners in Kent and Northamptonshire, so I always sort of take the attitude when you're doing a commentary on a... We obviously want Kent to win. We're from Kent. We try not to be one-eyed, I think. You know, whenever I'm commentating on a football game, I always feel the same. You know, I try not to be... I obviously want... Say I'm watching Maidstone, I want Maidstone to win, but I'm not going to be biased or call it one way or the other. But sometimes it just kind of just overtakes you, doesn't it? You just say we when you don't necessarily mean to.
Oh, I've had the electroshock therapy to try and get me out of that, but probably still happens. Milnes to Vasconcelos on leg stump, that one. It's a bit of a waft down the leg side. I have to say it's one of the least convincing appeals certainly I've seen this season, but it started at mid-wicket with the captain. It sort of progressed gently, I think, is that Jaden Denley under the hat at point, and then Chris Benjamin, who eventually took the ball, decided that it was worth a go as well. So
yeah, no, it's the sort of appeal that you get after you spent 45 overs when you might have been bowling with an orange, really.
Unlike this game where Northamptonshire are 195 for none of 45 overs. I see where you're going with that. It's defended back up the pitch and there is no run. So it's going to come to it. There we are. It's a commentator's curse. That 199 is in the offing now, which would equal the highest ever first wicket partnership in Northamptonshire against Kent, which was Fred Bakewell and Alex Snowden. There we go.
Yeah, Dover 1934.
There we go. We'll always have Dover 1934. Is Milnes to Vasconcelos. I thought, because he looked skywards, that maybe he had skied that, but it's a scuff into the onside. It's actually a leg bye. It's come off the pads then. One to the total, 196 for none.
I feel like Dover is one of those grounds where if you really wanted to play county cricket there, you probably could. It would need a lot of work, and obviously it's not really on the agenda anymore. But it still looks like a cricket ground down there. It's got some classic old pictures of great players that have performed down there over the years, and it doesn't look that different to then as it does now.
Milnes to Vasconcelos, forward defensive, back past the bowler, comes off the outside of the boot of Compton, flicks it up to his left palm and bowls it underarm to Sam Northeast, who put some shine on the ball with his jumper, waiting for Matt Milnes to come back. So Well, I keep saying, not entirely glibly. You know, there's some millions in the coffers coming for ground development.
Well, we understand that there are active discussions with Tunbridge Wells, according to the chief exec.
There we go. Milnes to Proctor, that's underneath that, and there is no run. We should say at this point that the new CEO of Kent is due to join us on the commentary on Sunday afternoon, sometime after lunch. That's not a commentator sometime after lunch, but probably quite smartly, I'd imagine. 196 for none.
Yeah, Michael Wilshaw. I did an interview with him a couple of weeks ago. I always ask the outground question to every chief executive every year, but he did sound encouraging about Tunbridge Wells. Said that they are, actively discussing it was the term that was used. And again, you think of grounds. Well, Tunbridge Wells, if you can play cricket, a number of the outgrounds that we've seen used on the circuit in the last couple of years, there's no reason why you couldn't play at Tunbridge Wells. It would take too much effort to get it back up and running.
Milnes to Proctor turns that into the onside, gets inside the line. It's a good length delivery. Daniel Drummond fields at square leg, just the one leg by off that over. Milnes none for 58 so far off his 14. Everson none for 17 off a parsimonious 10. I mean, historically the problem has been the loss making basically at Tunbridge Wells, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
the need to attract sponsors to help finance that, and the council, I think it's fair to say, like many councils around the country, don't have huge amounts of spare money to throw at it.
This is true, and certainly it was always an issue with Maidstone Council during Cricket Week. They were always arguing about the money, and what you need in a situation like this is basically a local company to underwrite it. It would cost a few thousand as Everson comes in. That one is just sort of prodded by Vasconcelos. No run is taken. The figure quoted a few years ago, I believe it was something like £20,000 would have been enough to revive the Maidstone Festival. I mean, this is going back about 15, 20 years or so. And if you think about that, it's not that much. So if you had a large company in the area where there were cricket fans on the board, they could sponsor it, put their signage around the ground, and they would probably get a fair amount out of it. As Everson comes in, that one is just left alone by Vasconcelos, goes straight through to Chris Benjamin, who just shovels it on to Sam Northeast. So no run taken, 196 for no wicket still. Vasconcelos unbeaten on 112. Proctor is on 70. And we are 3 runs away from the highest wicket partnership for Northamptonshire against Kent. As Everson comes back in, and that one is creamed by Vasconcelos to the boundary for 4 runs, and that is the record partnership for an opening wicket for Northamptonshire against Kent. It also brings up the 200 here. So Vasconcelos and Proctor have made their own little bit of history here at the St Lawrence this afternoon. And it was the effective pull shot from Vasconcelos that took them to that landmark. It's rather spoiled Everson's figures as he comes back in. And this one is driven by Vasconcelos, and that has beaten the fielder, and that too is going to race away to the boundary. So Vasconcelos with successive 4s here take the score to 204 for no wicket. Vasconcelos must really like playing at this ground. Century here last year. I think if there's one thing that Northampton will be thinking about with that result in mind, is that they don't want to bat for too long perhaps with the weather that we've got around. As Everson comes in, one's steered away by Vasconcelos. They'll pick up a single. It's going to be fielded by, looks like Daniel Bell Drummond out there. Just got there ahead of Jaden Denley. Denley, you know, a fan of fielder's headgear, is the only fielder currently wearing a wide-brimmed sun hat. And Everson will bowl again. Final ball of the over. It's been an expensive one by his standards. 9 from it so far. And we're just waiting for the umpire, the square leg umpire, to shift sides. He moves elegantly to square leg. So Proctor takes the strike. Everson into bowl. And that's a wide one, which Proctor just lets go. Almost interested the umpires. I think he was tempted to signal that as wide, but as it is, he lets it go through. And the score at the end of the 47th over is 205 for no wickets. And we have 49 overs scheduled remaining in the day. At the moment, you'd say we look set fair to get them all in, I would think, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. The over rate's pretty good. -1, the scoreboard says, I think, does it?
It's difficult to tell from here with eyesight like mine, but it's
Could be-
either -1
could
or
be +1.
+1. Which
Yeah,
would be a surprise for Kent, because they've not been the rapidest. They've bowled
No. And they bowled almost.
pretty much all seam.
Yeah. So Milnes will bowl from this end. There is a bit of a delay while the umpire changes sides, in fact, I think.
I think there's a problem with, there's a gentleman standing very close to us actually on the steps of the Frank Woolley stand, and I think that Vasconcelos was just suggesting that he was in his sight line. Hope it wasn't us. Don't think we've been moving
I'd always
too
wonder when
vigorously.
there are angry glances down the pitch, but Milnes now bowling to Vasconcelos, shortish. Oh, it's parried by Daniel Bell-Drummond. Half a chance for the Kent captain, who's down on his front, having attempted a well, it was a goalkeeper-like save. It looked like a parry around the poster over the bar, but it's a pull from Vasconcelos.
Yes, he looked like he got something.
Sorry, from Proctor. I beg your pardon. Sorry. Yeah.
He got something on it, but it didn't look like it. There was nobody groaning, was there? It wasn't like anybody
No.
thought he put him down or anything.
I mean, it looked like it was a flying attempt to do it, but what happened? Welcome back to our online listeners on BBC Sport Online, by the way. Here's Milnes to Proctor. This one's worked more gently towards Danny Beldrum, who's now at slightly backwards square leg by Proctor, and there is no run. Sorry, it was Vasconcelos, wasn't it? As they came through for a single on that delivery. So was he who half a drop, half a chance, quarter of a chance, as you say. There was no great excitement from the Kent fielders.
There's not been a great deal of excitement throughout the session, really. There's not been a lot of noise, not audible noise in the field.
So yeah, apologies. Dropping out on the BBC Sport Online stream there. We are available as this one's floated in. It's a full toss and dealt with by Proctor. Doesn't need a second invitation. Just guides that through extra cover, and that's 4 runs. 210 for none. That record is broken. It's now stretching the first wicket record. Alex Snowden, Fred Bakewell back in 1934 at Dover put on 199 together. And this is 210 now for Northamptonshire. And these two, 40 runs I should say. Not exactly tripping over it, but looking for their first bonus points. Tries to get everything out of the way of that. Does Proctor. It's a little bit awkward. It chased him like an angry wasp.
It might have flicked his jumper, perhaps, but it certainly didn't seem to hit anything that was going to get given out of.
Need to follow into the body, as you say. There was a bit of a...
They've still got some way to go.
Cry.
If they want to beat the all-time partnership for Northampton against Kent, that was 337, Montgomery and Capel.
Right.
And that was here in 1995. So that's some way off.
But at the moment, they've put their side in a great position on the first day. That's clipped away down the leg side and gets inside the line as Proctor uses Milnes' pace against him. And that will be 4 runs through a fine leg. Adam Hollyoak below us is doing a lap. Penny for his thoughts, I wonder. The Kent head coach. It was, I think it's fair to say, a chastening year last year for him with all the injuries they had, and I think morale dipping lower and lower, Fred, towards the end of the season. The batting was very fragile as well.
Yeah, it was a tough time. Certainly for somebody who's normally around winning environments, it must be something that's quite difficult to get used to. And I'll return to that in a second, actually. Just watch Milnes come in here.
Yeah, last ball of the 48th over. Bowls to Proctor. Just flicks that to Daniel Beldrum on a backward square leg. No run. 2 bounces to the Kent captain. 2-14 for none, Fred.
And he strikes me as the sort of person that tries to remain upbeat all the time. And that must have been very difficult. The circumstances that he was under last year, the injuries that we keep going on about, but they were unprecedented. He was talking about it pre-season. 3 shoulder injuries happened, which is freakish. The injury to Jazz Singh, for example, where he was in the nets, it's the sort of thing that can happen any time, but the frequency with which they were happening last season, it doesn't help. And of course, you can't just give up. You can't just say, right, well, we'll jack it in. You've still got to play these games. So it must have been a learning curve for him.
But to give Northamptonshire their full credit, just one change to the bowling attack. Lenton Stearman is out with a quad issue. Other than that, this is Kent's best first line of attack, I suppose. Jazz Singh might argue about that, having started the season very well last year. Sorry, this first ball was a dot ball into the offside.
He might well do. I mean, it's one of I think we all came here thinking, we've got Dudgeon back, we've got Matt Milnes back. It's going to be great to see them in action.
Everson now bowling to... Ooh, it's an edge. It's a low edge. Goes through second slip. Wouldn't have been a catch anyway. But no chance for Crawley to catch up with it. It's gone straight for 4. A full-blooded drive by Vasconcelos. But
I mean, that's the first sort of... You can't call it a chance anyway. As you say, I don't know whether that would have carried to second slip or not. Probably not. But they're not really offered a hint.
No. There's one from Proctor, wasn't he? He was squared up by Dudgeon, I think. Was that shortly after lunch? I think
yeah, it was
edge, but that was going sort of 4th slip line as well. So
the Beldrum sort of diving catch, that aside. Oh, it's just been half-hearted appeals, really.
Everson then has kept the scoring down when he's been bowling. Vasconcelos defends that into the offside. Sam North East has left his position at second slip. Now finds himself in the covers. He's just going over to Ben Compton, 2 experienced campaigners. What do you think, Ben, about the ball? Sam North East says to him.
I should think they're probably both looking forward to having a bat, if and when.
Yeah.
The forecast seems to be okay for
it
the
does,
next couple of days.
Gloomier tomorrow, I think, but no rain forecast at the moment. Lovely cover drive, that one. High front elbow and single taken into the offside. Good work from Jazz Singh. Good throw into the wicketkeeper Chris Benjamin. As I was saying earlier to Andrew, apologies for the repetition for listeners who've been with us all day, but this game pits last year's 2 top scorers across the county championship against each other in Zabe and Ben Compton. Zabe has yet to come in, of course. These two, 219 for none, driven into
and Zabe,
the offside, no run.
Zabe enjoyed himself here last year as well.
Yeah.
196 declared.
I get 720. Is it
722 for 6.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those numbers that sort of stays in your mind.
Yeah.
Kind of a scar, if you like.
If you're Northamptonshire, it's your lucky number.
Well,
722 is my lucky number. 219 for none, and I won't say they've been lucky today. They played very well on a surface where the ball's coming well onto the bat, to be fair, but they've ridden the best that Kent have bowled at them so far, and they have severely punished every bad ball.
Yeah, so there's absolutely no question of luck here.
Right.
It's like Jazz Singh is going to swap ends, going to come on from the pavilion end. I suppose the other thing I was kind of touching on, we're talking about commentary bias, if you like, and I think one of the things I do like about cricket is that you obviously want your side to win, but pretty much everywhere you go, if an opposition player makes a century or takes 5 wickets, they will get a generous round of applause. Even at some of the bare pits like Taunton, I think or Essex perhaps on a blast night, if an opposition player does well, they will still get the respect of the home crowd. And I suppose the only problem from a Kent point of view is that we've actually got pretty well practised at it in the last couple of seasons.
Fortunately so. Jazz Singh just arranging his field with the help of captain Daniel Bell Drummond. For a start, Jazz Singh, I'm sure, will be delighted to be playing county cricket again, but this is not exactly, if he's using visualisation, I'd imagine what he'd been thinking of last night. 219 for none to Vasconcelos now. Oh, that is a long hop outside the leg side, and that is going for 4. No chance, Chris Benjamin.
4 wides.
4 wides indeed.
Yeah.
Almost felt like that stuck in the fingers there. As he's released it late, and it's just, as I said, it's a rank long hop. And it's 4 wides to start. 2-2-4 for none. Talking about things you don't visualise. There we go.
Yeah, I can't imagine that anyone would visualise that. It was rank, I'm afraid. Now, his challenge is to come back. I've said it before. Hollyoake knows he's got some talent, he's got potential, likes his physical attributes, like what he saw of him last season.
So he's getting back in line for him now. Bowls, it's a decent short ball. Vasconcelos, though, just ducks the head underneath it. It's a diminutive figure, Vasconcelos in any case, but Singh just dropping it short of a length, and with his height, he's going to get on the surface aiding a little bit of bounce. He's going to get that, that's for sure. 2-2-4 for none, though. And having heard Adam Hollyoake's pre-season comments about perhaps having shootouts here at Canterbury, I'll be assuredly hoping it's not, Kent, from their point of view now. And Northamptonshire will be all too pleased to you wrapping up a quick Kent
this is already
no run.
Potentially this is a match-winning partnership by some distance. We don't know what the conditions are going to be like over the next couple of days, but really, already looks like it's going to be very difficult for Kent to win. I mean, from this situation,
right. I mean, any session in a 4-day game that you don't lose a wicket, any single session. Edge and gone, and there is the first breakthrough then. Vasconcelos has chanced his arm, he's flung his hands at that one, and Jazz Singh has the wicket. It's a good diving catch by Chris Benjamin to his left, but Vasconcelos goes for 127 from 170 balls. It's been a fantastic knock by the Northamptonshire opener, and looks over his shoulder towards Luke Proctor, and casts his head to the heavens, as Andrew Rabb was saying. He is often frustrated with himself because he's got extraordinarily high standards. He may well have been thinking at this point 200 was there, more was there on offer for him, but he has gone a wideish one outside the off stump. He's flung the bat at it. You can see how frustrated he is actually, despite coming off with this record partnership against Kent for Northamptonshire at 2-2-4 for 1. He almost reluctantly raises his bat to the crowd, who are warmly applauding him, and quite rightly so. At last a breakthrough for Kent, but at what damage. Vasconcelos, a century, 127 he goes for, 2-2-4 for 1.
But let's also just have a word for Jazz Singh there, because a rough start to the over. 4 wides was pretty poor looking delivery, and he's come back very well there. 2 dots and a wicket, like he got a bit of movement, and he's finally made the breakthrough that Kent, they desperately needed it an hour ago. They needed it even more when he's broken through, but that was more like the Jazz Singh that Adam Hollyoake has been talking about so positively. It was a very decent comeback for the young man, who made his debut here 5 years ago, I believe it was, in the COVID season. That a game that I don't think any of us will forget, when Kent played Sussex here, and Paul Downton and Matt Walker basically assembled a side with about 24 hours notice after pretty much everybody went down, or everybody's app pinged. Heino Kuhn was the skipper. Harry Finch was drafted in from Sussex, and I believe Jazz Singh may have taken 4 wickets in that first innings.
Well, he's taken Kent's first here. How important will it be for them? 2-2-4 for 1. Let's Singh bowls to the new batter. That's a new name for us to learn. It's Calvin Harrison. There we go. Seems an age since the start of the day, but he just nudges it into the onside for a dot ball there. So 2-2-4 for 1. And Fred's going to take a breather. Fred, thank you very much indeed. Going to bring Andrew Rad back. We might do a little bit of a gentleman's excuse me, a paso doble around the microphones in a few minutes' time. Don't worry. Get your hands inside the car. No one will get hurt, as I like to say. This is a good shot from Harrison to get off the mark, actually. Just working that one to the onside, up to mid-wicket. Chased by Daniel Bell-Drummond. It's just a single. 2-2-5 for 1. Fred will be back with us in the final session. All being well. Unless the game's over by then. 2-2-5 for 1. Then ball to come of the 50th over. Bit of a chat between... is that Matt Milnes? I think it is Matt Milnes and Jazz Singh. As Proctor surveys the scene. Kent hoping 1 will bring 2. 2-2-5 for 1. As Jazz Singh then bowls outside the off stump. It's lifted over Gully, and that will be 4 runs for Proctor. A loose delivery from Jazz Singh. And that is the end of the over. 2-9 for 1. Updating Kent listeners now. Well, the good news for Kent is they've just taken their first wicket of the day. It's taken them best part of 50 overs to do it, though. A record-breaking knock of 221, I beg your pardon, for no wicket when the wicket eventually fell. I'll go back to that. 2-2-4 for 1 it was when Ricardo Vasconcelos went for 127. His captain Luke Proctor at the moment on 78. Calvin Harrison has just come to the wicket with 1 not out. So 2-2-5 for 1 now, Northamptonshire. I was trying to say they broke their all-time record for a first wicket partnership against Kent. They certainly did that. Ricardo Vasconcelos going caught behind off the bowling of Jazz Singh. The first wicket for Kent in what's been a barren day for them so far. It's the visitors have made all the running and are in an imposing position already in this match. So that's what's happening here at Canterbury. Elsewhere for our side, Surrey going along very nicely. Ollie Pope and Jamie Smith coming to the fore. 208 for 2 they are against Leicestershire at the Oval, while Sussex have 6 Warwickshire wickets now. The visitors to Hove 151 for 6. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And first ball of the next over from Everson is a dot ball. Just a brief pause while we move microphones here. And I'm just hoping listeners listening to that update have been actually following the commentary will know what I was trying to say. And then I answered the postcard to how close I got to what was the actual answer. But welcome wherever you're listening, whether it's on BBC Radio Kent, on BBC Northampton with the online stream via the BBC Cricket page, on BBC Sports, online commentary of every county championship match once again across the country. This one's defended by Harrison, back to Joey Everson. Or maybe you're watching or listening to us with the pictures, watching with the commentary, whichever way around you like it.
It
on
was
Kent County Cricket Club stream.
It was. It's one of those funny things. You come to the ground at the start of a day's, start of a match, and never quite sure how it's going to unfold. As Everson bowls outside the off stump, Calvin Harrison, who leaves well alone. Made 100 here. In fact, his maiden first-class 100 here on this ground last year. But I didn't probably expect to need a picture of Alex Snowden today.
There you go, yeah.
Which I've just posted on social media. Alex Snowden and Fred Bakewell, who shared the previous Northamptonshire record opening partnership against Kent. As Everson is in bowls to Harrison, who works that away nicely through mid-wicket. Certainly 1. They'll come back for 2. Takes Harrison up to 3 and Northamptonshire to 231 for 1. Harrison had a poor match with the bat against Lancashire last week. Made 4 in the first innings, and we always hesitate to criticise decisions, but I don't think it was a very good one, judging by the replays and the number of times we saw it. May have been a bit unlucky. Driven nicely by Harrison, and is it going to beat the dive of mid-off? No, it's not. If it had done, I think it would have run away for 4, as it is. It's a dot ball, end of the over. 231 for 1. Harrison is 3. Proctor is 82. And in the second innings, he was bowled, not offering a shot against Tom Bailey. So just 4 runs in the match. Bowled well, picked up 5 wickets with his leg spin on a pitch that was really doing nothing for him. But they want him to bat up the order. That's one of the reasons behind the move from Nottinghamshire. He wants to obviously play as much red ball cricket as possible. He's certainly going to get plenty of overs, but I think they want him to be batting in the top 4. And another opportunity for him here. But yes, Alex Snowden and Fred Bakewell, the Crabble, 1934.
Been eclipsed, and
Yeah.
Crabble still play football there. Dover Athletic play on the upper pitch. The rugby team play on the lower pitch there. And Fred Atkins was already drawing up plans, I think
I
it
saw
sounded
that,
like. For
yes,
it's very easily convertible back into a cricket stadium.
He's there, isn't he?
It is Singh bowling to Proctor. It was already sort of bouncing up and down, squatting a little bit before as Singh ran up, but gets underneath a shortish ball. Doesn't get up terribly much, actually. 2-3-1 4-1.
Well, I don't think Northamptonshire mind too much, because they had 4 championship wins at the Crabble back in the day.
You were talking about that earlier on. Yeah,
so it was a decent ground for Northamptonshire.
As Singh then bowls to Proctor, and he works this one away into the onside for 2 in the end. It's, Everson gets to the ball eventually, coming round for a fine leg. And they're on to 2-3-3 for 1.
To encourage Kent listeners and viewers, I can tell you that even though that record 199 partnership at the Crabble in 1934 was a formidable effort, Kent still won the match.
Here we go.
Won by 6 wickets.
Oh, well, that's that precedent has been set.
Well, it was extraordinary, the first innings of that match. Northamptonshire were bowled out for 157. Titch Freeman, who we were talking about this morning, after whom Freeman House picked up 7 wickets. Jack Timms made 100, and the next highest score in the innings was 14.
So
nobody else got to double figures.
Singh bowls to Proctor. Let's turn around the corner again, back with a square. They'll come through for a second. Proctor running to the danger end. It's a good sharp throw, actually, coming in from Compton, I think that is, but not going to stop Proctor completing the second run. I remember Crabble, the football ground, because it's on the upper level. I'd say hitting the headlines exactly, but they drew Crystal Palace in the FA Cup, had a really good run, and Alan Pardew being very sniffy about the fact there's a very steep rise that they couldn't take the coach up there. That the players, imagine this, Andrew Rad, they had to walk up an incline to get to the dressing rooms, and he was apparently spitting feathers over that, about the indignity. That's not sure what that's come off, but it's gone for 4. It's a short ball. It's a good one from Singh coming into the body.
Disallowed. They didn't play a shot,
there
and he wasn't taking evasive action.
Dead ball then,
Dead ball call.
Right,
yeah, 157 all out Northamptonshire in that game. We got 304 Kent, and then we had the 199 opening partnership. Northamptonshire bowled out for 340. Left Kent needing 194 to win, and they got there in 31 overs, thanks largely to Frank Woolley, who made 104.
I gather that Woolley could play a bit.
So they say.
As Singh digs that one in. Proctor's not having a bar of that. It's gone through down the leg side to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run.
Mind you, his brother was even better, of course, because he played for Northamptonshire. Claude Woolley, known as Dick. Opened the batting for many, many years for Northamptonshire, well into the 30s. First captained the first all-professional Northamptonshire side in 1929. And they didn't have any amateurs available.
It's Singh then to bowl to Proctor. Again, it's gone a little bit short, and Proctor just ducks as soon as he sees the length of it, and it's not got up tremendously, but it's not a great direction either. But stopped him scoring runs. 2, 3, 5 for 1 at least.
I tell you what, I can imagine the reaction of some of the Northamptonshire old guard when they fielded 11 professionals in that. It would have been like Alan Pardew. It would have
Having to walk up a hill.
Having to walk up a hill with his players with their earbuds in or whatever. 2:34 for 1. It is. Quick scan through what's happening elsewhere. Essex have been bowled out. Kent listeners, I'm sure, will be delighted to hear.
They'll be crying salt tears.
Yes, all out for 149 against Somerset at Chelmsford. Wicket shared around, but Josh Shaw made the move from Gloucestershire. He's picked up 3, couple for Overton, couple for Ball. He got the first 2, couple for Tom Lammonby. Change bowling from the far end, the Nackington Road end. Keith Dudgeon is back in the attack, 12 overs for 54. He has 2 slips and a gully. He's going to be bowling to Calvin Harrison. Comes in, Harrison cracks that away off the back foot straight to backward point. And there is no run. Breeze seems to be getting up a little bit. You can probably hear it in the effects mic, and it may be just getting a little bit breezy. Yes, it was genuinely windy last night where I'm staying, which is not too far from Whitstable.
I think as the temperature, I mean, I don't know which comes first, chicken and egg for me, because I don't know anything about science. But certainly the temperature was falling radically at the time when the wind
cold
was
front going through, wasn't there? Here's Dudgeon in bowls, and that's a lovely back foot punch by Calvin Harrison. It's running out towards the boundary in front of the Les Ames stand. It's not quite going to go to really go. Actually, it has. I thought that was just about going to be flicked back, but I think he did get a hand on it, Bell Drummond, and it just maybe rolled back onto the rope. Anyway, it's 4 runs to Harrison. He goes to 8, and Northamptonshire to 238 for 1. Trent Bridge, the champions Nottinghamshire, 222 for 7 against Glamorgan. It's a bit of a recovery because they were 103 for 6, and there's been a century partnership between Jack Haynes and as Dudgeon is in bowls and worked into the onside by Calvin Harrison, but there is no run between Jack Haynes and Fergus O'Neill. O'Neill has just gone for 59, but Haynes is still there, 79 not out. Surrey 211 for 2 against Leicestershire at the Oval. Jamie Smith, a strong start to the season, hasn't he? Batting at 3 for Surrey, 89 not out. Ollie Pope also needed some runs, and he's got some, 87 not out for him. Now, field changes. Man goes out to deep mid-wicket, and Gully comes out to mid-wicket. In fact, the other man out in the deep has gone to deep square. So, might we see Dudgeon trying out Calvin Harrison with a short ball? And now second slip has gone to Gully. So he has 1 slip and a gully, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square and long leg. And here's Dudgeon. Bowls to Harrison on his hip, and he pulls it away down to long leg. Jas Singh comes in off the boundary to field, sends in his return, and they are through for a single. 240 for 1 now. Harrison is 8. Proctor back on strike on 86. At Hove, Warwickshire 158 for 6 against Sussex, who of course started off with that terrific win over Leicestershire. Ollie Robinson getting through a few overs there, 15 overs, 2 for 44, couple of wickets for him, couple for Finn Hudson-Prentice. Hampshire 197 for 4 against Yorkshire, so after a sticky start they're making a bit of progress, Hampshire. Here's Dudgeon. In and bowls to Proctor, who just lays back, tries to carve it away past backward point, but doesn't manage to beat Jas Singh. And there is no run. Bell Drummond has got himself in at short extra, and now for Proctor, he's putting a man back on the boundary at deep backward point. So he has a slip and a gully, a man on the drive, then a more orthodox extra cover, a mid-off, and a deep backward point. Here's Dudgeon in, bowls to Proctor outside the off stump. Proctor leaves it alone. Through to Chris Benjamin, end of the over. 240 for 1. Northamptonshire with Harrison on 8, Proctor on 86 if you're just joining us. The 1 wicket to fall, Ricardo Vasconcelos caught behind by Chris Benjamin off Jazz Singh for 127. He and Proctor sharing an opening stand of 224 after Northamptonshire won the toss and chose to bat, and that is a new Northamptonshire record for an opening stand against Kent.
That was exactly what I was trying to say at the top of the hour. There we go. Beautifully done by Andrew Rad. Absolutely. And well, you've mentioned that Durham score before, but they both have centuries now. Alex Lees and Ben McKinney, who's going from strength to 282 for none at this point against Gloucestershire. And I mean, you would feel rightfully a little bit down the dumps if you put them into bat there.
Yes, absolutely.
Which is what Gloucestershire did at Bristol.
Questions will be asked in the house, won't they?
Yeah.
See also that Hampshire score, 198 for 4. Jake Lehman, son of, is 55 not out off 67 balls.
I wonder if the Northampton head coach had nipped down the road or up the road, that would be, wouldn't it?
Yes.
So Jaden Denley's into the attack now. 240 for 1. He'll bowl to Calvin Harrison. Looked like he got much turn there, the left armour. A single slip in. Zach Crawley with hands in pockets. Hands on knees now as Denley bowls. Just get a bit of turn there, but no great bounce, and that's whipped away for 4 runs. Back foot driven by Harrison, and that will be 4 runs. And yeah, no surprise bounce there for Denley. He's going to have to work hard here to keep any sort of control. But Kent probably also mindful of their over rate. I was saying earlier to Fred, Andrew, that they are, ECB are clamping down and quickly on that. Gloucestershire have already had a penalty. This one is propelled again into the onside off the back foot, but fielded this time by Daniel Bell Drummond for no run. 2-4-4 for 1. Then Northamptonshire. This one keeps a little bit low. But again, no great pace. Throw comes in from the covers. Matt Milnes with it. A single run.
And I think I've certainly had a sympathy with them being a little bit less lenient. I think if you're going to have a regulation in there, then it needs to be applied. And you and I know, and everybody knows that follows county cricket, that there are times when you think, well, hang on, where have they found allowances for there? But they somehow managed to.
Yeah. Over the wicket, the left-handed Proctor comes Denley into the onside, no run.
They somehow managed to find a couple of overs from somewhere, but yeah, I saw Gloucestershire. That's been a very, very good start all round, has it? Really?
No. This one goes front foot well down from Luke Proctor. Just rolls the wrists over as he clips it into the onside, fielded by Jazz Singh coming in from the boundary. Single to end the over. 2-4-6 for 1. Denley's none for 7 off 2 so far.
Also, I think it's a really interesting discussion you're having with Fred about pitches and you know, 4-day pitches and the sort of surface that you want to play on. And I suppose we were a bit lucky on the first round of matches at Northampton, because we had a game that was not particularly high scoring, but it went to the last possible ball, with Northamptonshire just hanging on. It was what, 384 and 194 plays 258 and 213 for 9.
Absolute thriller.
And we didn't lose. We lost a few overs to light on the second day, but made most of those up on the third day. So it was pretty much 4 full days. It was a good game. Dudgeon to continue from the Nackington Road end. Bowls to Proctor, and that's a full shot. Proctor looking to try and punch it back past the bowler, and just goes off sort of the inner portion of the bat rather than it being an edge out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Again, and Matt mentioned this in the previous over, maybe didn't bounce quite as much as Proctor was expecting. Obviously the ball's getting a bit old. 55th over this of the innings.
But it's not lightning pace, this pitch either,
it's
is it?
No.
So it's not.
No, indeed not. Here's
my surprise.
Here's Dudgeon, in and bowls to Proctor, who drives away to deep backward point, and he picks up another run. He goes to 88, and Northamptonshire to 247 for 1. No, you feel already that Calvin Harrison may have quite a lot of bowling to do. Got through a fair amount in the game against Lancashire. 22 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 73 in the first innings. 26.4 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 55 in the second. Wouldn't often get a leg spinner bowling best part of 50 overs in the first game of the season in April, but he's going to have a few to bowl, I think. And Harrison with the bat punches that one away off the back foot, down behind square on the offside for 4. Timed that nicely. And you were saying this morning, Matt, how quick the outfield is, and bearing in mind, as we say, we're in the second round of matches, not even, well, the Masters is still on, so
yes.
we're sort of not even midway through April. But the outfield, I mean, it's in beautiful condition, and it's just raced away for 4. That takes Harrison to 17 off 17 balls. Northamptonshire 251 for 1. They have a point. The nation rejoices.
The watershed, yeah.
Northamptonshire have a first batting point of the match. Here's Dudgeon in bowl short, turned away by Harrison as Dudgeon goes down on his hands and knees after following through.
The other thing I'd say about this pitch is Calvin Harrison, I mean, good player, but looked comfortable from ball 1. There were no senses he had to play himself in here, I don't think, for me.
No,
and I don't think that's necessarily disrespect to the way Kent are bowling. It just, it felt, I think he feels, it's a bit akin to a net in terms of this pitch.
So hasn't done much, has it? Really hasn't. 251 for 1. Here's Dudgeon in and bowls to Harrison, and Harrison just drops it down between Gully and the man coming in from the boundary at backward point, and there's an easy single for him. He goes to 18, 252 for 1. Time is what, 25 past 3, and we still have 9 overs to go until tea. So yeah, it just feeds into what you were saying, Matt. Kent just need to keep half an eye on that. Proctor on 86, 88, beg his pardon. With a slip and a gully, Dudgeon in and bowls to him. Short, pulled away by Proctor, down to deep backward square. And he picks up another single, and that was the last ball of the over. So he keeps the strike and goes to within 11 of 100. 89 for Proctor, and Northamptonshire 253 for 1. Dudgeon's bowled 14 overs. No wicket for 68. 253 for 1 it is.
Yeah, fielded by Sam Northeast. Just won't be the first time or last time this season that the fielder will be eclipsed by the balcony of the Frank Woolley stand to our right. But, imposing it is indeed, but most of the inhabitants of that stand today, good percentage of them will not be entirely pleased with what they're watching.
Durham now 294 for none.
Goodness me.
Thinking of Emilio Gay with pad rash at number 3.
Yeah, poor chap. Should never have moved. Here's Denley to Proctor. Jaden Denley it is, rather than Joe, who's will take a single into the onside. Uncle Joe is expected to play mostly white ball cricket for Kent this summer. And with the return of Sam Northeast, of course, the top 6 is a little bit more crowded for the batting hopefuls. Round the wicket comes Denley to Harrison, straight bat, and a gentle drive is stopped by Everson at extra cover. And there's no run. Once more, Denley, one slip in, that's Zach Crawley. So it's more of a slap into the offside. Again, it finds the fielder in the covers, and there's no run. It's like Harrison decided to attack that one with a bit more brute force. This one given plenty of air, driven past mid-off. It's a lovely shot, great placement as well. Matt Milnes goes tumbling to try and stop it, but won't. That'll be 4 runs. Very well placed by Calvin Harrison. It was an attractive shot and very well placed indeed for extra cover. And yeah, I think Denley's probably as much as a bit of a change up and a rest for the quicker bowlers there as well to speed up the over rate for Kent. Which is just one down at the moment, I think. As Fred said, as they come back for a quick two. That was mighty close. And I'd have to say, from a Northamptonshire point of view, at 258 for 1, a little bit too close, but pushing the envelope most certainly. It's a good throw from Jazz Singh on the boundary, though, and suddenly there was serious hustle from Calvin Harrison, big lad, trying to get the knees pumping to the far end, and made it. It was a good throw, and Benjamin was right there. It's come in over the stumps, but they didn't make it. 264.
The running's been urgent today. It was almost too urgent.
Yeah, quite. But you might say it's a bit like a good leave, isn't it? If you're running and you're pushing it that far, that you get putting the runs on the board at least. 260 for 1 at the end of the over from Jaden Denley, who's none for 14 off 3. Calvin Harrison has been in 24 balls. He scored 24. Luke Proctor 90 from 146. If you're just joining us, the 1 wicket to fall was Ricardo Vasconcelos, 127 when he went in the 50th over. That at 224 for 1. Now has a new record in the books with Luke Proctor for the best first wicket partnership in history against Kent for Northamptonshire.
It's interestingly that the pair of Alex Snowden and Fred Bakewell, whose partnership has been eclipsed in this match, as fresh over from Keith Dudgeon starts with a little drop into the onside by Proctor for a single. He goes to 91, 261 for 1. They do hold, I think I'm right in saying, is still a record of having shared 2 century opening partnerships on the same day against Warwickshire in that same season in 1934, which was also the year that Alex Snowden made 100 against the Australians at Wantage Road. Bill O'Reilly, Fleetwood Smith, Tom Wall, the attack, Bradman was playing. And he wrote a wonderful article about it for the Cricketer magazine many years later, which started off, "Every dog has his day, that was mine." And he made 2 first-class hundreds in his career, but one of them was against Australia. But yeah, they against Warwickshire, Northamptonshire followed on, of course, and collapsed. They made a century opening partnership, collapsed, followed on, made another century partnership. So 200 partnerships in the day. Here's Dudgeon in and bowls, back of a length. Still, Dudgeon's putting it in. You can never fault what the evidence of what we saw at Northampton last year, the evidence of what we're seeing today. Keith Dudgeon is just one of those hugely wholehearted cricketers, and he's still running in and he's still getting it up around the batsman's chest, even on a pitch that's not offering him a great deal. Just pushed out by Harrison for a single, out into the offside. Harrison goes to 25, 262 for 1. Dudgeon in his 15th over, no wicket for 70. Running into bowl to Luke Proctor outside the off stump, left alone. It goes through to the keeper, Chris Benjamin. Anyone interested in Fred Bakewell, who played for England, made Test hundreds, had a very, very interesting life, rather a difficult life in some respects, but a book called Among the Bright Colours by Mick Pope, a biography of Fred Bakewell, which came out I think last year and is highly recommended. Very, very good. Quite a sad story in some respects, but beautifully told and beautifully researched. Here's Dudgeon in, bowls and cut away by Proctor, and that's going to be 4 runs. And that's going to take him to within 1 hit of a century. Proctor goes to 95 and Northamptonshire to 266 for 1. And Proctor will know, after that long opening partnership ends, it's so easy for just then concentration to go and at the other end to get out, but he's absolutely determined that that's not going to happen, and he wants to make sure he gets 100 of his own. He's on 95. And here is Dudgeon running in again to bowl to Proctor. That's short, and Proctor ducks underneath it. Just reminding him that he's here.
It's proper short.
It was very short. Yes, he didn't really have to do a huge amount of ducking under that, really. Just include incline the head slightly, and it goes through to Chris Benjamin. Alex Snowden, a luminary of Peterborough Town Cricket Club, who will be starting their campaign in the Northamptonshire League shortly. Here's Dudgeon, switches to round the wicket to Proctor, outside the off stump, left alone. And that's the end of another over, 266 for one. Proctor is 95, Harrison is 25. And we have now 7 overs to go until cuppa time.
Yeah, not doing badly with the over 8, are they? It's not going to be
Yes.
20 to 4, but it's not going to be a million miles off. So, Jaden Denley just stripping off the jumper once again for Kent, 276 for one. Saying that Proctor is on the brink. 151 balls for his 95 so far. Calvin Harrison has looked very comfortable at the crease so far. So it may be. Kent is going to have to just try and be as consistent as they can to make things happen. Might need a bit of luck as well.
Durham have collapsed.
Have they?
They're 305 for one.
Oh, goodness me.
And Ben McKinney has gone for 160.
As Denley bowls to Harrison, back at him, half fielded, so enough to stop the run. A lot of people saying he's a prospect, but if he, if he's going to get out the 160s all the time,
It's a serious weakness.
then yeah, it's obviously lacking concentration between that crucial period. It's gone big there, Calvin Harrison. That is a big old hit. You may have heard that to our right. I'm glad that wasn't coming straight down at us. That's smacked against the sight screens, and that will be 6 runs, 272 for one.
I'm also rather glad it wasn't hit in the opposite direction when it might be slightly dangerously close to the BBC Radio Northampton mobile.
Oh, it's
Parked at the
yeah.
parked at the far end behind the
Well,
behind
our
the
cars
side
aren't
screen.
far away from each other, are they?
No.
So,
No.
as I like to put, well, usually when I get here, try and hide it behind the the score. What do they call it? Scoreboard.
Scoreboard.
Yeah.
Somebody got
I've done this before,
Well, the nice gentleman suggested that I put it behind there, but I was just a little bit too late. A couple of people
Yeah.
had got there before me.
I mean, we were both here pretty early
Yeah.
as well. Yeah, there we go. Have to get up earlier in the morning than that, as they say. Turned behind square. This time it's a dot ball, but yeah.
Yeah, I was in the ground at 20 to 9, so
There you go. Yeah.
there must have been somebody here very, very early. Might have been the groundsman or something.
Could well have been. That's the staff car park. It's for the servants' entrance. As into the offside, we know our place.
Indeed, we do. yes.
It's,
Yeah.
gently propelled by Harrison. There's no run. But yeah, that's just one big Grant Stewart hit away. Those cars. That's into the offside. I don't tire of saying huge 6 that he hit in a one-day match a couple of seasons ago, which won Kent the game. Reached the Nackington Road, which is quite some way from here.
Gosh, that is a serious hit.
It's off the back foot, driven out towards the boundary. Singfield, single taken. End of the over, 7 off that Jaden Denley over. Spoiling his figures rather. None for 21 off 4 now. Northamptonshire 273 for 1. An imposing total already. And Ricardo Vasconcelos may not like the phrase commentator's curse. I can't even say it, let alone. But I think it's fair to say, as I was saying to Fred before, any session in a 4-day game in the County Championship you can go without losing a single wicket suggests that you are in a great position in a match. It could well be they'll go 2 sessions and only lose 1 here at Northamptonshire. 273 for 1.
Well, that's what they'll be hoping. There's another 6 overs to go until tea, which, as Matt says, is not going to be ridiculously late. 273 for 1. It's interesting. I popped a message down to Northamptonshire's head coach Darren Lehman earlier on and said, if you want to pop up and have a little chat with us, it would be good to have you join us. I'll share his reply after this ball as Dudgeon comes in and bowls to Harrison. Short again. Dudgeon's bending his back, which at 273 for 1 at 20 to 4 in the afternoon in his 16th over is pretty darn good. Harrison plays it well. Tall man just gets on his toes and drops it down. And he said, "Yeah, happy to do that." He said, "When we're having a bowl, I'll come up. So obviously this is a big conspiracy.
Oh,
The head
we're
coach,
having a bowl. All
the
right,
head
yeah.
coach has told the batters to bat for as long as possible, so he doesn't have to come up to commentate with us. Back of a length again from Dudgeon, and again Harrison gets on top of the bounce and drops it down into the onside. Bell Drummond fields and immediately goes to have a chat with somebody. Oh, sunglasses. I think he's retrieved his sunglasses. He's putting those on. So hopefully we will have Darren Lehman up in the box at some point.
Excellent. Yeah, it might be a hot minute, as they say,
He loves a
before he arrives.
he loves a natter. Does Darren? So that was really good to get his views on life, the universe, and everything. Here's Dudgeon in, bowls to Harrison, punches nicely off the back foot again. He's played that shot beautifully in this innings of his so far, which has now gone on to 33, 284 for one. These two have already put on 60 for the second wicket.
Yeah, it's been pretty
50
brisk.
rather, beg your pardon, it's 274 for one. I'm looking at the wrong scoreboard. So that is 50, that is the 50 partnership. I thought they moved on a little bit rapidly there. The old Les Ames board's not having his best day today, is it? It's just having one of its few little gremlins in there. But the main board is 274 for one, which is correct. Dudgeon is in, bowls to Proctor, who is on the back foot, drops it down into the onside. Dudgeon himself fields and his follow through, tosses the ball on to his captain, Daniel Bell Drummond. Trees at the far end, Nackington Road end, just swaying slightly in a slightly stiffening breeze, but it's still a very pleasant afternoon. Now they are going to have a look at the ball. Been threatening for a while, haven't they? And they are now going to have a look. It's, where is it, 58th over. Well, the umpires, Hassan Adnan and Anthony Harris, have come together. I think they've got the handcuffs out.
I think you're right.
And they've said, get on with it. Or words to that effect.
I think the telling motion there was from the umpire on the left there, who addressing the handcuffs then had to reach down very low suddenly. I think that maybe indicates the ball went through rather quicker than they were expecting. So
fallen on the floor. So
what do you say? It could not be rounder as they tossed it back to the.
They're quite happy with it, aren't they? Now, just trying something inventive here. They've got a silly mid off and a silly mid on. As Dudgeon is round the wicket, bowls to Proctor, and Proctor promptly turns it away down to long leg for a single.
I should say that that partnership was 50 or 55 balls, so it has been brisk.
They've gone on with it, haven't they?
Yeah.
275 for one. Harrison back on strike. Proctor on to 96. Harrison, as I say, made his maiden championship century on this ground last year, whilst on loan from Nottinghamshire, but now fully fledged Northamptonshire player. As Dudgeon comes in, bowls a high loopy bouncer that Calvin Harrison views with a certain amount of disdain as it sails over his head. That's the end of the over. 286 for one. Harrison 33. Proctor is 96 and will be on strike with the possibility of getting to another 100.
Before you talk him towards that one, just a quick curio from Chelmsford. Jack Leach has come out to open the batting for Somerset, or rather, I should put that in the past tense. He came out to open the batting for Somerset and was gone bowled by Jamie Porter for 6, but there we go.
I wonder
Not
what's
quite
the
sure.
thinking.
No, Tom Lavenby's coming at 3, as per usual. But yeah, I mean, they were bowled out for 149 Essex, weren't they? Did Somerset thinking it's a bit lively? Let's just get someone to try and absorb some deliveries. I'm not sure.
Strange one. Jaden Denley it will be then. Bowling his left arm spin, 4 overs for 21 so far, and he's bowling to Proctor with a slip on. Proctor on 96, and it's worked into the onside, but he won't get it past mid-wicket, and there is no run. Proctor in his 97th first-class game for Northamptonshire. Plays every game. He should reach the milestone of 100 at Derby next month. His Denley in bowls short, pulled away by Proctor, and that is his 100. First bounce over mid-wicket for 4, almost identical to the stroke with which Ricardo Vasconcelos reached his century. Short ball from the spinner, pulled away, and Proctor acknowledges the applause for his century, and well, he's done everything right today. He's won the toss, chosen to bat, and gone out and made 100. It's his 8th first-class century for Northamptonshire, 290 for 1. Next ball from Denley has him stretching right forward to get to the pitch of the ball and play defensively, and there is no run. Proctor's 100 off 155 balls with 15 fours.
Yeah, fabulous innings.
Here's Denley in again outside the off stump, left alone by Proctor. Made his career best 150 against Derbyshire at Derby last year, quite early in the season. Game that Northamptonshire probably would have won but for the weather. Here's Denley round the wicket, bowls to him, and he just nudges that into the onside. And there is no run. It's his 11th first-class century in all, 8 of which have been for Northamptonshire.
Just readjusting the gloves there to wait for Jaden Denley to come in.
Denley is in, bowls and cut away by Proctor, and that could be 4 more. It's running out towards the boundary. Daniel Bell-Drummond is in hot pursuit, but even his speed isn't going to overhaul that one again. A little bit short from Jaden Denley, who looks just a little bit dejected. Tough ask on a pitch that's really, say, offering him very, very little assistance. But 2 boundaries in the over for Proctor take him to 104, and Northamptonshire to 283 for 1 at the end of the over. Thanks for that, Matt.
Not at all. Yeah, he's going at 6s at the moment. Is Jaden Denley. Not going to bring you every wicket from Essex Somerset, because I think that's going to be pretty much every couple of minutes, but Somerset are now 16 for 2. Tom Lamby's already gone, so
game's moving on.
I'm told it's a sporting April wicket, say the BBC text page, which is a fantastic resource if you want to I don't know, listen to a commentary, but also keep your eye on whatever's going on around the country. They bring you all the headlines from the different.
Indeed, the award-winning, as we have to call it.
Indeed,
award-winning.
I beg your pardon.
And
yeah,
rightly
award-winning.
so.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's just terrific, isn't it? We find ourselves sometimes disappearing down rabbit holes.
We do.
You should be concentrating on other things. But now we're going to see a bit more twirl. We're going to see a bit more to under me.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 2 overs for 14 just before lunch, including 1 monster 6, which almost hit the windows here. He's fired that one a little bit to Calvin Harrison, the right-hander, straight back at the bowler, and there's no run. Oh, you're right about that Durham collapse. They're 311 for 2 now as Lees goes for 129. It's Mieye to Harrison, just soft hands into the offside. He's not trying to aggress Tawanda Mieye. I can't remember which of the opening batters it was who thumped it down towards us just before lunch, but yeah, he got some treatment round the wicket now, and straight back at the bowler. I mean, he's bowling going very quickly between balls at the moment, and he's not conceded a run, so he's doing exactly what Ken would like. 283 for 1. Comes round once again to Harrison, who just opens the face, and that's gently guided down behind square. Single taken. Matt Milnes with the throw. 284 for 1. Field changes over for the left-handed Proctor. It's a match-up. I mean, if this were T20, you'd say this is the one they want, with the left-hander facing the spinner going away from him. It's taken a bit of time to readjust the field. Just a single slip in. Zach Crawley treats it suspiciously, does Luke Proctor. It's I won't say exactly ignominy, getting out to someone like Duanda Miele, but you don't necessarily want your record with 104 already on the board. Closing in on tee. More air from Miele this time. Seen off into the offside, and that'll be just the one off the over. And 284 for one.
Well, it was that terrific stat you came out with this morning that Tuanda Miele's 3 first-class wickets so far have all been people who've got over 100.
Indeed so, and all in 2022 as well. So it's
a theme.
It was all rather 4 years ago, and you needed to have scored a century to face him, basically. So yeah.
Well, Denley is going to continue. So he's just been a little bit costly. 5 overs for 29, but it's not easy out there at the moment. Under the cosh a little bit. He comes in and bowls, and that's short, and it's punched away by Harrison. And again, he's threaded that through. There was a gap between the man on the drive at mid-wicket and a straighter mid-wicket, and he's managed to find the gap between the two of them. And it's run away for 4. Harrison to 38, Northamptonshire to 288 for 1. Scoring right now is 4.7, so I think you hit the nail on the head. I think when you were talking with Fred about this, I think Northamptonshire are mindful of the fact that there is likely to be some time out of this match if the weather forecast is right. It's not looking at hours and hours of rain, but they are talking about sort of short, sharp showers certainly for the next couple of days. So Northamptonshire want to get runs on the board as quickly as they can to just give them a chance to really boss the game. They're doing the right way about it at the moment. That's a big full toss, and it's whipped away by Calvin Harrison. There is some protection for Denley though out at deep mid-wicket, so he's only going to concede a couple. But that was a full toss, and Harrison will be a little bit, I'm sure, annoyed that he didn't take fuller advantage of it. He's 40, 290 for 1. Denley in again, bowls to Harrison. That's better. Brings Harrison forward, plays respectfully out to Bell Drummond at mid-wicket. Still a slip in. Extra cover on the drive, and Harrison again gives himself room. This time he's not going to beat the field. And Miele is almost casually, in fact he is catching now at short extra. As Denley is in, bowls, and Harrison just stands his ground, plays slightly half cock out into the offside. And there's no run without moving either forward or back. Here's Denley in again. Bowls, that is short, and Harrison has muscled that flat for 6. And it's bounced back onto the field. I think that probably landed in the seats, in front of the...
Yeah, from the Willie Sanders.
The seats down to our right.
It's quite a lot of concrete there as well. So again, look at the ball from as it comes back.
But that was short, and again with so little pace in this pitch, Harrison was able to just stay back, hang back, and muscle it away pretty flat for 6 over long on. He goes already up to 46 in Northamptonshire to 296 for 1, and Calvin Harrison will be thinking what a difference a week makes. Last week he was facing Jimmy Anderson, doing a certain amount with the new ball, and now he's just getting the chance to dip his bread a little bit.
That's Miele bowls to Proctor now. Nudges that into the onside for a quick single. I'm going to say, while Jimmy Anderson is bowling, what an absolute delight to have James Anderson still playing. And County Championship Division 2 cricket, loves the County Championship. I mean, it is, what a gift that is if you get to see him. Who knows when the last game will be, but it's hit straight back at Miele. It's a really tough chance to his right. He's got both hands to it, it looks like. He's hit it very hard though, Harrison there, and it just won't stick for Miele. It's one of those where it's half a chance, and then half if you take it, it's a worldie. But couldn't do. Single taken. Here he is once more. Proctor has had a little waft at that, a little dab at it. It's gone straight into the wicketkeeper's glove, and there's no run.
Little fiddle, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And the thing is that Jimmy Anderson is still. It still matters to him, clearly.
As Mie around the wicket, driven straight at Everson, I think that is. Compton, beg your pardon, and no run taken. 298 for 1. Northamptonshire. Proctor defends that one, no run.
We were saying on the last afternoon of that terrific championship match last week that Jimmy Anderson's 700 plus test wickets, nothing to prove.
Yeah. So this one's blocked back at the bowler, Mie. End of the over, 298 for 1, Northamptonshire.
But he's still bowling, obviously, hugely skillfully with the new ball. And as captain, he's getting in the batter's ear hole. He's having a little word with them. He's, it's not just, using it as a sort of glorified retirement home. He's just absolutely loving it, and he's totally dedicated to Lancashire's cause. That is totally apparent. He's having a chunter at Ben Sanderson and George Bartlett when they were blocking out those last few overs. That was wonderful. And when he was bowling, it was just a masterclass. He felt privileged to be there. Short goes Denley, and Harrison again giving himself some room, trying to pierce that offside field, but doesn't manage to do so. They've got a straight, sort of catching short extra cover, then a more orthodox extra cover, deeper and wider. A deep cover, and mid-off about halfway back, and that next ball again is a little bit short and punched out to the deeper of the extra covers. Full goes Denley this time, driven out to Mie on the perch. That short extra. So 3 dot balls to start the over from Jayden Denley, who's in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Harrison. Might just have thoughts about tea now. This could potentially be the last over.
I think it should be, shouldn't it?
Before tea.
Yeah, 32.2.
Denley in again, and Harrison just hangs back, punches it up to mid-on where Bell Drummond fields, and this should be the last ball of the session. And it's wide outside the off stump. It's cut away by Harrison. Certainly get 1. Will they think about 2? No. Well, they think about it, but decide against it, which is probably sensible. And that is the end of Jayden Denley's over, and that is tea here at the St Lawrence ground, with that single bringing up the 300 for Northamptonshire. So Northamptonshire have their second batting bonus point, and if you'd said to Luke Proctor at 11 o'clock this morning when they started the innings, it'll be 300 for 1 at tea, old son. 299, in fact, they've just knocked I think they thought they'd completed 2 there, and they only got 1, so it's 299. So they still need 1 run for the second point. But if you'd said to Luke Proctor, you'll be 299 for 1 at tea, I think he would have bitten your hand off, especially if you'd said you're going to be 109 not out, which he is. So 48 to Harrison, 109 to Proctor, 299 for 1 at tea. And well, first session was certainly Northamptonshire's, 124 for no wicket. In that session, Northamptonshire have scored 175 runs for the loss of just 1 wicket. It has been a productive afternoon.
It has indeed. Andrew Rad, thank you very much indeed. I'm Matt Carlby doing an update for BBC Radio Kent and Sussex and Surrey listeners in a few short minutes. Other than that, on the live stream via the club website and indeed on this online commentary on BBC Sport Online. We'll be back with you in around about 20 minutes' time.
changes that have made our home so famous and well loved since its first match in 1847. The Canterbury Heritage Trust knowledgeable guides include Trust Chair Joe Rice and the club's heritage officer Ian Hicks, along with experienced volunteers Stan Bird and also Steve Kindle, top man singers. And the first of those tours will be happening tomorrow. Tickets cost £5 for adults and accompanying under 16s are free. Lunch and host tomorrow, so you've got two choices there. You've got your members form and the tour of the grounds. You can visit the ticket shop for more information and to get your tickets. If you're not going tomorrow, make sure you go at some point this season. Always find out these tours. And the first one is tomorrow on Sun. Well, let's check out the scores in the other games in this round of Rothesay County Championship matches in Division 1. Moving along quickly at Shelshire, Essex 149 all out, and Somerset number 12 already through there, 26 for 3. So 123 runs behind Essex. Nottinghamshire, Joe Morgan. Nottinghamshire, their first innings, 217 for 9. Jack Haynes is 97 not out. Nottinghamshire 270 for 9. So against Leicestershire teams, their Surrey 263 for 3. 103 Royal Hope, James Smith 109 not out. Surrey 263 for 3. Sussex, Warwickshire, Warwickshire 221 for 6 in their first innings. Smith and Wokes just above 50 variables, sitting on knocking out each. And Yorkshire, Hampshire, Yorkshire Steels first of all, Hampshire 224 for 8 in the 61st over. Hampshire 224 for 8 against Yorkshire.
Well, a lovely sunny day here at Canterbury, but it's the visitors that are enjoying it the most. Northamptonshire winning the toss and batting first here at Canterbury at tea. They are 299 for 1. That imposing total built by Ricardo Vasconcelos, the one man out so far with 127. And at tea now, his captain Luke Proctor won the toss and decided to bat first, which looks like a very good decision. Is on 105 not out, aided and abetted in a second wicket partnership with Calvin Harrison on 48. Indeed, they broke Northamptonshire's record for an opening partnership against Kent, did Vasconcelos and Proctor, setting a new mark of 224. The one wicket, the one bright spot for Kent so far has been Jazz Singh returning to the Kent lineup, taking the only wicket, but Kent have a lot of work to do. Northamptonshire already in a commanding position early in this game here here at Canterbury. Elsewhere, better for our side. Surrey 2-6-3 for 3 against Leicestershire at tea at the Oval. Centuries for both Jamie Smith and Ollie Pope there. Jamie Smith currently unbeaten. And Sussex have Warwickshire 2-2-3 for 6 at Hove on the first day of their game in the County Championship. Commentary on all 3 of those games via the BBC Sport website and app.
Northamptonshire first innings, Ian Proctor and Cavan Harrison.
Well, we are back at Canterbury, the St Lawrence ground for session 3, day 1. Kent against Northamptonshire. The visiting side won the toss, elected to bat. Looks like a decent decision. They're 2.99 for 1 coming out from tee. That's gallows humour if you're a Kent fan, because they're doing superbly well with Ricardo Vasconcelos, the one man to go. 127 he made when he was caught by Chris Benjamin in the second session of the day of the bowling of Jazz Singh. But that was at 224 for 1. I knew Northamptonshire record first wicket partnership against Kent. And since then, Luke Proctor, who shared in that partnership, is taking his score to 105 not out, and Cavan Harrison's got more or less a runnable 48. I'm Matt Cole. Andrew Rad from BBC Northampton is with us, but right now with us is Fred Atkins as well, journalist, filmmaker, and sorry Kent fan, I think.
Sorry is one way of putting it, yes. It's been a
sad Kent fan. Sorry,
it's been a tough afternoon, hasn't it? Tough morning.
Yeah.
And started badly, tailed off towards the middle, and the less said about the end, the better, I think.
It's, yeah.
We were talking just before we came on air about how a day of hope might have been nice.
Yeah, it's been Kent of, I think from a Kent point of view, certainly some extremely long and hard yards last season watching county cricket, and this one has been punishing for them as well. But I'd say the batting has just been consistent, fluid at times, punished the bad ball on a pitch that hasn't done very much, to be fair, and I think both sides will probably agree to that. But you take your opportunities when you can, and Cavan Harrison on 48 now is looking to work his way towards a 50, and it's a Jazz Singh to him and just deflects that to a point, and there is no run. That looks like Ekant Singh to me has come on the field at point, although with the cable nets on we can't see the numbers, so
well, he got some runs for the seconds.
He did.
Against Essex in a friendly at Polo Farm.
Not playing today. I gather it was a choice between him and Jaden Denley, perhaps for the vacant berth that Grant Stewart leaves away for personal reasons. Singh bending his back, and that is nudged out towards the offside boundary. It's fielded by, is that by Everson? I think it is. It's a single, and he was on to 49. Cavan Harrison, Proctor 105.
Yeah, it looks like Harrison is going to reach his half century very soon. It's the sort of day when you're kind of ticking off landmarks, if you like. Partnership here is already very substantial.
Yeah, standing at 76 between these two. Sorry, 300 has just come up, of course, so it's a second batting bonus point as well. Kent 2 wickets away from their first bowling bonus point. It looks many miles away at the moment. Defended back at Jazz Singh, and there's no run. This game has almost a whole day been played in bright sunshine. It's chilly out there, but
I mean, it's been a
lovely day.
It's a nice day. It's nice that people are obviously enjoying themselves. It's good to see, because it's the school holidays. So you've got quite a lot of kids in here, certainly more so than usual. And there are a lot of games going on behind the, well, in the sort of area of the scoreboard, if you like.
Singh now to bowl to Proctor. Jams a bat down. That is Yorker length, but outside the off stump, so no harm for Proctor, and there's no run.
And some of these improvised games that were taking place during the lunch interval, there were kids out there using drinks bottles as bats. And they were actually finding the middle quite well.
You have to have some timing to do that, certainly.
They look quite impressive. Andrew Flintoff is here today as well.
Went off for a net, didn't he, with his son? I think went off to the indoor school before play with Corey. It's on the Kent staff, of course. There's Singh bowls to Proctor. It's forward to that one into the onside. There's no run. But yeah, it's been a beautiful day in that respect. And I looked at the forecast, and the forecast is using. It's basically put the next 3 days at cloudy, but when you dig deeper, there is a possibility of showers on all 3 days. So, not apocalyptic ones by any stretch of the imagination, but you may well have more interrupted or interrupted play in the next 3. So Northamptonshire have done absolutely the right thing, scoring at a good rate.
Yes, I mean, they put themselves into a position here
Single
where
taker.
it could easily be a 3-day game, couldn't it? You know, we saw it at Durham. I mean, I don't think that was quite as one-sided as it was perhaps suggested, the Durham game. I was watching quite a lot of it, and so they were favourites, but close of play, Kent were 5 down with, I think they needed about 123 at that point. And with Towanda in, and in the form that he was in, it's not a foregone conclusion that Durham would have won that. Looks like we're going to see Everson.
Yes, indeed. Joey Everson's been, certainly economy-wise, been the pick of the bowlers so far. Number 33 off 13, and was relatively expensive, wasn't he? Going about 5 and over in both innings, I think, against Durham, which I was quite surprised at, because he was pretty economical last year and actually had to bowl some quite long spells for an all-rounder. Perhaps Everson, with, dare I say it, Northamptonshire fans and Kent fans, of course. Quite a lot of injuries in Kent camp. Round the wicket to Proctor. He starts with a full toss. Putting a lie perhaps to how mean his bowling is. Just twists from the hips there.
No, Kent were, sorry,
just loosening up the back, sorry.
Yeah, they were very keen to keep him during the winter. That's one of the things that Adam Hollyoak was saying during the closed season. He had a conversation with Daniel Bell Drummond as he was driving back from somewhere up north, like Chesterfield. He was talking to Daniel Bell Drummond, and he was giving him a list of the players that were out of contract at the end of the season. And he said it was quite an alarmingly long list.
Yeah. That's Everson bowls now. This one's pushed into the offside. A comfortable signal by Calvin Harrison, who's looked absolutely untroubled for his 50 of 55 balls. 303 for 1 Northamptonshire. Already an imposing total on this first day. And was Joey Everson near the top of the list?
Well, he gave a list of about 5 names. I think the only player, he didn't actually mention him by name, the only player they wanted to keep but couldn't, I think, was Nathan Gilchrist. Right.
He's off at Warwickshire now, of course. Round the wicket comes Everson, spearing the ball in towards the left-handed Luke Proctor. He's on 107.
But yes, he certainly mentioned Joey Everson. They were very keen to keep Grant Stewart. Tawanda's contract was up, and he signed a 2-year extension. When I think naturally they would have been interested in him elsewhere.
That's Everson now bowls to Proctor into the offside, and there's no run. Zach Crawley, of course, added a year, didn't he, as well? Although,
well, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens with Zach Crawley. I think at the moment his England selection is looking doubtful. Just it seems that he might have run out of chances. Hopefully this will be his cue to make a double 100 at some point tomorrow.
That's Everson bowls to Proctor, to the onside this time. He's bowling round the wicket to the left hand, just one slip in. That is Zach Crawley, with keeper up to the stumps, Chris Benjamin. Crawley away back, hands in pockets, not sulking so much as just trying to keep the fingers warm, I'd imagine, at this point. But yeah, I mean, reading between the lines from Rob Key has said, it feels like Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett are the ones under the most serious scrutiny in terms of the batting lineup. That's defended again by Proctor. End of the over, 303 for 1, and I don't think it's any news to Zach that he'll be under pressure either. It's a simple game, cricket statistically, isn't it? You need to score runs eventually.
And Rob Key himself will be under pressure because he seems to be copping it from all angles at the moment. And well, it was interesting during the winter. I read that he said he was a non-drinker, and I've read Rob Key's book, and he certainly was a drinker when he was a player, because there's a whole chapter dedicated to what cricketers get up to when they're away from home. Players that used to like a drink, and I was a bit surprised when he said that he wasn't a drinker. Maybe he stopped over the years. Jas Singh comes in, and that one's just prodded forward by Harrison.
Yes, if there are players with new eyes, perhaps, on the county championship. Centuries today. Jamie Smith has 116, batting at 3. He's not out at the moment.
Seems there have been
Ben
wickets.
McKinney made a big
Yeah.
century as well.
Seems there have been wickets everywhere apart from here. Well, it certainly looked that way at lunch. I'm not sure if that's
Just
changed.
3 at the Oval actually now. They were early wickets I think there, but yeah.
Singh is in, and that one was slightly flicked down the leg side. Was it? I'm not sure if he actually got anything on that. It's fielded by Benjamin.
Yeah.
If he took a couple of steps to the leg.
13 at Chelmsford. Been keeping an eye on that one because that game is well advanced.
Mm.
So Somerset 35 for 3. In reply to Essex, it's 149.
I know Matt Critchley was named the first winner of the ECB Player of the Month round. That's something that we're doing with the Reporters Network this year. We're
Is
giving
it
a
player
top
of the round? Is that
top
right?
3, yeah, for
Yeah.
every game. Singh comes in again, and that one is driven forward. Looks like it's going to be 4 runs for Harrison. He's certainly stopped running, and they just give each other a fist bump as it does go over the boundary rope. The fielders didn't really seem to think they had any chance with that one, and certainly Harrison stopped running up bat as soon as he'd started. And that one had gone for 4, so that's 54 for Harrison. At the moment, I'd say that the top 3 for this game are probably going to be Northampton players at this rate, but we live in hope as Singh comes in again, bowling to Harrison, and Harrison flicks that one off his hips towards square leg area where it's fielded, I think, by the sub fielder, possibly Ekanch. It might be Tawanda actually down there, and they just take they take 2, and that was Tawanda Miaya down there. Northamptonshire move on to 309 for 1. Yeah, but the idea of this ECB poll is that the reporters who are at every game are going to vote for their top 3, and there's going to be a leaderboard over the course of the season. So it's designed to count towards a final tally for a Player of the Year. Singh comes in again, and this one is sort of hooked towards backward square leg, and that's going to be another 4 runs for Harrison, moving him on to 60. An easy kind of pull shot rather than a hook shot. Tawanamiya has to run quite a long way to the seats on the old Dover Road side of the ground. So if you are listening to us rather than watching us on the stream, the boundary rope is quite a long way in on that old Dover Road side. Probably a good 20 metres or so from the seats there. Well, there's still a decent number of people watching there. Singh comes in again from the Nackington Road end. And that's a better one. Harrison just decides to, I think, sort of steer it forward, and it'll be fielded by Sam North East at the end of the over. It's 313 for 1. It does look like there's a decent crowd in, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it's been really good for the first day, certainly, and as you say, it helps with the sun's out and families coming in as well, but yeah, it's been very pleasant in that respect, well attended. Ekanch is coming off now. Is that Dudgeon trotting back on? It may well be. 313 for 1, Northamptonshire. This pitch is fairly central, isn't it? But as you say, the rope brought in from the old Dover Road side, where the new flats, the flats are.
Yes, they're not new anymore,
No.
are they? Flats that
New to me.
they basically saved the club, didn't they? I think.
Absolutely right, yeah.
A few years back when the club had financial problems.
Yeah, financially, yeah. Round the wicket comes Everson, and he's slanting down the leg side, so he helped down the leg with a wristy flick by Proctor. He goes on to 108, single taken. Harrison's on 60, field changes over. But yeah, I like to think, I mean, it's hard to say, isn't it? Northamptonshire fans might give us more of a steer on this, but it feels like that the upgrading of Canterbury's done pretty sensitively, that it's still a green ground, has a feel of its heritage, as well as I said, new apartments, apartments to the left.
I think they are.
I'm going to call them new apartments.
Is it a retirement community?
It
that what we call it?
is it over 55s, is that right? So yeah, you don't strictly have to be retired, but that's the idea, I think. There's not so much raving going on, although if you live in the flats, you want to get in touch and tell us Maybe there
Oh,
is.
yeah, or invite us.
Who knows? Yeah, we'll get our glow sticks out and join you. This one's chipped over the infield by Harrison. That will be 4. Lovely shot, just flicked off his toes. And of a foolish delivery from Everson. That's 4 more runs. I should give out the email address again, so you can get in touch should you feel the urge. KentCricket@bbc.co.uk. We're also on Twitter @BBCKentSport. NorthamptonShireCricket@bbc.co.uk. For emails towards Andrew Rad as well. As Everson bowls to Harrison. Some cheer from the wicketkeeper and slip there, that delivery, but it's a dot ball into the offside.
I think the flats are marketed at cricket lovers as well, so there's a number of people out on the balconies at the moment. As you can see, there's usually a decent crowd on that side.
As Everson then bowls to Harrison. It's flicked into the onside. They'll take themselves a single. Nice little clip again from Harrison. It's working the ball around very nicely.
Yeah, scoring at a reasonable rate here. They put on 20 since the tea interval, and I can't think of any real alarms during that time. I suppose it's only been about 3 and a bit overs.
End of the over. Much more conservative play by Proctor. Dot ball, 319 for 1 though. Northamptonshire. And it's Harrison on 65, Proctor on 108, and Ricardo Vasconcelos, the 1 man to go. 127 he made though before he was caught behind off the bowling of Jazz Singh.
And one of the things I always find interesting about cricket is when you come to the first game of a season, there's just a few little subtle differences to the venue, and sometimes you can't work out what's missing. Now I'm looking straight ahead at the Nackington Road end, and it looks different to last year, but I cannot for the life of me remember what was next to the sight screens. I'm feeling it was some sort of large structure. So Tawanda Miye is going to come on and bowl from the Nackington Road end. And they weren't, I don't imagine that they were hoping Tawanda would be bowling at this point on the opening day. So he is going to be bowling to Harrison, who's on 65. And Harrison just plays that one straight back to Miye, and there's no run taken. And he bowled 4 overs before the start of this one for 17 runs. And it comes in again, and this one is again prodded back carefully by Harrison for no run. I think he certainly can bowl, but they've been nursing some kind of elbow injury, I think, so they were a bit reluctant to use him. And here he comes in again, and this time it'll be flicked away by Harrison, and that will be 4 runs through the mid-wicket area. So Harrison will move on to 69, Northamptonshire to 323 for 1. And it's a bit stilted here now. It's got that feeling, evening session, like some people may already have drifted away. Miye comes in again, and this time it's just prodded carefully by Harrison. There'll be no run taken. Yes, Adam Hollyoak was saying before the start of the season, while he can bowl, he has had this complaint that they don't really want to risk aggravating it and putting his batting at risk.
Yeah.
As he comes in again, turns his arm over. This one is fuller length, and it's just again prodded back watchfully.
I think that's been the thought with Daniel Bell-Drummond for some time, hasn't it, as well?
Yes.
Bowls very lively medium pace, or has done, but want to protect him as a batter.
I'll just take a single off the final ball of the over, so 5 coming off that one from Miye. Yes, it's one of the dilemmas, isn't it? You want players who can help you out, you can do bits and pieces and can fill in when necessary, but if there is a risk that they're going to jeopardise themselves, I know for example Kevin Peterson at the start of his career was actually a very decent spin bowler, but he never really kicked on, and I think it was perhaps down to the fact that they wanted to protect him, protect his batting. David Gow would be another name. She got quite decent bowling figures early in his career,
Right.
but he never really bowled. I think he had a fairly serious shoulder injury or something like that, and never really bowled afterwards. So Everson comes in from the pavilion end.
He does indeed, and it's played into the onside, and there's no run. 324 for one.
He's
Yeah, what might have been with David Gower then as an
well,
all-rounder.
yeah. I mean, decent enough with a bat. But they were talking about Everson at the start of the season, and Hollyoake wants him to be more of a batter this time round. He said he thought he himself thought of himself as more of a bowler.
As he bowls now, straight back at him from Harrison with a very straight bat. Yeah, that's interesting. And it felt last season like that. I mean, he batted a bit at 5, I think, didn't he, as well as at 6 and 7, and some important innings for Kent as well. Saying before, in a pretty drab season, he rescued them on occasions, played very important knocks in the middle order, into the onside, no run. 3-2-4 for one.
Yeah, it's undoubtedly why they were keen to keep him. There was certainly was interest. The first time that Kent signed him from Nottinghamshire about 3 years ago, he was certainly being pursued by other counties. We know that Nottinghamshire wanted to keep him.
And bowls to Harrison on leg stump into the onside, and there's no run. Yeah, I think I've got a couple of friends who are Nottinghamshire fans. They weren't over enamoured of him helping Kent win the one-day cup at Trentbridge.
Seems like
in
a
the
long time ago.
in the time he was on loan at Kent, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Ready to move. So, but yeah, Kent delighted to have him on a new contract. But at the moment, he is striving as the stumps are broken at the non-striker's end. Harrison driving it back just slows the ball's progress, and there's no run at the moment. His Kent attack are very much second best to Nottinghamshire. Hush my mouth. To so I was thinking about Joey Everson. Northamptonshire's batting lineup. So 2 of them made a century, and Harrison's made 70 so far. As down the leg side just pops up off bat and pad, perhaps from Harrison. It's Byes, is it?
Yeah.
So it's come off the wicket keeper then, is it? Deflected
Yeah,
off Benjamin.
Benjamin kind of moved about a yard,
Yeah.
a yard down the leg side, didn't grab it, and so it doesn't look like it's deflected off anything. So certainly it was signalled Byes. The score moves on to 328 for one, and Mieye is going to continue at the Nackington Road end. Good number of the Nackington Road grumblers in today. Some lively chat over there as I walked past earlier on. People, a lot of football talk, a lot of talk about the games that are going on elsewhere in the country as well. The usual faces that you see in that part of the ground. You get the best view as Mieye comes in from the Nackington Road end, and that one is just prodded carefully by Proctor, and there'll be no run. But yes, I think if anywhere you could watch from the St Lawrence or any part of the ground, you probably do get the best view from that particular part of the ground.
Yeah.
Mieye comes in again, and that will be another dot ball. It's fielded by Jaden Denley in the sun hat.
I gather our friend Peter Drury has been spotted in the crowd as well today.
Yes, yeah.
I say our friend very grandly, but
Well, I personally
friend of
never
the
met
show.
him. Yeah. I suppose he's a friend in the talk sport sense.
and certainly a friend. Yes, certainly a friend of Kent cricket. So yeah, absolutely.
So he's our friend in that sense. As Mieye bowls another dot ball. That's the 4th of the over so far. So yeah, quite a lot of famous people in the house.
I saw. Is it Surrey? Well, the Oval probably advertising that people should go and work from home in inverted commas.
Yes, I did
because
see that.
because their Wi-Fi was very quick. I'm sure Canterbury would say exactly the same thing.
I did see that advert. Mieye bowls another dot ball. It's the 5th of the over, so could be a maiden in the offing here.
I saw some comments about people saying, could it, when the camera sweeps around the ground, perhaps it could miss where the those with their laptops are.
Well, it's a maiden over for Mieye because it's another dot ball. So Kent will take that at this stage. Score is 328 for 1. Yeah, it's interesting that I don't know whether it's still the case. Certainly, one of the organisations that works out of the Oval is the Wisden Cricket Monthly magazine, and I think they have offices there for something like 51 weeks of the year, but they're basically evicted when the Test match is on because they need space for their corporate hospitality.
Yeah.
So, reasonable rates for 51 weeks a year, I guess.
Indeed. Here's Everson bowling to Harrison. Good length delivery. Defended up to Daniel Bell-Drummond at mid-on.
I suppose the temptation is you're always going to be looking at the cricket, aren't you? If you were working here, you'd be looking out of the window. Well, it's a fairly active ground during the winter months as well. Obviously, the office staff are all based here, but there are award ceremonies and things like that. Yeah.
It's Everson. Ooh, outside the off stump. It's a leave by Harrison. It was pretty close to the off timber as well. I hope I haven't revealed the location of somebody there who shouldn't have had his location revealed. I do apologise if so. But I imagine, said football commentator, perhaps staring wistfully at the ground and coming up with some fantastic phrase he'll use over the weekend as the Premier League reaches its culmination, its climax.
It still seems quite a long way off, actually.
Yeah.
It's one of the football
it goes
season
well into May, doesn't it?
Seems to drag on. For certainly in terms of sort of squeezing cricket for attention, and I don't know if you can call it column inches anymore. It seems a bit of an antiquated expression.
The non-league football, its regular seasons are done by the end of April, and playoffs into early May. This one's defended the offside and there's no run.
Yeah, playoffs can be an expensive business as well. And the Maidstone owner saying it cost them £30,000 qualifying for the playoffs.
Oh, really?
Last year. Presumably for things like contract extensions.
Right, oh right, yeah, of course, yeah. I hadn't thought about that. I was thinking all those away games as well.
Yeah.
They were on the road, they weren't making any revenue at the Gallagher during that time. Oh, he's touched on the stumps. No, just kicked away by Calvin Harrison. Well, he's batted it, defended it into the ground. It's popped up towards his stumps, and a very deft move. The right instep has just flicked it away from his stumps.
Yes, all this football talk.
Yeah,
it was a decent flick.
It really was
from Harrison. So that's the closest we've come to a wicket since the start of this session.
Good hand to eye and foot to eye. As this one is defended back up the pitch, breaks or hits the stumps at the far end gently, and that's the end of the over. An eventful one from Joey Everson. Still yet to take a wicket. In fact, only Jazz Singh has done. None for 41 from 17. Yeye has none for 22 at the other end, and will continue, it looks like.
Yeah, Yeye is going to continue that pavilion end. Sorry, the Nackington Road end. Just watching the Northamptonshire coaching staff walking in front of us. Darren Lehman down there will be delighted with how this day has gone. It couldn't really have gone any better from a Northamptonshire point of view as Yeye comes in. And there's a bump ball there, sort of half, not an appeal. I would call it optimistic cheering from some of the members who've not perhaps had too much to cheer about. So Yeye took that catch fairly well, but of course it was a bump ball. Comes in again to Proctor, and this time Proctor, a little bit of dot ball there, steered towards mid-wicket, I believe. And Yeye will come in again. He's getting through the overs fairly quickly here. And this time they're going to think about getting a single, and they should just about get there. In fact, they get there fairly comfortably in the end. It's flicked to square leg. There was plenty of time for them to complete the run. So the score moves on to 329 for 1.
Bit of warm-up by Jazz Singh in the outfield. If he's just keeping himself limber, whether he might be brought back into the attack. I know Andrew Rad is going to replace me at the end of this over.
Yeye UK bowls again, and this one is just steered towards mid-wicket where it's fielded by Jaden Denley, so no run for Harrison. 23.2 overs remaining in the day as Miyeye comes in again. And again, it's a watchful stroke, not any real interest in a run there. Maybe took half a stride down wicket, saw that Denley was in close attention at mid-wicket. Miyeye comes in for the final ball of the over. And this is a drive which is going to get Harrison a single, and it's going to keep him the strike. So Harrison moves on to 71. Northamptonshire 330 for 1. I think we're going to do a bit of a dance in the commentary box
We
here.
are, yes indeed. I shall make way for Andrew Rad, who will join Fred Atkins very shortly.
So Jazz Singh is going to come back on for Kent from the pavilion end.
And now we're all back where we should be. Evening, Fred. Evening, everyone. 3:30 for 1. Northamptonshire have had a good day, I think it's fair to say. 6 members of the Northamptonshire backroom staff, as Fred and Matt mentioned, a little wander around the ground. This is Lee Daggett, who's physio and clinical lead these days. Then Aaron Lehman, Glenn Chappell, Greg Smith, the batting coach, a couple of the analysts as well. Here's Singh then starting a fresh spell and driven away through the covers by Calvin Harrison, going out towards the boundary. Is it quite going to get there? Yes, it is. Beats the despairing dive on the boundary and crosses the rope. Takes Harrison up to 75 and Northamptonshire to 334 for 1. Thoughts in the Kent Camber course will be focusing on the second new ball, which will be due in 7 overs time, 6 overs after this one. Yes. Singh in again, bowls to Harrison, little short arm jab, pulled it away, and that's 4 more. Calvin Harrison thoroughly enjoying himself at the moment. Back-to-back boundaries, he goes to 79, Northamptonshire to 338 for 1. And as we debunked earlier, Fred, you and Matt in particular, the whole myth of the commentator's curse, I feel no shame in saying that there's only been one previous instance in Championship cricket of the first 3 members of the Northamptonshire batting order reaching a century. That was back in 2002. Here's Singh in, bowls down the leg side, and a very, well, despairing dive by Chris Benjamin. There was some bat on it.
Yeah, I thought for a second it might be Buys.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was there was just a thinnest of tickles on it. Chris Benjamin took off after it, couldn't get a glove on it, and it's gone down for another 4. And Harrison suddenly finds himself in the 80s. 83 to him, 342 for 1.
Daniel Baldrummer's just having a word with Jazz Singh. Bowled 3 successive boundaries, just trying to keep the young bowler focused.
And I think he's been good today, Beldrum, we commented on that before once or twice. He's made sure he's keeping in touch with his bowlers. Here's Singh in, bowls to Harrison, who pushes it up to the aforementioned Beldrum and coming in from mid-on, and there is no run. Nothing worse for a young bowler in this sort of situation than to think you're all on your own and the captain's not communicating. And you suspect, even though it may not be the case, that the captain's got the hump, to use a technical term.
I'm not sure he's that type of captain, Daniel Beldrum, he just seems too kind of level-headed. He's not a kind of ranter.
No. Well, here's Singh in and bowls to Harrison. That's a glorious looking straight drive. It's running up towards the boundary, and that's going to be a 4th boundary of the over for Calvin Harrison. He goes to 87. Arguably that was the best shot of the lot. 346 for 1. Harrison goes to 87 off just 91 balls. And well, we were talking about Ricardo Vasconcelos, who made 100 here last year. Got another one today. Calvin Harrison also got 100 here last year. That was his first. And, well, going along nicely. Here's Singing, bowls to him. Turns it away. More runs for him here. Just a single as it goes out to deep square.
So he'll keep the strike.
Yeah, well counted, Calvin. I don't think, as I say, I don't think Luke Proctor's all that mithered about that. I think he's quite happy with the way things are going along. 347 for one. Northamptonshire are 3 runs away from a third batting point.
And I'm going to throw it out there. If you're not happy when you've got 109 and you're 347 for one, you possibly never will be.
No, absolutely. Well, he's a fairly phlegmatic character, Luke Proctor, but yeah, he'll be, I'm sure, highly delighted with the way things have gone today so far.
Well, Miaye is coming in from the Nackington Road end, continuing, and that will be a dot ball. He'll be fielded by Jaden Denley. He runs around at mid-wicket. Talking about the hat wear being worn by Kent players. Denley is the only player that wears a sun hat as Miaye comes in again. And this one is, well, gets a few approving murmurs from the fielders.
Apologies if you discussed this earlier with Matt. Did I hear Jaden Denley getting an award at tea time?
He did get an award, yes. I'll come to that in a second. Miaye is just into bowl. That one again is just prodded back straight to the bowler. So this is going to be one of the quicker overs of the afternoon. There's 3 dots so far. Miaye comes in again, and again it's prodded straight back to him, almost an identical delivery. So the 4th dot of the over. He's going through so quickly, I've not got time to tell you about the award that Denley was given. As Miaye comes in, and that one is just again fended straight back to him by Harrison, who's having a significantly calmer over than he did in the previous one. Miaye comes in with the final ball of the over, and this time again it's prodded back to him, and so 6 dot balls, a maiden over, something for the crowd to cheer about. Yes, Jaden Denley got an award. I think it was for most promising newcomer or something like that. Whether it was on the whole county circuit or I'm not entirely sure, but he was presented with that award at tea time.
Yeah,
and he's
good for him.
He's been drafted into the side today as, well, with the 2 changes from the side that drew at Durham. Sturman was obviously injury enforced, so Singh has come in as a replacement bowler for him, and Denley has been chosen as a replacement, as not exactly like for like with Grant Stewart, although they are both considered to be all-rounders, different kinds of players.
I was looking forward to seeing Glenton Sturman have a game. Stearman, we should say. Here's Singh bowling to Proctor, who drives up to mid-on, and there's no run. As mentioned this morning when I was on with Matt, I was having a beer with his coach out in South Africa. I was out there last month with Justin Ontong, coaches the Bullant side. But it was a promising start for him against Durham. What, 5 wickets up there?
Yeah, just another slight delay here as
Sit down.
somebody in the woolly stand is standing where they shouldn't be.
Just a slip in as Jas Singh runs away from us. Bowls to Proctor, who has a little nibble at that, and it's running away down to third man. A very, very good stop down there on the boundary in front of the Les Ames stand, which gets a good ripple from the spectators down there, but it's still 2 more runs to Proctor. Dreaded Nelson to him, 111.
The better ball that from Singh.
It was.
So it caused him a few problems, although it did go for 2. He didn't look comfortable.
No, he didn't. I suppose the thing is, with only 1 slip, you can afford to have a little nudge and nurdle down there. But no, absolutely right. It was absolutely in the right spot from Jas Singh. He was in again, bowls, and that's full and driven again by Proctor, but again, doesn't really time it, and it goes up to mid-on. This the 76th over of the innings. It's the 185th according to the scoreboard at the far end of the on the Les Ames stand, but it only feels like that.
Yeah,
perhaps
I'd normally go by the electronic one. It
Yes.
does normally seem to be more
Yeah.
accurate.
It's also, I have to say, one of the clearest on the circuit. It's a Nice and easy, well laid out. And again, a little cut from Proctor. This time, I think he'll know he's not going to get 4. Is it again down to the fielder in front of the aim stand. So they do just get a single. I thought he'd hit that actually a little bit finer than he had.
But you've got the slight disadvantage for a batter of the slope up there. I actually did this on Strava last year during one of the less enthralling games. I actually walked around the boundary to find out what the elevation gain was from one side to the other, and it was about 12 feet, I think.
Right. 350 up for Northamptonshire, so another point. Here's Singh in bowls to Harrison, and another handsome straight drive by Calvin Harrison that's going to run away for 4. I think it was 4 pretty much from the moment it went past Jazz Singh's right hand, but especially with the practice pitches down here, it's hits those, it's just going to run away. It used to be the case at Northampton, down by the old scoreboard, before they had the outdoor net area and what used to be the bowl screen. If it landed on, if it just went on there, then it just skidded away for 4, and that's what's happened here. And it takes Calvin Harrison into the 90s, 92 to him, 354 for 1. Singh in and bowls to Harrison, punches off the back foot, but there's a short extra cover in there now, and as a result there is no run. 354 for 1 at the end of that over. Harrison's 92, Proctor is 112. Crowd at the far end has just thinned out a little. They were saying it was very good attendance in that little row of seats in front of
that's where the
the
grumblers.
marquee. Oh, that's the
where the
grumblers. That's the
sit.
grumblers, is it? Well, there were certainly quite a few of them in this morning. There's perhaps thinned out a little, but it's
I think
cold.
it's also very cold.
It is,
It's
yeah,
pretty much everywhere in the ground. There's not really a great deal of warmth.
I must also say, bon voyage, a safe journey to Northampton Saints fans heading down to Bath for tonight's Rugby Union European Cup quarter-final.
Miaye is in, and she's driven by Proctor. Looks like he's going to get 2 for it. And they will come back to 2. I think that's Everson. It's down that. I'm quite sure where he fielded that actually by the time he picked it up. It looks like it's Joey Everson down there on the offside. So Miaye will come in again, having rattled through his previous overs. And Proctor will just fend this one. There'll be no run. Jazz Singh will field and Miaye will pick up and return to his mark.
There's quite a big overlap in support between the county cricket and the Saints rugby.
Miaye comes in. It's foot towards square leg. There'll be a single. Yeah, it's not really something we don't really have that in Kent. We don't actually have any really kind of highly ranked rugby union sides. There have been various attempts to start professional rugby league down here over the years with not a huge amount of success. Miaye is going to come in again here for the 4th ball of the over, and that one will just be a dot ball. It's just prodded straight to, is that Akansh Singh? I think it's square leg.
Yeah, I think it is.
And straight back to Miaye. Miaye again from the Nackington Road end. That will again be a dot ball. This time it goes to Jayden Denley at mid-wicket. And we're already at the end of the over here. Miaye bowling again. That one is just sort of flicked between the gap between Singh and Denley. And look at the single for that. So Proctor will keep the strike, which possibly, if Singh's going to carry on, Harrison would probably fancy his chances of reaching 3 figures, and it looks like he is going to stay on.
In the realms of people going on and off now, maybe for a comfort break, Daniel Bell-Drummond has been off and he's coming back on, and I think Zach Crawley might be going off now, so seems to be a little bit of rotation going on out there at the moment. I don't blame them.
I mean, it's a wonder. Singh has had a couple of fairly expensive overs, so you just wonder after that if the captain will ask him to make way. But I think at this stage in the game, it's not going to make a huge amount of difference.
No,
to be
well,
honest.
the thing is, the new ball's due in 3 overs, so presumably that'll be Dudgeon and Milnes.
And he is the only bowler to take a wicket
Yes,
today.
yeah,
Singh.
that's true enough. I don't think anybody's bowled particularly badly. I think it's a surface that's not giving a lot of help, and Northamptonshire have actually batted pretty well today. Another drive by Harrison. This time it's not going to get past mid-off. So a dot ball as Harrison on 93. Yeah, the whole shoe army thing has rather taken off in Northampton. The Cobblers football team, the Saints, the rugby and the county cricket. I was a bit of a problem with that because, of course, it is a county cricket club and there are lots of towns in Northamptonshire, and all the songs about finer towns and all that. Well, it's not actually true of the cricket, but here's Singh in and bowls down the leg side, and that has eluded Chris Benjamin, and this time it is signalled as byes, and it's just a little bit scruffy.
Yeah, it seemed to veer off past Benjamin.
So 4 more onto the total, 362 for 1. But Darren Lehman has very much bought into that. He's at the Oval when Northamptonshire beat Surrey last year to get to the finals day. He got the trainer off and was waving it around in approved shoe army fashion in front of the Northamptonshire supporters at the Oval. So he loves it. Here's Singh in and bowls to Harrison, who has a little grope at that outside the off stump. Not much has gone past the bat in the last half an hour or so, but that has. So
I'm not even sure what the highest ranked rugby side in Kent is at the moment. Matt would know. It might be. It depends. I think if you count Blackheath as Kent, then they would probably be the higher ranked side. But I think from memory, they were. The last time I paid attention, they were in about the 3rd tier, I think.
Well, Saints against Bath tonight will be probably the 2 strongest sides in English rugby at the moment. Bowls to Harrison does Singh, and Harrison steers it to backward point. And there is no run.
Matt's just pointing out Tunbridge Juddians are also in the same level, National 1. So.
Well, as you know, Northampton is very much a rugby town.
Would they get bigger crowds than the football?
Oh yes, yes. Yeah. They'll usually, Premiership games they'll generally sell out. And European ones they almost invariably will. Seeing about 15,000, something like that in the Gardens. Singing, bowls and driven by Harrison. Again, finds the gap past extra cover. He's only going to get a single because there is a sweeper back on the boundary in front of the flats. Whether they are new or not, I will not get involved in that particular discussion. It's like Jonathan Doidge, our Yorkshire colleague, always has this thing when I refer to it as the new pavilion at Northampton. The one down to our left in the commentary position, because it is newer than the other one. The Spencer Pavilion, but he's right, and he says, well, how long it's been there? The answer is it's been there 46 years, so it's not exactly new, but
it depends when your starting point is, I guess.
Yeah, well, certainly when I started watching Northamptonshire, that was still the ladies' stand before it got demolished. Singing, bowls to Proctor short, and Proctor ducks underneath it, and that's the end of another Jazz Sing over. 363 for 1 Northamptonshire, Proctor 115, Harrison 94. So the game just a little bit in a holding pattern at the moment, with is it 2 overs now to go before the second new ball? Those numbers are a bit small for me, Fred.
Yes, we had 78.
Yes.
So 18 remaining.
So yeah, two to go before the.
When it gets to 15, I will make way to.
Right.
I have to go and write one of my reports. So Tawanda's going to come on. I was actually going to ask you about you were saying about the Northamptonshire, the county. Are they still just playing at Northampton? They're not playing.
Yeah, that's right. We were talking about this a little bit earlier.
Miaye is in bowls. That's a dot ball.
Northamptonshire have now gone. Well, the last time they played a competitive first team match away from Northampton was 2014. That was at Milton Keynes. Haven't played anywhere other than Wantage Road since.
There's a driven shot by Harrison. It moves to 95.
Northamptonshire played on 16 different grounds over the the years, but
it's a lot, isn't it?
It's a lot, but so they've only used one for the last 12 years.
When did they last play in Luton?
Luton was 97, I think. Last championship match
Yeah,
there.
that's a long
Certainly,
time
it was
ago.
It was almost entirely rained off that game, unfortunately.
Miaye is going to come into Proctor. And Proctor just sort of prod that one gently on the leg sides, picked up by Benjamin. No run is taken.
I mean, Luton was a super venue. We had some excellent games of cricket there, and when the local business community was supporting it, then it was worth Northamptonshire going down there. But that things change, don't they?
Miaye again in, and that's a decent delivery. That Proctor shows a certain amount of respect to. He just strides down the wicket and just plays it straight back to the bowler. And Miaye will come in again for the 5th ball of the over, and again it's shown a certain level of respect by Proctor. This time it's picked up by the skipper, Daniel Bell-Drummond.
The members used to moan a bit because it's a long drive from Northampton.
And well, it looks like he's going to get at least one, just probably a single little glance down there to take the score, to his score 216, and keep the strike. There's a certain amount of frustration for Harrison. He's on 95 at the moment, and might well have been fancying. Well, it looks like we're going to get a change of bowler for one over here. It looks like Jaden Denley is going to come back on.
Yeah, he's going to have a bowl to bowl over number 80.
So it's interesting geographically. Northamptonshire's got a much bigger catchment area than Kent, hasn't it?
Yes, that's right.
So
Oh, yeah.
would Cambridgeshire, I guess, come under that kind of...
Well, we were talking in Peterborough, which is technically Cambridgeshire, although it seems to change. As my friend and colleague Matthew Engel said years ago, it was in Northamptonshire, then it was Hunts and Peterborough, then it was Huntingdonshire, now it's Cambridgeshire. He said the next local government reorganisation, Peterborough will be somewhere in the North Sea. But Peterborough is we were saying earlier, is a possible for Northamptonshire maybe to stage a 50 over game. The present Peterborough Town Ground is really nice spot. They played Cambridgeshire there in a 50 over warm-up game a year or two back. Denley then to bowl the 80th over, bowls to Proctor, and Proctor shadows that one really outside the off stump, doesn't play a shot as it goes through to Benjamin. Jaden Denley in his 8th over, bowling his left arm spin, bowls to Proctor, who just chips that in the air for a split second. There is a man in there,
yeah,
short mid-wicket.
He was never going to get there. I think it looks like Ben Compton.
It landed well in front of him, but it was in the air for a moment. Is Denley in bowls and Proctor blocks. Proctor mindful, of course, you don't want to pass the responsibility for facing the new ball onto anybody else. And he's been in since the start, and that's clipped away by Proctor. Doesn't get a run. There's a man just behind square on the leg side, and Proctor can't get it past him. Proctor facing Denley over the wicket, and again he nudges that into the onside. This time he will get a single, so he goes to 117. Northamptonshire to 366 for 1. So Calvin Harrison will have 1 ball from Denley, and then the new ball. 1 or 2 balls from Denley? 2, I think.
It's 2 left.
2, yes, it is. Yeah, it helped. Counting to 6 always a good idea. Here's Denley in, bowls short, and Harrison onto the back foot, trying to muscle it away. No, it was only the one anyway. He muscled it back to the bowler on the bounce. That is the end of the over. Northamptonshire 366 for 1. The second new ball is due.
But it looks like Miaye is staying on.
Yeah, we're not going to see it, at least for the time being.
Well, that's interesting.
It is, isn't it?
It does make you wonder what whether they just think that the match has drifted to the point where it's not worth risking the new ball.
Well, I don't know. Maybe I don't know whether they think sort of a soft ball, it might be more difficult to hit, and if you've got a hard ball coming on, it might be easier to score quickly. I don't know. Perhaps an interesting one to ask Adam Hollyoake and Daniel Bell-Drummond about later.
I think, well, if it's okay with you, this will be my last over before I scuttle off. And Miaye is just coming in from the Nackington Road end to Proctor, who will flick that might get a 1. There's maybe a bit of a hurry up going on there. Direct hit that might have been interesting from Jazz Singh, but they do get through for the singles. The ball misses the stumps. And so that will put Harrison on. I think might actually, Andrew, if you want to take over here, because he's just one blow away, isn't he, from the possible landmark.
Thanks, Fred. Yeah, 95 not out is Calvin Harrison. Round the wicket comes Mieye, and Harrison hangs on the back foot and plays it out to mid-wicket where Drummond fields, and there is no run. And the wicket comes Mieye, driven into the ground by Calvin Harrison, but can't get it past the bowler. Fields smartly. The leg slip is the only close catcher at the moment as Mieye is in, bowls to Harrison almost with exaggerated care. Plays it out to Drummond at mid-wicket, who immediately jams his hands back in his pockets. Must be getting cold out there now. Here's Mieye in again, bowls, and this time Harrison manages to miss Drummond at mid-wicket. It goes up to long on, and they jog through for a single. Harrison to 96.
I regret not timing this over, because it might be one of the quickest overs you'll ever see.
It's in the Simon Kerrigan class. This is here's Mieye, bowls outside the off stump, chopped away down to backward point by Proctor. Will feel that he perhaps missed an opportunity there. Now a slip in for Proctor. 1 ball left in the over. And there's not a ball left in the over. I
think the problem here is that the scorers are so quick on the main stand that quite often they've recorded the ball before it's even sort of hit the boundary sometimes.
Well, the umps were sort of standing there looking at each other, and eventually they've decided that that was over. So, thanks very much indeed, Fred. Always good to have your input.
Thoroughly enjoyed it.
We will look forward to having you with us perhaps tomorrow. Fred gives the thumbs up, which I take as an affirmative, and Matt Cole will rejoin me from my left. Denley is going to continue. So the new ball still not taken. Harrison on 96, facing Denley, and drives, and he's going to get a single up to deep mid-off. Drummond is about halfway back to the boundary. So it's another single to Calvin Harrison. Goes to 97, Proctor on strike, and Proctor turns it round the corner, thinks about a single, but it's not there. There's a man just round the corner there, behind square on the leg side, looking to save one, and that's exactly what he did. Denley over the wicket again, bowls and on driven by Luke Proctor, and they jog through for another single. 370 for 1. Proctor to 119. Harrison on 97. Facing Jaden Denley, and he's carved that away, looking to give himself room, but can't get it past extra cover. Zach Crawley fielding there. Denley round the wicket to Harrison, outside the off stump, left alone by Harrison, into the gloves of Benjamin. They're certainly getting through the overs now, but the new ball has been due for a little while, but Kent have not yet taken it. A little bit gloomy as well now. The sunshine has disappeared. Driven by Harrison, stopped by Jaden Denley, who I think immediately rather wished he hadn't, because it is cold out there, and that stung the fingers, and immediately after stopping it, Jaden Denley jamming his hands back in his pockets, and he's in a bit of bother there, I think. That he hit that fairly solidly, Harrison. Anyway, it was a dot ball, and Jaden Denley 9 overs for 45. It's 370 for 1.
Yeah, the unmistakable signs of making yourself busy after after the hand's being stung, isn't it? He's jammed his hand in his pocket. He's quickly trying to put his jumper on and think about anything but the searing pain in his fingers there. But Mieye does continue then. So, ooh, a strangle. It's a big shout. I have to say, that's one of the lustiest shouts of the day, that one. I think Zach Crawley and Chris Benjamin, as Proctor attempted to whip that one very fine on the onside. That's a bit of a stop there. I think it was just Daniel Bell-Drummond talking to Andy Miege. Actually, he's tossed the ball back to him. I think their over rate is over par now, as this one's just pushed back to Andy Miege. But
and that's the only other possibility, isn't it? That they're just a little bit concerned about the over rate, but they must be okay now, I'd have thought.
Scoring rate has diminished somewhat, hasn't it? And
yeah,
they are having difficulty timing it now, as Proctor's gone for that one.
Well, this is the only thing I was wondering whether they thought the soft ball might just be more difficult to score off.
Yeah, last 5 overs at going about 2.5 off these two. Current run rate has slumped, has dipped to 4.5. It's been up near 5 a lot of the day.
Yes,
so.
it has, yeah.
So maybe they are just thinking that, just try and frustrate them out, at least keep the run scoring down. It's jammed in quicker by Tuanda Mieye and just deflected away for a single forward a square by Luke Proctor. So that's one. And I know we do go on about it a lot, but it is one of those things when you're commentating day after day, isn't it, where you so rarely see a day finish when it's supposed to.
Yes, I was going to say it would be.
But I'm going to say it's possible we might finish at 6 o'clock. I thought. We'll go to this one. Oh, it's straight back into Mieye. Was that a bump ball?
No, I think it was a drop.
It was a drop. And actually has that smacked him on the forearm.
He hit
He's had 2 of those, hasn't he? Where I mean, it's gone like an absolute tracer to his right.
Yeah, I think that was a
yeah,
chance.
Maybe.
But he hit that very hard.
Yeah.
And it's not a day where you really want to be trying to catch those. But now the umps are having a consultation about something. Is this the new ball? I think it might be.
So this is Matt Milnes, I think, is it?
Yeah.
Scuffing at the footholes.
And the new ball is being brandished towards the scorers. So 300.
Interesting.
Yeah, 371 for one. So they've delayed 3 overs in taking it.
The only other thing I can think of with the subs coming on and off, has one of the opening pair been off the field for a while? They may have thought, we're just going to bowl Milnes and Dudgeon, and we don't want them bowling 8 overs each before the end of the day, perhaps.
Yeah, well, they've got 13 overs of the requirement.
Yeah.
But we've still got 3/4 of an hour left.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's going to be probably about right, isn't it?
So that was the other thing, I think. They don't want to put too much workload. They bowled Jazz Singh, and they may not want to bowl him again today, and Everson's got through plenty of overs, so maybe that's a sense in it.
Here's Milnes then with the new ball, and bowls very full to Proctor, who just works it away down to deep square for a single. Luke Proctor goes to 121. Northamptonshire to 372 for one, if you're just catching up with events of the day. Northamptonshire won the toss, chose to bat, and we had a 224 run opening partnership between Luke Proctor and Ricardo Vasconcelos. New Northamptonshire record against Kent. Vasconcelos, the one man out for 127, caught by Chris Benjamin off Jazz Singh. That was 224 for one, but since then it's been Proctor and Harrison, Calvin Harrison, and he faces Milnes and chops him down to deep backward point. They're going to come back for 2, has to hurry, and does. And so Calvin Harrison goes to 99. And on the brink of becoming the 3rd centurion of the innings. Here's Milnes getting ready to run in from this pavilion end, and runs in and bowls to Harrison, and Harrison chips it back to Milnes, and it lands just in front of him. It just squared him up. I was looking to drop that into the onside, and it looped back and didn't quite carry to Matt Milnes, who for a split second would have thought he was in business. But Harrison survives. 99 to his name off 122 balls, so he's got on with it. 2 slips and a gully. Harrison on 99, facing and clips that away. Down the leg side, it's going to run away for 4 down to long leg, and Calvin Harrison becomes the 3rd Northamptonshire century maker of the innings. 100 off 123 balls, and it is only the 2nd time in championship history that the first 3 batters in a Northamptonshire innings have all reached a century. The other occasion was against Worcestershire at Wantage Road in 2002 when Mike Hussey, Mal Loy and Russell Warren all went past 100. So a little bit of history here. 378 for 1. Milnes in and bowls to Harrison. Works it into the onside. And there is no run. So Harrison made his first century here last year, and he's got another one here today. And I have to say, he's looked pretty good. He's just been positive from the moment he got in, and one imagines that was the thought. We talked about this earlier, didn't we, Matt, that Northamptonshire are just going to want to try and, with a possibility of some rain around in the next couple of days, want to bat themselves into as strong a position today as possible. Milnes bowls outside the off stump, Harrison not to be tempted. And that's the end of the over. 378 for 1. So Calvin Harrison's century just slightly quicker than Ricardo Vasconcelos. Harrison getting his off 123 balls. Vasconcelos reached 100 off 134, and Proctor's 100 off 155. 378 for 1. Harrison is 103. Proctor is 121.
Yeah, that's great news for Northamptonshire, as you say. If it's going to be a rain-shortened game, I mean, they are looking at 500 all day long here. 122 more they need to make there. So, by and large, they're not going to make that. Not going to make that by the end of the day today. But if they spend a session tomorrow attacking more, as you say, they could have a bat once total at that point, and just spend the remaining time attempting to bowl Kent out. But all that to come. They've done the lion's share of the work towards that already, of course. 378 for 1. Proctor 121, Harrison 103. It is an astonishing day for Northamptonshire. First one here at Kent. Very much the first day on their home ground. They didn't want Kent, but Proctor just shoulders arms late to that one from Dudgeon. Goes down the leg side. Bounces once before it gets to Benjamin. He whirls the arms from Keith Dudgeon, who's, I think as I was saying earlier on, has never looked like he's putting anything less than 100. I'll just go for 100%. I think.
No, he's just a great trier, isn't he? Terrific.
It wasn't the certainly this innings isn't the one he had against Northamptonshire up at Wantage Road last season, but definitely bending his back here. And I'm not going to take anything away. I hope Northamptonshire fans will realise this when I say this, is he is a quality bowler at county level. They saw that from him last year. And the fact that he's really struggled to prevent openings for Kent today, to present openings for Kent today, does suggest that this pitch is not the liveliest, but Northamptonshire have certainly taken advantage of everything today. 378 for 1.
No, it's absolutely right, and we were saying earlier, weren't we, that I think Calvin Harrison, in addition to scoring 100 here, is probably going to have a bit of bowling to do over the next couple of days, depending obviously on the level of success that the seamers enjoy. Thanks to John Whiting, who's notices this sort of important fact that all 3 century makers have had 15 boundaries in their 100. Thanks, John. Like that one. Good.
Symmetry there. Drive by Proctor. Reaches a wideish mid-off. Sam Northeast there. No run. 378 for 1.
So it does look at. I don't think Canterbury are going to bowl any excess, but It's just going to be about right, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is what? This is 80. Is this 84?
Yeah, it's the 85th
This is the
over
85th
now,
over,
so
isn't
yeah,
it? So yeah, 11 after this.
it's probably about right, as you say. As Dudgeon comes in to bowl, inside edge from Proctor. Well, that's not going to improve anyone's move from a game point of view.
But
is it?
you've just, and I mean, I know.
Sorry, gone down to fine leg, I should say.
No, I mean, I know I've said this before, but I just think, you know, you've got to love his attitude, haven't you?
Yeah,
You know,
absolutely.
every captain needs a Keith Dudgeon, who you can throw the ball to, the new ball at 5:15 with 300 and plenty for one on the board,
Yeah.
and he's going to run in as though it's, you know, exactly the same level of commitment and intensity as when he got his 7 for last year at Northampton.
And digs that one in short. It's whipped away off its nose by Proctor, and that will go for 4 runs. It will indeed. And see a drop of the shoulders from Keith Dudgeon, but just for Kent fans, you look at his, as you say, his application, and there is reaction. Obviously, the one that came off the inside edge, hands go to head immediately. Bit of a yelp. That one disappointed perhaps with himself as well, dropping it too short. But on a pitch which is giving him very, very little, you see that application. The pace he's bowling at, what he's trying to do, and says a lot about him, I think, as a cricketer, especially at 382 for 1 now. Harrison 103, Proctor 125. I think lesser men would have perhaps dropped the effort a little bit back, had a little bit more of a grumble, but there we go. Milne sticking to his task well.
That was excellent stuff from Dudgeon. His figures in no way reflect how well he's bowled today. Milnes to continue, starting his 17th over. 2 slips in a gully, bowls to Harrison wide outside the off stump, and Harrison just lets that one go. We were talking earlier about sort of BBC coverage and whatnot, and we will be starting our cricket show on BBC Radio Northampton at some point in the next 2 or 3 weeks. We've just got to confirm the date, but we'll have an interview which we're planning to run in the first programme, which may even be of interest to some Kent supporters, because it involves a player who made the move from Kent to Northamptonshire, albeit quite a long time ago. Here's Milnes, again outside the off stump, again left alone by Harrison. Roger Prideaux, who played for Kent early 60s, 60-61, made the move to Northamptonshire in 62. Was one of the last amateurs to play for Northamptonshire. In fact, he made 100 in the last gentleman versus players match at Lords in 1962, before the amateur professional difference was abolished. That following winter, here's Milnes in, bowls again outside the off stump and again left alone by Calvin Harrison. And played for England, was vice captain Northamptonshire and then captain from 67 to 70. Played for England. Unwittingly involved in at the centre of the row that led to South Africa's exclusion from international cricket in 1968-69. And lives in Cape Town, and met up with him while we were out there on pre-season. Here's Milnes in, bowling and clipped away by Harrison. Gosh, he's just picked that up, and has that gone all the way? I think it has. Yeah. It has. That was close, I would suggest, to being shot of the day. And we've seen some good ones today, but just the little flourish. It was. We were talking about amateurs a moment or two ago. There was a touch of the Archie McLarens about that. And it's gone for 6 over mid-wicket, greeted with stony silence, I have to say, around the ground. But it was a magnificent shot from Calvin Harrison. He goes to 109. It's 388 for 1. But yeah, Roger Prideaux, first chairman of the PCA, Professional Cricketers Association, in 1967. Interesting character. Worked as a commentator later in South Africa. It was a great privilege and a pleasure to meet him, as Harrison just drops a bat on that next ball from Milnes. It runs out into the offside, and they come through for a single. Harrison to 110. Northamptonshire to 389 for 1. And it means I've now met every Northamptonshire captain since Freddie Brown, which I'm quite pleased about, because it was one that was missing from my list. But yeah, it was a great pleasure to welcome him to the ground. I met quite a few of the Northamptonshire players. Had a good chat with him for the BBC, and that will be in the first cricket show, which will probably be in a couple of weeks' time. Here's Milnes in and bowls to Proctor, pushed out into the offside, and that's the end of the over. 389 for one. Proctor is 125. Harrison is 110. In fact, Kent tried to delay his move. The old days was special registration. They had to say, I think, as I understand the rule then, that they had no further use for him. And Kent said, in all honesty, we can't say that we have no further use for him. But in the end, I think MCC just allowed the move, and he was appointed as, they tended to be in those days, assistant secretary, so that they could play as an amateur but still be working for the club. But as I say, that distinction was abolished the year after. When he finished with Northamptonshire, went down to Sussex, had a few years down there, but has lived in South Africa for over 50 years now, and in the Cape for, I think, 37, he was saying. But really interesting chap for anybody, I think, with a bit of a taste for that particular cricketing era. So it'll be available on BBC Sounds, of course, if you're not in BBC Northampton area.
So Keith Dudgeon prepares to bowl the 87th over of the day, and his 18th personally. Under for 80 so far. Bowling to Calvin Harrison, swing and a miss. That's a real waft, and I'm not sure the action replay Calvin Harrison is giving us looks any better at all. Feet absolutely planted and, and just swinging outside the off stump. But there we go, through the wicket keeper, and there's no run. It wasn't the greatest delivery by Keith Dudgeon, to be fair.
No, I think it's one of those
chasing it.
One of those moments where cricket was the loser, really,
Yeah.
wasn't it? All round, it wasn't a great bit of cricket. All it needed was Chris Benjamin to drop it.
Yeah, that would have just a grub along the floor. Absolutely right. Dudgeon then to Harrison. He's up on his toes there. It's a nice looking shot. He's going to go through that one again for us. Out into the covers, and it's fielded by Jazz Singh on the offside boundary. 390 for one. Goodness me.
Floodlights coming on.
I imagine from a budget point of view, Kent would have been only too happy if they could have just kept them off, to be honest, because we've only got half an hour to go probably here. Maybe a little bit more.
Expensive business, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's only
It absolutely is, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. No. Well, Sussex, didn't it, a few years ago, decided they weren't going to use them for championship matches.
Here's Dudgeon then to Proctor. Clips that off his pads, and that'll be at least a single. Yeah, Jazz Singh fields again to the left-hander. He's square leg round towards mid-wicket, halfway between the two. Single taken.
And then, of course, the great law of you-know-what was that the first game that they, after making that announcement, was against Northamptonshire at Hove, and Sussex were denied victory by not being able to get on the field for the last hour by bad light, which caused a certain amount of comment.
It's Dudgeon then to Harrison, just blocks that one outside the off stump. He's trying to guide it low on the bat past Jayden Denley, I think, at extra cover, but doesn't get past him. Dot ball. Siren Wales, there's hospital to our right hand side. This ground, the old Dover Road to the left. We hear a few ambulance sirens come to and from the right hand side. As bending his back, Dudgeon, but that is punched through wide mid-on by Harrison. That is just an aggressive shot.
It hits the ball hard, doesn't it?
Yeah, hear it come off the bat on the effects microphones there. And
I think he likes number 3.
yeah, I think
Rather more than he did last week, anyway.
suit it a little bit more. But we think that must be absolutely shoulder strong, especially as a fast bowler, when you're stretching every sinew and it's just bashed back at you almost. I'll take that. 395 for 1 rather. wishful thinking from a Kent point of view. Even 4 wouldn't be great, would it, at the end of this first day? It's a mountainous score. Proctor has 126 not out. Calvin Harrison has 115. He's catching up his captain, because those have just come from 135 balls so far, Calvin Harrison, an aggressive knock.
It's not going to be long. Now, the umps, I think, might be having a look at the light here. Well, if they're saying that you can only bowl spin, I think they'll come off, won't they? Because
I don't expect that Daniel Bell-Drummond will be exactly excited by the prospect.
It doesn't, I must admit, the light doesn't look that bad.
Doesn't feel like it's taking over from the natural light, does it?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't have said so.
I wonder what that was.
I mean, the batters wouldn't particularly want to come off at this stage. I wouldn't have thought. But of course, now they have no say on the matter, do they?
No, that's true.
It's entirely down to the umpires, and if they say it's not fit, then they will take their reading. But it doesn't look that bad. It's a little bit gloomy, but it doesn't look unfit to me.
What that was, that exchange.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Maybe it was just we've taken a reading now.
Yeah,
it's possible.
Perhaps it's marginal. 2 slips in. Here's Milnes bowling outside the off stump, but it did swing back, and Proctor left it alone, and it was taken by Chris Benjamin outside leg stump. It went late, and yeah, first slip is Zach Crawley in there is past the RADA audition, I think, for the. How did that miss? Elsewhere, Essex 149 all out at Chelmsford. Somerset 102 for 4. James Rue almost inevitably is 47 not out. Here's Milnes in bowls to Proctor, who tries to drive. That was a slightly tired looking stroke, I have to say. He's batted all day, and it mistimed it, and it just scuffed back in the general direction of the bowler, and there's no run. Nottinghamshire 279 all out at Trent Bridge, and that's a bit of a recovery because they were in a lot of bother early on, but they've reduced Glamorgan to 29 for 2. Fergus O'Neill has picked up both wickets. It's clipped away by Proctor out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Eddie Byram and Asa Tribe, who, after all the hype, and played beautifully last year, got a very, very good 100 against Northamptonshire, but it's just been a little bit short of runs in these early exchanges of the Championship. Glamorgan 31 for 2. Surrey 380 for 4 against Leicestershire at the Oval. Jamie Smith 161 not out. Here's Milnes in, bowls to Proctor, drives down the ground, runs for him here. Bell-Drummond is in pursuit. It won't go for 4, and Bell-Drummond just easing the ball back before it gets to the practice pitches, which tends to be, and it goes for 4 because it just races like over glass down there. But they come back for 2. Takes Proctor to 128, Northamptonshire to 397 for 1. Ollie Pope also made a century. And just to complicate matters nicely, Ben Folkes, who of course got 100 in the first game, is 45 not out. So a bit of food for thought for Brendan McCullum and co. Here's Milnes in, and Proctor tries to drive and gets an inside edge, I think, into his boot. Yeah, boot or ankle. He's just flexing his right leg. Down at Hove, Warwickshire just bowled out for 267 by Sussex. Lower order runs, very handy lower order runs from Chris Wokes, 64. Not the world's worst. Have coming in at number 9, and I know you need to update.
Oh, we do. Almost woke me up, that
BBC Radio Kent, as we have a bit of music in our headphones.
This is the wrong time, but it's not. We're just about to do an update into our sports bulletins.
Milnes is in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Proctor, and that's the end of the over. 397 for 1. Proctor is 128. Calvin Harrison is 115. Hampshire 251 all out. Up at Headingley, Yorkshire 6 for no wicket in reply. Durham 393 for 2 against Gloucestershire after being put in, remember. And Emilio Gay, we talked about pad rash after that long opening partnership. He was out for 5.
Yeah.
And Ben McKinney, still there, 194 not out. And Lancashire 327 for 8 against Derbyshire at Old Trafford. Century there for Marcus Harris. And Worcestershire 191 all out. Middlesex 71 for 3 in reply at Lords.
Just had REM in our headphones. Shiny, happy people. That might describe some...
Northamptonshire dressing room.
Yeah, I was going to say. Less so, Kent. Yeah, well, Kent are suffering today. The shiny, happy people have come from Northamptonshire, and the sunshine here at the St Lawrence ground. Northamptonshire a massive 398 for 1 on the first day here at Canterbury. 3 Centurions for them as well. So all 3 batters that have got in today have got tons. So Ricardo Vasconcelos starts with 127, a 224 run partnership for the opening wicket with his captain Luke Proctor, who's currently 128 not out. Then Carolyn Harrison has scored almost a run a ball. He has 116 not out. Just 1 wicket for Kent. Bare consolation for Jazz Singh making his debut for the season, coming back after a long ankle injury. Some good news for him, but otherwise it's been all Northamptonshire. It's been a pretty batting friendly wicket. I think it's fair to say Kent have strived for a second wicket, but they're looking already down the barrel of the total, which may well be a match winner. Certainly Kent will be looking at the remaining 3 days trying to bat out a draw and hoping that they can do in the remaining time. That is a gloomy picture for Kent with the floodlights off, perhaps signifying what their efforts have led to today. Northamptonshire have held all before them. Fantastic effort. 398 for 1 then with 7.5 overs to go of day 1 here at Canterbury, and commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And that is that. Adrian Hines will be reporting for Sussex, and will be feeling a lot better about their day, I would imagine. 398 for 1 then. Here's Dudgeon then to Proctor into the offside, and there is a single. Takes them on to 399 for 1.
It is just getting a little bit gloomier, isn't it? Lights not, even with the lights on, it's not fantastic. I wonder if we might possibly lose an over or 2 tonight.
Yeah.
It's just starting to close in a little bit. But I mean, there's absolutely no way that Kent would or should have to bowl spin with a new ball.
There's this one little flick by Harrison. That's a good shot as well. He's just...
It suggests he's not having a lot of trouble seeing it.
No, quite. And it's an on drive, but it's barely any backlift. He's just
hockey shot.
Yeah,
hockey
absolutely.
player's shot.
He's used the wrists, but straight, and that is 4 runs. Yeah,
touch of the Joss Butlers.
Absolutely, yeah.
Talented player, this bloke. Though he really is.
Yeah, you have to have some strength in your wrists to do that, don't you? Just, and timing, obviously, as well. But this will be the bowling to Harrison once again. Keith Dudgeon, good length delivery. It's back at the bowler, and he takes perhaps slightly wearily at this point, I'm sure. Gone through a lot of effort, Keith Dudgeon. His jumper from umpire Harris, and that is the end of the over. But yeah, as you say, the light is, I mean, we're not getting to sunset yet by any means, but
no.
The light is significantly gloomier than it was.
It's interesting sky, isn't it? Now it's
yeah.
sort of, it's like a sort of mackerel sky, but
I was going to use exactly that
but
term.
It's
silvery grey.
Yeah, it is. It's an interesting sky for those that like matters meteorological. But anyway, we're playing on at least for the time being. 403 for 1. 2 slips in. Matt Milnes running away from us. Bowls to Luke Proctor. Turns it away on the leg side. Out to deep square. Picks up a single. 130 to Proctor. 404 for 1. And on the quiet, these two have put on 180 now for the second wicket. Be plenty to keep the statistically minded interested today. The opening partnership, a record for Northamptonshire against Kent, 2-2-4. In comes Milnes, bowls wide and carved away by Proctor, wide of the despairing dive of Tawanda Mayeye at backward point, and it's run away for 4 more. Harrison goes to 124. Northamptonshire to 408 for 1. Well, the second wicket partnership record for Northamptonshire is a little way off, 282 by Dennis Brooks and Jock Livingston at another Kent outground, the Moat at Maidstone, back in 1954. And no, I didn't see it, before anybody wonders. Here's Milnes in again, bowls very wide outside the off stump, and that dies before it gets through to Chris Benjamin, who has to take it on the second bounce. Harrison here last year made 122, so this is a career best for Calvin Harrison.
So record's tumbling.
Well, that'll be a CB round, as they call it, career best. Here's Milnes in and bowls to Harrison. Harrison head over the ball, very solid, plays it out to the covers, and there's no run. Luke, sorry, go on.
I was just going to say, just looking at what the new ball's doing or not doing for the Kent bowlers, no great alarms. I appreciate both these batters are well set here, but they're not getting much out of this at the moment.
No, they're not, are they?
But,
and it's certainly not through lack of effort.
No, that's an interesting one. But Northamptonshire done exactly the right thing. Won the toss, batted really, really well, building up a massive score, and then you put the pressure on Kent, which makes it a different game.
Here's Milnes in bowls, and that's an absolute beauty. Well bowled, Matt Milnes, because to come up with a delivery like that at this stage of proceedings is impressive, and it was full. It just did enough. And Calvin Harrison now rehearses the leave, which is not bad for somebody who's 124 not out, with 408 for 1 on the board, but that was a beauty from Matt Milnes. There are 2 slips and a gully in. Deepish gully. Here's Milnes in again, bowls, and Harrison solid in defence, plays it out into the covers, and no run, end of the over. 408 for 1. Few of the spectators, I think it's fair to say, have given it best or are giving it best. It's chilly, isn't it? It really is. This stage of proceedings, I'm just thinking about, we have to go down and do our post-day interviews. Nobody, I think, will be in any great hurry to come out and speak to us, but well, it may be Ricardo Vasconcelos, I think, for Northamptonshire as being the only one that's actually out, and they don't like doing interviews when batters are still in, do they? I don't know whether that's a Kent thing as well, but it tends not to be quite the done thing. So if these 2 are still in at the close of play, then I suspect it may have to be Ricardo Vasconcelos, which is no hardship. But we've got a quarter of an hour or so.
Got so much choice
to go. Well, the thing is, we haven't, Matt. That's the thing. There's only 3 batters have had a go today. But anyway, I'm sure whoever it is will be very happy with the way things have gone today. Couldn't really have gone a lot better for Northamptonshire. I was trying to think about Northamptonshire batters batting right through a day. Of course, George Bartlett nearly did it in the previous match. I remember Luke Proctor doing it with Adam Rossington, the 2 batters batting throughout the last day of a Bob Willis Trophy match in COVID year at Edgbaston, 2020. Performance that earned Luke Proctor his cap. Was it? First ball of Everson's over.
I beg your pardon. This is me, isn't it?
It's
single into the onside.
It's a long day.
It's I was momentarily distracted by all sorts of organisational.
Oh well, that's uneasy. Lies the head that wears the crown and all that. When you're management,
it's the I often joke that we need like one of those war rooms from the in the Second World War. Those things where people are moving things around around the map.
Yes.
It's Everson to through to the wicketkeeper. Not that serious, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not for a moment saying that, but the complication sometimes feels like that. Of well, this kit needs to be here by this point, and this person's going to pick it up, and it'll go to this, and then it'll need to connect to this thing anyway. I won't go on, but yeah.
Can I just answer a query?
Of course.
Rodney Marshall has been on to me. We have mentioned this, but he might have been making a cup of tea at the time, which I'll come back to after this ball.
Here's Everson then bowling. He's replacing Dudgeon, by the way, at the road end, in case you hadn't realised. This one's defended by Harrison into the offside, fielded by Ben Compton. There's no run.
And Rodney asked the last time, first three Northamptonshire batsmen all got centuries in a county championship innings. Well, it's only happened once before, and that was against Worcestershire at Wantage Road in 2002. Mike Hussey, Mal Loy and Russell Warren all going past 100. That's the only time that it's happened for Northamptonshire in the championship.
Some bowls too. Harrison into the offside.
It was a near miss in a university match in the early 60s when I think there were 3 of the top 4 got 100 and the other one got 70. But doesn't quite make the cut on either count really. It's not a championship match and it's not top 3.
Here comes Everson then. As Harrison thinks about playing that one. That was a shout of frustration from Everson that he decided, pulled out the shot through the wicketkeeper Benjamin. Actually, it bounced before it got to him, so I'm not sure if he'd edged it, it would have reached him. But dot ball nonetheless. Mount Loy, great white ball player, wasn't he?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, the 2 goes with Northamptonshire, with a spell at Lancashire in between. Now on the coaching staff at Qatar's national team. Yeah.
Everson to Harrison, defends that into the offside. There's no run, end of the over, 4:09 for 1. Mike Hussey needs little introduction, I suppose, to cricket fans internationally, but Russell Warren's on the first-class umpires list.
That's right, yes, been on for a while. Now the umps are having another chat. I wouldn't be hugely surprised if they didn't decide perhaps to come off 10 minutes early. It is murky. Jazz Singh is going to have a bowl coming into the attack. Well, no, they're happy enough.
If they were boxing umpires, they might think about the punishment Kent have taken all day. Just,
well, I just wondered if they're still. We were speculating earlier, and I'm sure it's not remotely true that they were sorting out their restaurant bookings. And
yeah.
Well, yeah, for getting a bit early, you know, it's beat the rush. Anyway,
Jazz Singh is going to return.
Jazz Singh is going to return to the attack. He's bowled 14 overs, 1 for 95. He has picked up the 1 wicket to fall in the innings today.
Okay, he's been volunteered already without his knowledge for to speak to us afterwards. But
well,
slim pickings.
Rodney says apologies for making you repeat yourself. The curse of the coffee break. Well, we don't blame you at all. It's a long day to sit and listen to everything we say, but that is the.
But there will be a quiz.
There will be. Yes, there'll be a short. There'll be a short test later. Of course. But it's always good to have you with us.
Yeah, absolutely.
4:09 for 1. Jazz Singh to bowl from this pavilion end and down the leg side. And Proctor just thinking about having a little tickle down the leg side. Long leg is wide, so it's a fair enough thought, but equally he would be annoyed, I'm sure, to be strangled down the leg side in the 92nd over of the day. Now the umps are going to have another conversation. It really isn't great out there now, and well, Jazz Singh's bowled 1 ball. Proctor doesn't seem all that mithered. The keeper's just Benjamin's wandering up. I wonder if they're going to take him off.
Shall I go and get my jumper, Captain?
I think they're going to.
Yeah, I think they'll come off.
Yes, they are. Well,
yeah,
I think that's fair enough. I mean, as I say, they've been pretty good, the umps, and they've kept them on. It is a bit gloomy, and I don't think anybody's going to worry. It's one of those where I think probably both sides would be not massively crestfallen having to come off with a few minutes left in the day's play. And well, for Northamptonshire it really has been a very, very good day. It's not absolutely certain to be off for the day, but I think the players think it is, because they're already starting to. It was very nice to see some of the Kent players going across and just congratulating Luke Proctor and Calvin Harrison as they leave the ground. Just taking a picture or two for social media purposes. Anyway, 409 for 1 is the score. We are off the bad light. I would be amazed if we got back on. We've still got, I think, 4 overs to go, but I think by the time the umps are staying out there, which is again fair enough, but I think it's very unlikely that we should be back on. So there's not an awful lot to talk about in terms of the day's play. Northamptonshire won the toss. They chose to bat, and they're very pleased they did, because they lost just 1 wicket in the day. 224 run opening stand between Vasconcelos and Proctor. Vasconcelos eventually caught behind, having a little chase at a wide one from Jazz Singh. He went for 127, having got off the mark with a 6. First scoring shot of the innings. Little pick-up for half a dozen by Vasconcelos. So he eventually went for 127 at 224 for 1, but Proctor and Harrison have kept up the good work as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. An unbroken stand of 185 for the second wicket. Proctor 131 not out. Harrison 124 not out, which is a career best. And all the Kent bowlers have plugged away manfully. Dudgeon has been excellent. His figures of 19 overs, no wicket for 92, not reflecting how well he's bowled. Full marks also to Joey Everson, who we were saying was a bit expensive up at Durham last week, but has been very good today. 18 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 42, so he's been going at less than 2.5 and over, when the overall scoring rate of the day has been 4.6, so that's really good from Joey Everson. Matt Milnes, 19 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 88. Took a bit of punishment early on, but came back well. Jazz Singh back on the park after a long layoff, has picked up the 1 wicket to fall, 1 for 95 in his 15th over. Tawanda Mayeye, been tidy enough with his off-spin, 12 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 33, and Jaden Denley, 9 overs for 45. The umpires are still out there, so they haven't formally called it off yet, but there's only 5 minutes to go, and I just don't think we're going to get back on.
Yeah, bails have come off.
Bails have come off.
They've just taken those off. But
I think most spectators have already made the decision for them, looking at the little groups that are heading towards the gates.
pretty chilly out there as well. We can feel the breeze coming through the window. I'd
Yeah.
imagine that, yeah, as you've been here the whole day, if you've been here the whole day and out there.
Well, if they've done that, I take my hat and any other piece of clothing off to you, because that's a very, very good effort. At least I would do if it wasn't for the fact that it would be left me freezing cold. But yeah, it's been an excellent day for Northamptonshire, clearly. Kent will, I'm sure, be thinking, well, okay, what Northamptonshire have done we can do, but scoreboard pressure. If Northamptonshire do go on, top 500, which I think they ought to, they'll be looking, I'm sure, a bit beyond that. Considering they've scored, say, 4.6, they scored 124 in the first session, 175 in the second session, and 110 in the final session. 27 overs, obviously not a full session. So that the afternoon was really where the damage was done, I think, as far as Kent were concerned. Leaked to 175 runs in 33 overs this afternoon, which just really did leave them behind the 8 ball. Umpires Harris and Adnan are still out there. They have to go through all the necessary protocols, of course, but I would imagine they've got the light meter out on top of the stumps, and of course they will take they will have taken a reading when they came off, and that will then become the benchmark for the rest of the match. But I would imagine that fairly soon, as the herring gulls wheel away somewhere in the distance, we will get the nod that that is it for the day. Just having a look at elsewhere to see if they've come off anywhere else. Well, I think most of the other games are still in play. Somerset 124 for 5 now against Kent. So they've had 15 wickets in the day at Chelmsford. So maybe the odd question will be asked. James Rew out for 48. 2 for Sam Cook. 1 for Jamie Porter, 1 for Simon Harper, 1 for Simon Harmer, 1 for Shane Snater. Surrey 398 for 5 now against Leicestershire. Jamie Smith out for 166. Ben Folkes is still there. 58 not out. Glamorgan 45 for 2, replying to Nottinghamshire's 279 all out. Still playing there. At Hove, Sussex 17 for no wicket, replying to Warwickshire's 267 all out. Yorkshire have lost an early wicket against Hampshire. It looks a bit like a new ball pitch there, because Hampshire had a really tough start with not many runs coming. And Finn Bean has been cleaned up by Kyle Abbott. And Yorkshire are 13 for 1 in the 13th over. So it's a very similar start to the Yorkshire innings that Hampshire experienced earlier. Durham 432 for 2. Ben McKinney 205 not out. David Beddingham 64 not out. And Emilio Gay, who hit 1-4, faced 6 balls, was out for 5, and will feel he's rather missed out.
That'd be the understatement of,
yes.
the round. There you go, you get an award for that.
Lancashire 349 for 8 at Old Trafford. Marcus Harris made 125. Josh Bohannon 73. So decent first day for Lancashire at Old Trafford. And at Lords, Worcestershire 191 all out. Middlesex 86 for 3. With Ben Geddes 34 not out, Max Holden 25 not out.
Looking promising there then for Middlesex, isn't it? Having
Does.
won in the first round, and they were the only team that won, weren't they, in the first round of the second division, I think.
Yes.
So, yeah, and having bowled out Worcestershire for 191, making good inroads into that already.
So, the umpires are still out there.
Yeah.
We'll hang on until we get a decision one way or another, because it has to be within the next few minutes. They're making copious notes at the moment. So, is it the order? Or do you fancy Keemanan with that one?
It could be. So I'm just
Have we got
exchanging gestures with and friendly gestures with a couple of long-standing, and I think it's fair to say long-suffering Kent fans who follow them uphill and down Dale, and they wait for the day to be off. But there was some rolling of eyes, I can understand from their point of view as well, watching Kent get battered all over Canterbury today. Oh,
now.
Umpire Adnan.
Yes, umpire Adnan and umpire Harris are looking purposeful.
Right.
I think this might be.
Did one of them say to the other, "Oh, it's really cold now"? Should we go in?
Well, Hassan Adnan's had gloves
on.
on.
Oh no, okay. He's got the
the light meter out, which has gone on top of the stumps. Assuming it hasn't got. Well,
umpire Harris, I think from the body language, thought that was a formality, and
well, it's not yet. Surely, surely they've run out of overs now. We've been off.
Must be close, you would have thought.
You need to update BBC Radio Kent.
Yeah, they could theoretically get them in after 6, could they? But it's 5 to bowl. Well, yeah, possibly. So I'm extrapolating. I'll have an update actually after the intro to our sports show. I'm first on. There we go. I'm with Ben Watts and Matt Davison this evening in my absence. The other listeners will find out what they've been missing when I don't present the show, and I might find that I'm not doing it very much more often. But there we go. That's showbiz.
It's always the way, isn't it?
I've had a good run. Yeah, they're coming off the field now. I can only imagine that this is terminal, or perhaps they're going to go. They're just going to communicate to the dressing rooms. If we decide to give it another half an hour, who knows?
Well, the
We're
umpires
waiting
are now very nearly off the field.
Yeah. And they've got walkie-talkies, but I think they need to tell the dressing rooms, don't they? Yeah, I
Yes.
think that's it.
They'll have to make a sort of formal announcement.
Waiting for the official announcement here. I think the bar's closed.
I was going to say they're getting rid of the empties.
Yes, indeed. And it's great to have your company if you're still listening to this, by the way. We admire your patience. But we are waiting for the final reckoning. But the umpires have disappeared into the pavilion.
There's a
I'd
couple of
imagine
impromptu games down there, so they're happy enough to carry on having a little game down on the boundary.
Indeed so. This is going to be our update and probably our last knockings for us here at the ground as well. Oh, goodness me. I've just exchanged a roll of eyes with a couple of very long-standing and long-suffering Kent supporters who you will recognise, Ben, who are waiting on the balcony for this first day to be over. And, well, it might be for Kent supporters and for the team as well. Northamptonshire racking up 409 for 1. Do not adjust your sets. I'll say that again, 409 for 1. On the first day. They're off a bad light at the moment. The umpires have just disappeared into the pavilion, into the resting rooms. I'm assuming they're going to be telling the captains that the day is over. But yes, Northamptonshire won the toss under sunny skies and didn't look back. They racked up 224 for the first wicket, a century for Ricardo Vasconcelos, a record against Kent, that opening partnership for Northamptonshire as well. Captain Luke Proctor has moved on to 131, not out at the close, and Calvin Harrison, almost a runner ball, 124, has joined him. The first time, or only the second time in Northamptonshires history, that three batters have made centuries in the same innings. So records falling. It's Calvin Harrison's career best as well for Kent. 1 wicket for Jazz Singh, who I gather we're going to be talking to very shortly for an interview. Great to see him back on the field after nearly a year out of the first class game with that ankle injury. I'm not sure he'll be exactly excited to talk to us, though, after this first day, and Kent have taken a whooping. To be honest, the pitch hasn't been doing very much at all. Neither Milnes or Keith Dudgeon, who stuck to his task excellently today, really got anything out of the pitch almost from ball one. So it looks pretty flat here. But once again, like last year, Ken, it looks like Ben, it looks like Kent are going to be under scoreboard pressure when they come to bat, and effectively probably from tomorrow when they do get to bat, trying to save the game here at Canterbury. That's a sorry tale of the tape, and as you say, it really is bringing up memories for Kent supporters and I'm sure players of last year all over again.